another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Obidients. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Obidients. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, one name, Holy, Holy, Holy Nnamdi. So there it is, Holy, Holy Nnamdi, but apparently he's packed away somewhere, more important matters going on. So good day, dear friends, good to have you again, always a delight. I never take your company for granted, of course, so it is indeed with great gratitude that I welcome you every time you do turn up. So welcome, Holy, Holy. So Holy, Holy, the usual protocol, Please click on the like button as you're coming in. Already around about 40 people with us already. And if you look at the like buttons, nothing to comment or recommend. So let us comment and recommend by clicking on the like button. So click on the like button just as you're coming in. If you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. The invitation to come join us on the studio is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you feel inclined, you see how many champion voices are turning up over the recent times. They've only made the decision to click on that hyperlink. So if you feel like you are one of those champion voices that should be heard, just click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. There are no reserved seats. It's first come, first serve. It's an open microphone. And the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you're one of those champion voices that we've not yet heard, we're waiting to hear from you. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you feel inclined towards donating to the platform, the portal, the preferred method of the platform is this space that says buy your host cups of coffee. So you will notice there's an S next to the cup there, so which says cups, which says, several, that is. So go there and be as liberal with your wallet as you can be. But don't go there and be derisory. Don't go there and take the piss. Go there and be as liberal, or just don't go there at all. So don't go there and act funny in some odd way. So all that, click on like, click on subscribe. So those are mandatory. And then if you want to join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That is discretionary but recommended. And the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, that is entirely at your discretion. So if you feel moved to do that, then move to do that. Somebody that is often moved to do that does that again. I tell you always that just as soon as the session starts, oftentimes I don't want to put him I don't want to put him under pressure to be doing it just by highlighting it. But that is what we have noticed. Just as soon as the session starts, Ayo does actually always does. So he does the buy the coffee thing just immediately as the session starts. So thank you, Ayo. And then of course, oddly and curiously, so that's not the only portal. You can use the dollar sign at the bottom of the comment section to tip towards the platform as well. And curiously, Special Needs Pansat of all people has kicked off that space. Special Needs Pansat of all people. So there it is right there. Everybody welcome to do that. So holy. So holy, as guys, I bring you this. Ex-APC chieftain reveals secrets behind El Rufai orders insistence on old notes. So that old note space now, there's now a lot of activities and movement within the Nigerian space. Of course, one of the things we're looking to discuss, the heavy movement of troops into Lagos, which you all would have seen the clip of. I'll show you a near 10-second clip of it. But the heavy movement of troops into Lagos is one of the signs then of things to come. And what we're hearing as well is that anyway, we discussed that because what we're hearing as well is that the recommendation of the economic unit that advises the government is led by one Dr. Donye something, that the recommendation is that the Nigerian financial space needs a minimum of 2 trillion naira in cash. Who's phoning me at this? Oh no. So the recommendation of the Nigerian space needs a minimum of 2 trillion naira for it to self-sustain. But the CBN space, they've informed Buhari that 600 billion naira is sufficient enough for the financial transactions within a 200 plus million population. So that is where we are. So those troop movements into Lagos, people will go down. People will go down. Unfortunately, this is going to be a bloodbath of an election. The Buhari, from the moment we came across the name Buhari, it was under the cusp of killing. Remember when he came in as the military dictator, and he was using retrospective laws to slaughter people for drug dealing. And he slaughtered all the way through his military administration. He's come back as a civilian administrator, as a civilian dictator. And he picked up the slaughtering from 2015 And from the movement of troops that we're seeing now, is going to slaughter all the way through. I wonder how many lives this guy would have taken by the time he meets his maker. Unbelievable. New Naira swap policy. President Buhari may have acted on wrong advice. So this is Festus Keyamo. So a clear divide now within that space. There's no equivocation about that. A clear divide now within that space. And it looks as though then Buhari and his cabal, they are somewhat now being isolated within this administration. And they are being isolated within this administration, and they are playing their final card now, which is to roll out the guns. You know that Mallam Buhari is only trusted thing. The whole of the entity of Buhari is predicated on violence. That's the only thing he believes in, of course. He believes that he can shoot his way out of every situation, and he believes that if he kills sufficient enough of them, they will bow. So that is the last strategy now that is playing out with the troop movements that we're seeing. Buhari's refusal to obey Supreme Court order could spark anarchy, coup d'etat. Festus Keyamo, a senior minister within the Buhari administration, CBN Naira policy, so designed purely to target Tinubu. This is Kachiku, one of the presidential candidates, telling us something that we already know. So all of that wrapped around Tinubu, of course. Fuel subsidy now above 400 billion naira monthly. And that is the level that they are looting from you. Just pause for a moment and reflect on that. And if you are very good at mental arithmetics, do the calculations into hard currency and tell us what that means. This is what they're telling you they're stealing from you every single month. Our fuel subsidy now above 400 billion monthly. This is the NNPC telling us. So the fuel subsidy 400 billion naira, but there's absolutely no fuel in the country. So how do the two marry together? Somebody is that they're just looting the money and taking it to the Middle East, and they really these Mallams. El Rufai's outburst on Naira notes treasonable felony. This is Dati Baba Ahmed, the Mauritanian running mate of Peter Obi. And I too formed those thoughts, you know, when we were listening to the El Rufai, when we were listening to the El Rufai clip yesterday, I too formed those thoughts that this is on the borders of treason, what El Rufai is saying and doing, because it's effectively running a parallel government. He's talking about secession. That is secession right there, actually. That is worse than anything Nnamdi Kanu ever did, because he has now created an entirely new governmental system within what's next within the Nigerian state. He's creating a monetary policy with its own currency within the enclave of Kaduna State. So he's created a currency not known to the Nigerian state as legal tender in Kaduna, one of the sub-nationals of the Nigerian state. So that's treasonable. El Rufai's outburst on Naira notes, treasonable felony. The Mauritanian running mate of Peter Obi, Dati Baba Ahmed, he's making the headlines there. Buhari not plotting coup, only trying to help Nigerians elect a presidential candidate they like. This is Garba Shehu now trying to mount rear guard for their bookie from Daura. Naira redesign. Presidency wants El Rufai Ganduje to watch their utterances. So wanting to watch their utterances, but imagine if that was a southern governor that was doing half the things that Ganduje and El Rufai are doing. You would have just had them shot, wouldn't he? He's already rolling out the gun, so he's out to kill just as many as he can on his way out of government. So this is Mallam Buhari, of course, and his bunch of merry men. Mallam Buhari and his posse. So there it is. So that's the menu for the session. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button, please, as you're coming in. Make sure you're subscribed if you haven't done that already. And if you want to join Ayo as one of the lubricators of the platform, you can click on this link that says buy your host cups of coffee and go there and lubricate your host. So go there and lubricate your host. And then, of course, if you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come join on the screen. Just click on it and Bob's your uncle. There you are on the screen. talking shit with one man. So there it is, talking shit with one man. So there it is. So let's take a micro musical intermission. You know the sequence. We do the Nnamdi Kanu Holy Holy. We discuss the headlines we're going to discuss. We highlight the headlines we're going to discuss, and then we take a pit stop with the care guides, and then of course we come to the reading. So that sequence, of course, we follow it again. So to get to the care guides.
Only water, where is Sima? Water,
only water, where is Sima?
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Akoko Orun Meiko, the cockcrows of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku Koniriwa Gweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So there it is. No prayer more powerful and potent than that. And amen to that on behalf of myself and you. I need to get this thing right, otherwise it will start to annoy me. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Iku Koniriwa Gweshe, as guys, I bring you this. Ex-APC chieftain reveals secret behind El Rufai. Others insistence on old Naira notes. So there it is. Let's get straight into it. A former national legal advisor of the All Progressive Congress APC, Muaz Banire, on Friday said some. Let's take that again. A former national legal advisor of the All Progressive Congress APC, Muaz Banire, on Friday said some governors elected on the platform of the ruling party are insisting on the usage of the old 205,000 and 1,000 Naira notes as legal tender because they are out to deceive the unwary potential voters into accepting the already stocked old notes in their custody for the purpose of buying voters' conscience. So yes, of course, that's a cheap place to land, of course. I thought something a bit more incisive was coming, but alas, it's just bear parlor punditry. Correspondence reports that Baniro, a senior advocate of Nigeria and one-time environment commissioner in Lagos State, therefore asked prospective voters who must take money to either insist on the real legal tender as pronounced by the central bank or any other currency acceptable to them. He wrote on his known Twitter handle, a lot of us might not understand why the governors are insisting on the old notes being legal tender. Certainly, it is not that they don't know that they do not have the power to declare what is legal tender. Neither did they not know that they do not lack the capacity to enforce any Supreme Court judgment. So what this guy is saying essentially is that they're simply really looking to use old Naira notes to hand over to gullible voters who are looking to transact their ballots. So that's essentially what he is saying. So swiftly on from that and on to this. Actually, let me leave this and read the other because it's pretty much from the same person. Buhari's refusal to obey Supreme Court order could spark anarchy coup d'etat. This is Festus Keyamo. Festus Keyamo, spokesperson of the Bola Tinubu Presidential Campaign Council, says President Muhammad Buhari was inciting anarchy and coup d'etat with his flagrant disobedience to the Supreme Court order on the old Naira note. Mr. Keyamo on Friday gave his hot take on Channels Television's interview, where he asserted that the president's defiance to allow the old bank notes to circulate alongside the redesigned ones, as ordered by the Apex Court, was an open invitation to revolutionary intervention. So revolutionary intervention was how he termed it. By virtue of our constitution, all authorities in Nigeria must obey the orders of the Supreme Court. Anything to the contrary is a descent to anarchy, stressed Mr. Keyamo in the interview. The day we begin to disobey the order of the Supreme Court, that is an invitation to revolutionary intervention or other kind of intervention in our democracy, he added. The APC campaign mouthpiece insisted that Mr. Buhari was under an obligation to obey the Supreme Court like other public servants, including Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun, and other APC governors who have sworn to follow the highest court's verdict. The governors are obeying the orders of the Supreme Court. They have a duty to ensure there is peace and order in their state, said Mr. Keyamo. The Supreme Court order still subsists. This order subsists till the motion on notice is decided. It is a subsisting order. It is dangerous to pick which orders of the Supreme Court to obey, the campaign mouthpiece said. Due to lack of the recolored notes, violent protests have already broken out around the country, which enraged residents let's take that again. Due to the lack of the recolored notes, violent protests have already broken out around the country, with enraged residents vandalizing banking infrastructures. However, there are claims that the chaotic protests were politically sponsored to deliberately thwart the implementation of the new notes. Violent protests have already erupted across the nation, with angry citizens vandalizing banking facilities over the scarcity of the recolored notes. But some members of the ruling APC, who up until now have maintained a united front, are now at loggerheads with each other as a result of the new notes policy. Governors like El-Rufai, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and Abdullahi Ganduje, for the first time, made snide comments against Mr. Buhari and dubbed his regime a failure. APC members like Bashir Ahmed Gabashehu, aides to the president, said the governors were only angry they would be unable to bribe voters at the polls since the new notes have rendered their starched loot worthless. So there it is right there. There it is right there. So it's not even a case of there appears to be. There is clear and open in public display chasm within the APC. There are the progressive minds. There are the progressive minds. Curiously, we are now describing Festus Keyamo as a progressive mind. So there are the progressive minds like El-Rufai, Festus Keyamo, etc., that want to maintain a rule of law-based system. And there are the anarchists, arrow-headed by Mallam Buhari and his cabal, who want to have just the will of the presidency as the rule and law of the country. So there is that chasm opening up there. Let's go on to this. CBN Naira policy design purely targeted at Tinubu. This is Kachiku. Dumebi Kachiku, the presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has claimed that the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN Naira redesign policy was designed purely to target the presidential flag bearer of the All Progressive Congress APC, Senator Bola Tinubu. Kachiku made this claim whilst expressing his concern over the hardship being faced by Nigerians due to the CBN Naira redesign. The ADC presidential flag bearer said this in a news conference on Friday in Abuja. Kachiku said the Naira redesign was ill-timed, poorly implemented, and designed purely to target the APC presidential candidate, Senator Bola Tinubu. Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State has now confirmed this. I again warn that the desperation to stop Tinubu should not plunge Nigeria into a state of anarchy. It's heartbreaking to see that Nigerians have died, banks burned, properties destroyed, and millions suffering as they desperately try to access unavailable Naira, he added. Tens of millions of Nigerians operate within the informal sector and earn daily wages between 500 to 10,000 Naira in cash. Most of them live in unbanked or underbanked parts of Nigeria, and they now bear the brunt of this ill-conceived policy. Don't we have any conscience as leaders? How do we go to bed at night knowing that Nigerians are queuing outside banks all through the night just to get 5,000 Naira? Poor Nigerians bear the burden of the failure associated with this recoloring. This is evil. Nigerians should not have to die because politicians are fighting for the soul of our country. This is coming amidst the worsening scarcity of the new Naira notes across Nigeria. Earlier this week, angry citizens piled up the pressure. With protests taking place simultaneously across the country. On Thursday, President Buhari directed the CBN to intensify collaboration with various anti-corruption agencies in checking the activities of those bent on frustrating the implementation of the currency redesign policy. So these are just the languages of death, is what you're hearing from the Nigerian state. The languages of death. People will starve to death. People will be shot to death. People will be burnt to death. It's just there'll be anyway. It's started already. Anyway, you're all seeing it playing out all over. The whole of the social media space is awash with endless clips of just how this thing is manifesting. Fuel subsidy now above 400 billion Naira monthly. This is the NNPC. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, on Friday, February the 17th, disclosed that the amount being spent as subsidy on petroleum motor spirit PMS, popularly called petrol, has crossed 400 billion monthly. Mallam Buhari, NNPCL's Group Chief Executive Officer, disclosed this on Friday, February the 17th, in Abuja at the ongoing final court over to change NNPC status from a corporation. Buhari explained that NNPC was spending about 202 million Naira as subsidy on every liter of petrol consumed across the... Sorry, let me read that again because I want to pay attention to this and I want you to pay attention to this. Hopefully I'm misreading this. Buhari explained that NNPCL was spending about 202 million Naira as subsidy on every liter of petrol consumed across the country. So how is that possible? How is that possible? Anyway. He added that about 65 million liters of PMS were pumped daily into the market by the NNPCL. Kerry said the oil company would continue to meet its obligation by providing PMS for Nigeria, adding that over 400 billion naira monthly adding that over 400 billion naira monthly subsidy has been a severe strain on NNPCL's cash flow. According to him, NNPCL is the sole importer of petrol into Nigeria and has continued to play this role for several years, bearing the huge cost of fuel subsidy. Other private oil marketers have stopped importing petrol into Nigeria due to the difficulty encountered in accessing the United States dollars required for the import of PMS, he said. Kerry articulated, today, by law and the provision of the Appropriation Act, there is subsidy on the supply of petroleum products, particularly PMS, into our country. In current data terms, 3 days ago, the landing cost was around 313 per liter. So that should be the per liter cost of petrol, according to this guy. Our customers are here. We are transferring to each of them 113. Anyway, it goes on to tell us that's almost sounding like gibberish now. So let me just abandon that there. Let me give you a couple more readouts and then. All right, for the next 3 readouts, I'll only give you just about 2-3 paragraphs and then we'll come into the room. El Rufai's outburst on Naira notes treasonable felony. This is Dati Baba Ahmed. Vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, has said that Governor Nasir El Rufai's comment on President Buhari's flagrant contempt for the Supreme Court could be regarded as treason. Speaking at a press conference in Abuja on Friday, Mr. Baba Ahmed said the president is the supreme authority in the country, and Mr. El Rufai's comment, which countered the directive of Mr. Buhari, was inappropriate and unacceptable. He also disclosed that he expects the presidency to have responded decisively to the treasonable action of Mr. El Rufai. Mr. El Rufai yesterday ordered all residents of Kaduna State to continue to accept the old versions of the newly redesigned 1,500 naira notes as legal tender. So there it is. He wants El Rufai arrested arrested for treason. Buhari not plotting coup, only trying to help Nigerians elect presidential candidates they like. So this is Garba Shehu fighting back. Let us clearly, specifically, and emphatically state that. Oh, let me have some water. Actually, maybe that will. Oh, that's better. Let us clearly, specifically, and emphatically state that there is absolutely no truth to the claim that President Muhammad Buhari is working towards an interim government, or worse, the truncation of democracy. Democracy that he has helped to keep alive, not only here at home in West Africa, but throughout the continent. The talk of interim government and the truncation of democracy is way off the mark. Those who peddle it stand to gain nothing at all, but the creation of panic and the incitement of the public against the federal government. It is another dangerous dimension by people who are afraid that they may lose their election. Everybody is aware that there is a lot of pressure on everyone, all of us. The party, its elected officials, its candidates, and the law enforcement agencies, following the way the currency swap has gone, but the way to go is not panic. There is indeed a problem, and nobody will pretend that it doesn't exist. It is precisely because the president is concerned with this problem that he opened several avenues for consultations with leaders and groups across the country, culminating in his broadcast to the nation on Thursday morning. In line with the speech, his clear and unequivocal directive is that the problem of cash supply must be addressed without delay. Whilst this is being done, there is no need to panic. We need to work together as leaders, as a people, and as a nation. When panic hits, people go into overdrive. People go into overdrive. Shouting helps no one because no one can listen. So it goes on and on into that. Actually, let me give you all of it because there's more to come. In line with the speech, his clear and unequivocal directive that the problem of cash supply must be addressed without delay. Whilst this is being done, there is no need to panic. We need to work together as leaders, as a people, and as a nation. When panic hits, people go into overdrive. Shouting helps no one because no one can listen. The solution to the problem is not sending Nigerians into confusion. Elections, just a week ahead, will hold, and Nigerians will vote for the All Progressive Congress APC and any others if they so wish on the basis of their choice. Our people want progress, good governance, law and order, and will not be swayed by the negative energy that is being expended against a well-meaning currency change. Finally, to state that the president clearly has a favored successor in Asiwaju Bola Tinubu is not a doubt. The fact that Tinubu has been opposed to the speed and timing of the Naira swap timetable does not mean he's against the idea of Nigeria becoming a cashless society. Of course, Tinubu does support a cashless society, for he is a man of the future. What should be made crystal clear to the doubters and the speculators and the untruth tellers is that in no way was the Naira swap engineered to keep the president in office beyond May the 29th. Nothing could be further from the truth. The president looks forward to handing over the reins of power to his elected successor. This will happen on May the 29th, 2023, as the Constitution requires. The days of unelected Nigerian leaders and those who outstay their welcome by unconstitutionally extending have gone. So there it is right there. That makes it as clear as mud. So doesn't get any clearer. So this now, thankfully, the last readout. Some of the readouts can be a bit tedious sometimes. I know it can be. Naira redesign. Presidency wants El Rufai Ganduje to watch their utterances. The presidency has responded to claims by Kano State Governor Abdullahi Ganduje and his counterpart in Kaduna State, Nasir El Rufai, that President Muhammad Buhari was working towards truncation of democracy through the installation of an interim government. It said that there was no truth to the claim. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Mallam Buhari, said this in a statement titled, "Stop the Joke About Interim Government, Elections Will Hold." The presidential spokesman said it was another dangerous dimension by people who were afraid they might lose their elections. Shehu said the creation of an atmosphere of panic was not a strategy to address the pressure that arose from the way the currency swap has been implemented. He said the Naira swap was not engineered to keep President Buhari in office beyond May the 29th, stressing that, and by the way, an interim government does not mean Buhari staying beyond May the 29th. It exactly means that it will hand over but to an interim government. The Naira swap was not engineered to keep President Buhari in office beyond May the 29th, stressing that the president looks forward to handing over the reins of power to his elected successor on May the 29th, 2023, as the Constitution requires. So it goes on to then say what we've already read just a couple of minutes ago. So there it is. Those are the readouts. And these are your panels. An elite panel this time around. Enigmatic Ondi joins us. Michael joins us. Gideon from Edo, she joins us. The mighty Ajanle Koko, we have his company. The excellent Zita joins us. Man of Prestige joins us, probably to hurl abuse at us again. Thomas joins us from Australia. And Rational Mind joins us at location unknown. So that Rational Mind, location unknown. So let me remove this from the screen. So let's kick it off immediately and go directly to Rational Mind if it's ready for us. So Rational Mind, are you ready?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, all right. Before I come to you, let me play you this 8-second clip. This is what is going on in Lagos now. So that is the language of massacre. What are you making of that? Mallam Buhari, the coup plotter, he came in killing, and it looks as though he will kill to the end.
Well, man, you see, what is playing out is there's a grand conspiracy here. We don't know what it is. We can only speculate based on what we can see unfolding. But then I wouldn't rule the possibility of a military takeover, or like some people have speculated. The two northern governors said maybe there's a grand conspiracy to elongate Buhari's tenure or hand over to an interim government. So these are the different possibilities that might unfold as time goes on. But the very likelihood that he might hand over to somebody. I mean, the Constitution empowers the president to, if there is, because what is going on right now with all the images and videos we're seeing coming out from that country, it seems that Nigeria is in total chaos now. The different videos on attack on installations.
But is it artificially induced chaos though? It's not an organic chaos, is it? It's a chaos entirely of the creation of the Mala.
I think it's organic. I think it's organic.
How is it organic? How is it organic? They change the naira. They don't put enough supply. They squeeze the space in terms of deadline. All this they did.
Well, you might say they did, but people.
What do you mean? They don't do it. They did do it.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that maybe I need to understand what you mean by the organic you're talking about. But organic
is not something that was inevitable. It is something. All that is going on in Nigeria at the moment is entirely avoidable. So this is
it's avoidable. But when my meaning of the organic here is that people are not being paid to go protest. People are protesting because they can't just cope with the hardship anymore. They want their money. They want to be able to be free to do their business and receive cash and all of that and all the madness going on. I mean, all those things around it. So that's what I mean by organic. Not that they are paid.
Yeah, but Buhari is ready to kill them all now. It is ready to kill them all. I mean, look at it. So he's ready to kill them all. That's what he's saying to us.
Well, this is the same government that came through this same protest when they were protesting against Jonathan during the fuel crisis, the fuel subsidy issue. That's how they rode into power. I mean, through this portraying themselves as people that is pro-people kind of people party that meant well for. I mean, look at all the hypocrisy we're seeing. I mean, all of that. So. For me, what I'm seeing here, like I've often said it many weeks ago, that the way Tinubu and his people are going, I just hope they don't get arrested for treason rather.
You know, my concern goes beyond them being arrested. You know, I hope they don't actually just kill him off, because I think they might well.
Well, it might happen too. And that would really cause. No, I don't think they want to do that. They might only get him arrested and all these other minions with him and have them all incarcerated. That's another way. That's the only way I feel they can. But that they kill him, that will ignite They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. If they do that, they are toying with fire. They're toying with a total collapse of that country. Because that is when the Yorubas, so-called Yorubas, people that are Tinubu people, would want to see that as another MKO June 12 revisited. And I was looking at the pattern of all these other things. I was looking at the same Muslim ticket that got Moshood Abiola into problem then, and with the same Kanuri man, is the same one. The same pattern we're seeing with this guy at Tinubu. Who knows? I mean, we just have to see how this whole thing plays out. But like I said, I know the way Tinubu is going about all these things. I said it in Yoruba,
but yeah, do you not see a Fulani undercurrent to this?
Of course,
if Tinubu wins, that is the end of the Fulanis in Nigeria, because like you said, Shetima, a Kanuri man, they don't really have time for the Fulanis, the Kanuris, and Tinubu, of course, a Yoruba man. If Tinubu wins, there's a good likelihood that the next president will be Shetima.
Kanuri.
So yes.
Yeah, I see it because it's the way Nigeria is right now. It's very difficult for anybody to say exactly this is what's going to happen. We can only speculate, but I know either of these speculations that we all are making, one of them must eventually be what would unfold at the end of the day. But for me, I just see that that tank that is being rolled out, or those military guys you're saying, I think it's just to put down any insurrection or any protest within Lagos, especially that area where they said they were found. Is it my 12 or my, what do they call it? Is it my
I think they said it was rolled out in the Surulere area.
Yeah, I think it's Surulere too. I think they saw some of them in Surulere. Those are hot spots, places where it's easy for things to just go down south. When I mean down south, that is, things go chaos and just ignite. Surulere axis, K2 axis, Lagos Island, and basically those are the areas. And maybe my 2 towards going to Amuwo Odofin area too. I think those places, those are hotspot for this kind of protests and all of that. But then I think what I think is this. I think they're trying to, because we're seeing about 10 days to the election now. I think they are trying to, because we've been hearing of attacks on other political parties, like the Labour Party deputy governorship candidate was attacked at the market. It was gory when we saw some of the pictures. They said images they said that were put out. But then if this is happening, then I think maybe because they said they'll be complaining to the authorities how Tinubu people, the Jagudas and all these Alaye boys, how they are trying to
But is military movement of that magnitude, that heavy a military movement, is that the panacea to some politician being roughed up?
It's not. Well, it's some sort of panacea, I would say. So sort of a way of preventing. What do I say? Violence towards other people who would not want to vote. What I'm seeing here is this. I think that all of us are often said here on this platform, other platforms that it's especially the pro-Tinubu platforms. I'm not saying yours is one of them, but maybe it's one of them. But then what we say is that Tinubu. What's his name? Bubu. Buhari is not really the one behind it. It was this Tunde of a guy, whatever, and also cabals. No, Buhari to me is himself is the cabal. Let's not say it, because he's the man. He's the president. If somebody tells him this, he can say no. He should say no. And even with all this thing going on, all this protests here and there, even himself, he admitted to he admits to it in his broadcast. He says, "I know what you Nigerians are going through. Don't think I'm not aware of it." He said, "Yeah, I'm aware of what is going on, the protest." So if he's aware, and you see the hardship this has brought on Nigerians, why don't you just reverse it or find a way of alleviating or kind of like.
But he has always been a callous man, though. Buhari.
So let's say that he's the cabal himself. He's part of the cabal. You know what he's doing. I think it's to make it difficult for Tinubu and whoever wants to rig election through buying of votes or maybe.
Yeah, but at what price? At what price? At what price is?
He just said it now. He just said it that he doesn't care. He's a callous person, so he won't care. It doesn't matter. Whoever.
So, however many people die.
He doesn't care. That's
so
what
long
we're
as it
reading.
stops Tinubu,
Yeah.
however many
Yeah.
lives are lost.
He doesn't care. That's what we're reading. We've seen that play out even before he became president. When he said blood and baboon was soaking, whatever. What does he mean by that? He doesn't care. He's a man he doesn't care as long as he becomes the president, and to keep himself as president, he doesn't care if people die, if people are sacrificed for that. So, my point is this: see, there's different things we can say that could be the possibility, an interim government. But what I see here is that I think there's a grand plot they're trying to prevent Tinubu from becoming the president. I think we're seeing another 1993 playing itself again, but maybe in a different setting, in a different way. This time around, it's not military, perhaps. We know he's a retired military personnel, but he's a civilian guy who was an ex-military man who is trying to prevent another civilian man from becoming next president. And if you look at it, the pattern, Muslim ticket, a Kanuri guy is the deputy. So let us see how this all plays out. But just to answer that question on the tanks that are being rolled out in Lagos, I think that's to do with this whole thing with Tinubu. They try to stop Tinubu. And that's why I read about it.
If there was ever any doubt that Buhari is out to stop Tinubu, I don't think anybody can be in doubt anymore. I think it's clear to everybody that he's out. I've always, sorry, Rational Mind. I've always said that on this platform. I'm not sure if you've heard me say it, that if Tinubu is ever going to be the president of Nigeria, the person he has to defeat is Buhari, and this is what we're seeing now. If he doesn't defeat Buhari, he will never be president.
So Buhari to me is the cabal himself. He's the head of the cabal, because if he like he said, he admitted in his broadcast, I know what what Nigerians are going to use, same images or videos. I mean, look at how people are. Why don't you just reverse it? But no, you still want. So I think there's this plot to stop. I mean, we had FFK the other day. I mean, sometimes when we say yes, even though we know they are propagandists, I just believe that there's a measure of truth in most propaganda that people put out. When FFK told us the other day that, there's a report that this guy, if it is true, that this guy met with some retired or serving military people. And we're seeing all this thing playing out. So what does that tell you? For FFK,
do you see this election taking place?
That's a difficult question, one man. I like I've said, I don't see it taking place, but I might be wrong. But then with all this thing playing out, I doubt it, because how are people going to be? Even if at this point they said, I read the paper, I read the news, how I saw in the news that even INEC is saying that they could not move ballot papers or whatever equipment to local government or wherever they're going to be disbursing them from to the different different polling booths. It's still with the central bank. I mean, I think if I'm wrong, if I'm right by what I read. So if at this time they've not done that, that's tell you that the logistics for them to be able to get it from now till that day of the election, I mean, it's almost impossible for me.
Rational Mind.
Yeah.
Can you give me a second, please, if you don't mind?
Go on.
Yeah. One man, do you know Buhari is not in Nigeria now?
It's in Ethiopia. Yeah, it's in Ethiopia.
Yeah. So he wasn't even ready. He was not in his it was not in his schedule. They had to squeeze that in, because the is it the Council of Elders again? Those
Council of State.
Yes, they demanded another meeting with him, with like an emergency meeting, and then some
and he ran away.
And some some royal fathers and even some religious leaders. So he had to jack out of the country. So probably because there's I think they are having this notion to that Buhari is trying to have an interim government, and there's a possibility that he's trying to make that interim leader a northerner, and then after 6 months or a year they will conduct a fresh election.
Yes, so that's all of the body language of this space. The whole body language of what is going on does not suggest that anybody will be sworn in as president of Nigeria May the 29th.
Yeah, but all the support he was envisaging that he could get from some certain quarters, none of them actually wanted to deal with him in that fashion. because Ab initio, they never ever wanted Buhari. Do you know they never ever wanted Buhari? They had Kwakwanso as their choice in the north then, but game changed, and then they had to actually go with Buhari, and this is one of the reasons they're actually scared for. So now, no, I'll let Rational Mind go. So probably when I have my floor, I'll be able to.
All right. Add this to your presentation, rational mind, because concerns that the election might not take place. Let me. This is what is coming out from the east. I'm going to mute I'm going to mute the volume so that it doesn't trigger YouTube. But this is what is going on. This is Simon Epa making his contribution to the elections. So what you are seeing there, are, of course, are the unknown gunmen, as they call them, and those are INEC officials and INEC materials, and the rest, of course, is obvious. It says, the commentaries, it says, Igbo people are not, no, let me not read that one. It says, how can Peter Obi win when his own home base, there is no peace? Pronouncing Biafra as Biafra is a confirmation that the video happened in Enugu, as Wawa people cannot pronounce R, they pronounce it I. So that's what's going on. I'll be the most surprised person on this planet if that election takes place. Rational Mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's with all this madness going on, it's very difficult for anyone to see this election taking place. Like I said, a lot of the government agencies, INEC included, they're all complaining about this whole cash crunch and this whole thing with petrol, not being able to buy petrol to gas up their vehicles. So I wonder if if we were to go by what I read from the newspaper today, was it today, that they still have the materials at CBN. I mean, it tells you a lot. You need to know that if this election is going to hold, if they're not by this time exploring those ballot papers and equipment that are going to be used, then how are they going to be doing it from now till the day of the election? Just about 9 or 10 days today. So, well, we shall wait and see how all this thing plays out. But I'll be very surprised if that election takes place. And yeah, just to conclude on that video you showed me, I think that's an effort to stop Tinubu from in Lagos, to make him lose and from him to be able to use those. Because one of the things I heard that they're trying to do in Lagos, so that to get Tinubu to win landslide, is to prevent people from voting in some parts of Lagos that are dominated by the Igbos, like in Adegunle area or Joy area there, Ijesha area, and some other parts of the towards the airport there, that have a huge concentration of Igbos. So and other tribes. So if Buhari is rolling out these tanks, I think it's trying to prevent, because now I don't know, people say they bought anybody well. I think maybe if you play the audio of that video, somebody was saying in the background, they burn any Alaye people or any of these urchins, let them come out. Well, let's just see. So I think the target is just to prevent those urchins, those Alaye boys and those Jaguda boys from being used during the election to foment trouble and prevent people from voting.
If Tinubu does go on to win this election, I don't think anybody can quibble it. If Tinubu or Peter Obi wins this election, I don't, because it's quite clear now that the government don't want him. So if he goes on to win it, I don't think anybody can quibble it. And if Peter Obi wins it, I don't think anybody can quibble it. But if they declare Atiku Abubakar as president, which seems to be the strategy in play, then it will be very difficult for the country to accept.
I mean, either way, I don't see the country even accepting it, because I don't know. I stand to be corrected to see how my permutation goes out. Because like I've said, the whole, I would say almost 80% of the Southerners want the power to come back to the South. And so, and you're seeing all the agitations we're seeing for the most part is Southwest and Southeast. That's where the agitation is for most. And now we're getting this kind of another Fulani man, so sitting another Fulani man. I mean, that's a total, you're inviting trouble. So I don't know how Atiku is going to even be able to govern well if the majority of the southern people just don't see them as a president.
He will just continue with the guns, will he
Yeah,
not?
that's what it is. Then that
He
will
will
cause
just
more
they
and more.
continue, just
Yeah,
carry
that will
carry
cause
on killing.
yeah, that will cause more and more unrest. So I don't know. So and then we just have to wait and see how. But some people are saying, like some other school of thought, are of the opinion that this whole thing that is happening within the APC is a lie. It's just a kind of like a cover up, a facade of a thing, just to make it look like, oh, they are fighting. The APC, how can APC be fighting APC? That they're trying to distract us from the main. They said, somebody was saying to me that this is one of the biggest propaganda of the APC so far. I mean, we saw that play out when Rufai always you see him talk, act like he's the mouthpiece of APC then, spewing out propaganda against Jonathan's government. Now we're seeing a repeat of him again, doing this. That what kind of governor would have done that? They would not have sent DSS or the army to go and pick him up. I mean, how? I mean, does it mean that this guy know anything about how Buhari became president? Or is he part of
Rational mind. He's covered by the immunity. They can't do anything to him.
I know they
Yeah,
can't.
so
Well,
they can't do nothing.
don't say he has immunity. I agree that he has immunity, but that immunity does not prevent him. If really Buhari wants to go hard on anybody, that you are stemming, you're fomenting or you're stoking insurrection or
No, it's not. It's not.
Uh,
It's not. It's not so.
With
It's not so.
Buhari,
Let me explain to you.
sorry, but with Buhari disregard. Okay, go on. But I was going to say with go on. Yeah, go on.
The law does not see that way. So even under the law, right, the person who is flouting the law, who is actually doing everything ultra-virus, the Supreme Court ruling now is Buhari. So the governors are on the right side of the law. So the governors are basically, respecting and then following the rulings of the Supreme Court. The status quo has been pronounced by the Supreme Court. On the other side, on the flip side, Buhari, as usual as he is in his Gestapo manner, he has actually, made a pronouncement that is variance to Supreme Court judgment. So if Buhari wants to do anything crazy, do not forget, as Buhari has his Attorney General, so are the governors. So if you see governors, 1, 2, 3 governors, 4 governors already pronouncing this against Buhari himself, you should already understand the fact that they are standing on the law, and the law protects them. They are covered by immunity and they are covered by the Supreme Court.
No, hold on. Sorry, rational mind. If Buhari can disregard the pronouncement of the Supreme Court, then the governor's immunity, I'm not sure it covers them as much as they imagine. Somebody that has no regard for law, I mean, forget immunity.
Case in point, do you remember what Baba Yabo did to Darie? You forgot that?
He will kick them out and put a military administrator there.
About. This is a guy who removed Darie over some, I don't know, whatever issue back then they had in because they declared state of emergency or whatever, I don't know, maybe for corruption. I mean, you remove them. What are you talking about? They will set aside. I mean, do you know what that constitution, how the Nigerian constitution empowers Nigerian president? It's even, I think Nigerian president is even more powerful than even in a sense, when I'm meaning absolute
yes,
rulership or absolute, total control. The Nigerian constitution gives it to Nigerian president.
Yes, they say that the Nigerian presidency is the most powerful in the world, just in terms of the power it controls.
But that's theoretical. I can tell you what the Constitution said. The ground norm, that the national ground norm that even supervises Buhari himself. Let me tell you what it is. Okay, so you understand, because this is a constitutional crisis now. Buhari has created a constitutional logjam in his own government, and then he has opened the floodgates of absolute constitutional disrespect from the national subordinates, which are the governors.
So how do you explain the Darie issue?
Hold on. I'm not talking about Darie. Let's focus on this. Now we can go back to the precedent, okay? But we are talking about a Supreme Court right here now, because the governors, they still have the power to go back to the Supreme Court. Buhari's action, right, breaches the supremacy of the 99 Constitution as provided in Section 1, subsection 1 of that Constitution, which actually says it also frontally assaults the provision of Section 287, subsection 1 of the same Constitution, which provides that the decisions of the Supreme Court shall be enforced in any part of the Federation, any part at all of the Federation, by all authorities and persons authorities and persons, and by courts with subordinate jurisdiction to that of Supreme Court. So persons and authorities and subordinate jurisdiction. What does that tell you? So now Buhari has no leg to stand on when it goes to legal issues. The two of them, are you aware of the fact now that the national leaders of the National Assembly, both chambers, they are meeting right now? PDP and APC, House of Rep and the Senate, the two political parties that dominate the National Assembly, and the two leaders and the National Assembly caucus, the top leaders, they are meeting because Buhari is trying to create a constitutional crisis in Nigeria, and they will not fold their hands and see. We have embassies in Nigeria that already. This is a Supreme Court judgment. So if you are talking about the governor will create a. They will tell you, look, we cannot let you stay in Abuja.
The United Kingdom, the United Kingdom has put Nigeria on an amber warning to the citizens. So you're on an amber warning now.
So this is what we are talking about. Forget about the theories now. Let's talk about the law, because Buhari.
Enigmatic. Hold on.
Yeah, okay.
We understand what you said, and
Okay,
I
good.
understand the supremacy of the Supreme Court in Nigeria. But Nigeria is a banana republic, especially under this idiot that has been there. This guy called Buhari. We have had countless instances of him violating or not even disregard of court processes and even court rulings.
But those are subordinate courts, not
hold
Supreme
on.
Court.
No,
not
but,
Supreme
well,
Court.
what you can say is the subordinate.
No,
parties.
hold on,
somebody has a
rational mind.
pattern.
No, hold on, rational mind. What Enigmatic is saying about it being a subordinate court, I think it actually references that even if they disregard the pronouncement of a subordinate court, there is still recourse in law. So they've not disregarded the fullness of the judicial space, because there's still recourse. But if they disregard the Supreme Court, then they set aside the Constitution. And then, of course, if they set aside this Constitution, then of course we're operating by decree, and we all know what that means. So we're in a decree. We're in a decree phase now. Where the country is now being governed by decree.
We've all heard the Attorney General of the Federation, and even Bubu himself, said that in the case of national security, they will set aside any court ruling. Have you not heard him say that?
No, we heard that. That was about a year and a half ago.
So, in this matter of states national security, where a governor is challenging a federal head, then they will set aside the Constitution, or they will set aside any ruling of, be it any Supreme Court. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not for that. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I'm saying when a person has a pattern like we've seen with Bubu, whereby he has total disregard, even though you call it subordinate courts, because if somebody has a pattern of disobedience,
let me ask you a question, what you need to know. Mind, so that I can let you have your as been espoused now, right? As been espoused, we have a lot of leanings on the platform today, right? Has been espoused, quote and unquote, by maybe we have PDP folks. I think the PDP are rational, they're rational minded. Has been espoused by most of the Obidients. Now, are we talking about the law? Because we are focusing on I'm trying to focus on the law for now. I don't want to talk about the politics, because at the end of the day, election will hold, everything will be peaceful, and there will be a president. Okay? And what we are talking about, of course, we know Buhari has been so anti-democratic. He has this nonchalant attitude to democratic rulings, and it's all over the place since almost 8 years. But this is the very first time, if my memory serves me right, that he will be breaching and flouting a ruling from the Supreme Court. He has done that severally on the part of subordinate courts. But now, people who actually want to rationalize this as for their pedantic reasons and emotional reasons, right? Do you think, what can you tell them? Just forget politics now. What will you be able to tell them? And what do you think this sets as a precedent to the nation?
Well, there's so many things we can deduce from this.
Can I contribute?
Hold on. I'll let Rational go.
I'm not an Obidient, but I'm pro Obi. I won't call myself Obidient. I'm not Obidient.
Right.
So, but then I will speak to what you just asked me, like from the point from the point of view of an Obidient. Because now, really, like you said, we should all be all for justice and whatever the pronouncement of the court, which we all agree on, that should be the Supreme, especially the Supreme Court, should stand. But from a political point of view, every obedient will argue with you that it serves them right. Let them continue fighting among themselves. Let it.
The obedience don't understand anything that is going on.
I won't agree with you. Like I said, it's all politics. Anything that would hamper or hinder their opponents, especially in this case.
No, obedience are little kids now. They don't really understand what's going on.
I want you to characterize them. Listen,
we are talking about constitutional crisis.
You see, we understand.
All right, leave the obedience for a moment. They don't like.
Enigmatic, I understand what you're saying, what you're driving at. I know how this is. You being a legal practitioner yourself, how it feels that somebody is.
Any lawyer now at this moment, whoever is of a legal mind, go and look at them. Go and look at their statement.
I heard many of them. They were all just lamenting.
We have forget about politics now. Let's look at the legal. Of course, Buhari has been shouting.
But then we understand. Hold on, enigmatic. I totally
go ahead. Sorry.
We all totally agree with you on this. But my point is this: anything that would help the opponents, now in this case, Atiku or Labour Party, which is Obi, to win this election by this so-called. I mean, we just hope that is the intention of Bubu when he put all this thing in place. But like they say already in themselves, Bubu said it. The CBN governor said it, that they want to be able to hinder the politicians from being able to rig this election through the whatever money they've stolen or whatever. That is what they said what it was. He said he wants to go down in history. That's what Bubu said. So if that's really the whole motive behind this whole cashless policy, even though they said there are other reasons, but then the Obidients or the Atiku camp will look at it as, that's good. If we can prevent this guy from using his bullion van he has stolen that we saw years ago, from being able to use that money to buy people's vote, why not? If it helps us. But we know that the Supreme Court has ruled that, you cannot do this. We should follow what the Supreme Court said. But from a political point of view, we can just go here and continue saying this. You and I can continue arguing this. But whatever would make me have an edge over my other opponents, why not? But I'm not saying it's right for that reason. Don't get me wrong. We should follow the Supreme Court ruling. But in this case now, well, if the same Oga and the same head of their party is preventing their candidates from being able to rig the election, well, why not? So that's just what I see there.
All right, let Saki Father come in and then round up that space, and then we'll move it on to another talking point. Saki Father.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't only blame Buhari. He might be wrong. Of course, he might be wrong. We shouldn't only blame him.
He might be wrong for disregarding the Constitution. He is wrong.
Let me finish. We shouldn't only blame him. Why we are blaming Buhari for not obeying court order, on the one hand.
Supreme Court.
No, let's finish now. We should also, on the other hand, blame the Supreme Court for coming into that very case, because that very case, Supreme Court by law, is not the first of court. The first of.
Are you a lawyer?
It is stipulated.
Are you a lawyer?
It's not about being a lawyer. It's law.
No, you can't quote law if you are not a lawyer. It is
stipulated in the Constitution.
So
let me finish.
Because what he's saying is wrong. Is what I'm saying.
No, it's not law. It's not wrong. The powers of the Supreme Court is stipulated in the Constitution. This issue of CBN money policy, if the governors were not comfortable with that, they shouldn't start the case from Supreme Court. Supreme Court doesn't have
all right. Thank you, Saki. The case being is hold on. You clearly don't understand. So let me just explain it just for the purposes of the audience. The case being instituted is against the federal government and its agency, the Supreme Court. So just hold on, Saki. The case being instituted is is against the federal government and one of its agencies, the CBN. So if one of the federating units, which is one of the states, is instituting a case against the federal space, then it goes directly to the Supreme Court. So All right, let's just leave it. You're not a lawyer, but we wait for Ogbede to come
let
and
me
then
finish.
he'll
It's not
explain.
about being lawyer.
You don't know what you're talking about now. You just
need
think
to
it's
be a
an
lawyer.
it's
You don't
not
need to be a
an
lawyer to know your
obedient thing. Now,
fundamental
why
right.
is everything always
No.
obi?
Let me correct. Let me correct an error you made there. You know,
Right.
the Supreme Court becomes court of first instance when there is a case between a state and another state, or a state and the federal government.
Yeah,
Not
which
a
is
state
what
and the agency of the government.
No,
It is
but
not the state,
no,
agency of the government.
did you even pay attention to what I just said? I said we can go and read the court case again. The case being instituted is against the federal government and one of its agencies, the CBN.
That is what I'm telling you now. When it has to do with the agency of the federal government.
Now, did you okay? Repeat what I just said. Repeat it.
You said it is the case between federal government and its agency.
No, you see, you don't understand.
Can
you listen? All right, let's just move on. Round up. It's going to be a long night. Yeah.
To play the straw man. The case
it's just a ludicrous straw man. It's against the federal government. I'm just going to say it one more. Hold on. I'm going to say it one more.
That is the point that we are saying now. Supreme
Court, but Saki Father knows more than the Supreme Court. Hold on, because I don't want it. Hold on, I don't want it to get rowdy early. The Katsina State, Zamfara State, is it Katsina? Is it Kogi, Zamfara, and Kaduna State? They've instituted a lawsuit against the federal government and one of its agencies.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
I'm trying to tell you what the Constitution said, and you're arguing with me.
You don't know what the Constitution says. Let's hear from Rational Man. Thank you, Saki.
I'm telling you what the Constitution. Allow me to continue.
Thank you. Because you are misleading. You are misleading the space. Thank you, Saki. Rational Man. Saki, thank you. I said thank you, Rational Mind.
Saki Father, I think I understand the point where you're coming from. I'm not a lawyer, but I would always would like to refer to the precedents in what we're saying, pattern what we're saying in the Nigerian context. If you remember, River State versus federal government, an agency of the federal government, in this case was the FRS, which is the Federal Inland Revenue. We saw that the state, the case started from the lower courts, and it goes and goes and goes and goes until I think right now I think there's some kind of restraining order. Another court. So I think if that's what Saki Father is saying, River State versus federal government and federal inland service, we saw how that case started from the lower court, and how Lagos State and some other state had to join in that case. So I think that's the pattern, and I think Ozekome was asked that question about Okibaloye, and it wasn't too clear as to he didn't really answer that part as to, because Okibaloye said, but shouldn't this case have started from a lower court before going to the Supreme Court? But then Ozekome didn't really give any definitive answer. He says, well, they can do that too. They can take it because of the urgency of the case and all of that. But then I think the precedent is from what Saki Father is saying. I think whatever part of the Constitution is trying to. But I'm here to hear you quote that exact. If you know that exact, no, you're not just saying the Constitution says.
I'm not going to quote the Constitution when I'm not qualified to. Yeah.
One man, we all do that here. We all do it. Most of us are not lawyers here, but we just have this beer parlor talk. Let me call it that way. But what I'm just trying to say is that it's a precedent I've seen that usually if you have to a case that started with that has to involve the federal government or its agency, has to start from the lower courts. But like Ozekome said in this case, because of the urgency of the case, they have to just go directly to the Supreme Court. But I don't know if that's a legal. But what Saki Father is trying to quote from the Constitution, I don't know if there's a part in the Constitution that
you know to quote the Constitution, you have to have an understanding of the interpretation of it, and Ogbeni explained in quite excellent details. It told us that because the case primarily is between the federating states and the federal space. Even Buhari told us that he gave the directive to the CBN. So that automatically makes it the federating states versus the federal space. And he explained, and by the way, Ogbeni is a senior lawyer who has, participated in countless all of these top end political litigations. So
I think
he told
he even
us.
has a PhD in law now. I think
Oh
so.
yeah, so I mean, this is somebody that's experienced here, and then some person just reading some constitution on Google, telling us that.
Hold on, one man. I mean, we've had Falana say something, and we've had other senior SAN, even the Attorney General of the Federation, go against him on what he said. And these are people no doubt who has PhD, who have had many years of experience in the legal practice. They still go against each other. They say, "Oh, what he said there, the way he quoted the Constitution or whatever he quoted there, that was wrong." They go against themselves. So, but the fact that Ogbeni has PhD, one man, I won't. I'm not saying. I mean, I will respect him. I will respect his opinion, but these are just mostly opinion expressed by legalese or people who are in the legal profession. But at the end of the day, when this thing is being dragged to the court, that's why everything is dragged before a court of law, and then eventually the Supreme Court to interpret what exactly that part of. So we can interpret it many ways. So if he said, because what I'm saying here is this woman is that even Shokebaloye, who is I think himself is in law school.
Rational mind, go along with this thought. Let me give you a hint. Why do you think Malami was on the verge of appealing that or challenging that, and then he stopped? Why do you think so?
I don't know. Maybe they're trying to use a political. I don't know. I don't have details as to why he did that. But I think what I heard from what I gathered was that they were trying to use a political means to solve it, because I think when the governors, they were saying that they weren't going to see Buhari and all of that, and maybe they'll talk it over among themselves. Maybe that's the reason why he had to. I don't know. I don't know how that case goes. Let me not say much.
No, because there's a proprietary to what the governors were actually doing. So because himself is a son, do not forget, and he has subordinate sons that they actually sit and cross-check legal matters. So before they go to the Supreme Court to have an embarrassment, he had to step back a little bit. So when we are talking about this, right, the case when case has stepped aside to a certain level, as it is now, right, the jurisdiction becomes almost null and void. Now the Supreme Court is already taking jurisdiction over the matter, and the Supreme Court is on the driving seat. They've made a pronouncement. They've said something.
But have you heard, San? Have you heard legal practitioners within Nigeria argue that case shouldn't have gone to Supreme Court? Have you heard about that?
And that's what I just told you, that it has, when it steps aside beyond that now, right? So the question of jurisdiction or the question of where it should belong becomes a different case entirely now, because Malami could have actually done that, but he saw a reason why he wouldn't do that, and he had to go to Supreme Court to challenge the case. But now the point is that the case is in the Supreme Court.
Hold on. What I heard, listen. I'm not listen. I won't challenge, but I will only challenge your view on that. What I've heard argument put forward by people, I don't just want to overflow this thing, is that the reason why Malami went before Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court was the one that ruled. Now, another case in point, I don't like acting like I'm a lawyer, although even though I had a little bit of training during my studies in school as international relation, I did a little bit of a law 101 or whatever they call it back then. So anyway, now another precedent I want to set here in this matter is that if I even forgot my thought, but I know there's a precedent I wanted to cite in my matter, is that when you talk about Supreme Court making a ruling, they can ask the Supreme Court to revisit that case again.
Malami did actually. Abubakar Malami did, and I think they. I'm not quite sure, but it looks as though that was just disregarded or set aside, or because he went to them in terms of jurisdiction, as that argument was, but and he went to them immediately. The lawsuit was instituted to ask them to revisit if they had the jurisdiction. If the thing should have gone through the lower court. Yeah,
they cannot go to a lower court for that, because that's the court where the decision was made. So he has to go and ask them to, please, can you look into this case again before you people they conclude there finally. That's what he did. So what I'm just trying to answer enigmatic by what he said, that the matter of jurisdiction is being argued among legal practitioners. Some people say no. But you see, Nigeria is a messed up space whereby even the legal laws and everything is so messed up that we all can all sit down here and argue with everything. If the senior advocates among themselves could be arguing, they could not see eye on eye on some legal matters. Who are we? Who are most of us? I'm not calling you. I'm not including you, enigmatic or other guys who are legal practitioners here. But I'm just saying that they always argue this among themselves. So who are we? Who are just lay people here? No. I mean, being able to argue that. So my point is that there's still bone of contention as to why that case went straight to the Supreme Court. That it shouldn't have gone to the Supreme Court. And I've been able to cite some example here, but maybe every case is
rational mind. One man, let me tell you this again. You know, the point I'm trying to make to you, let me tell you once again, finally, before you continue with your conversation or whoever wants to interject in that space.
No, I want to move on, but I say that, yeah.
Okay, the point I want to let you understand again is now, right? The provision of section 287 subsection 1, right, provides that the decisions of the Supreme Court shall be enforced in any part of the Federation by all authorities and persons, and by courts with subordinate jurisdiction, you know, of the Supreme Court. So the case of jurisdiction becomes an afterthought when this actually supersedes. So this is the ground norm. So the ground norm now is the case is in the Supreme Court. So all those afterthoughts of why did Malami not challenge, why is he not at the appellate court or wherever, that becomes, you know, an afterthought now. So the Supreme Court is sitting on the matter, and then the Supreme Court has pronounced by section 287 subsection 1 has actually given you the yardstick to what you have to do. You just have to abide by that. If you're not okay with that, we wait until the 22nd when you go back to the court and make probably interlocutory, you can make several prayers at that level. But for now, the Supreme Court is sitting on the matter. Every other thing becomes, basic afterthought now under the law.
All right, thank you. So I want to move you on to another talking point, rational mind. But on my way there, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in, kicked off by Pansat, no less. Quite say it's a title just as anyone else. So Pansat super stickered the session even before it started. Alexander Gomez super stickers the session just after it started. Ayo doubles down on his buy the coffee with a super sticker, as it often does just as soon as it comes in. Desmond super stickers the platform. So thank you for those. Man of Prestige comes in. The APC and presidency discord has gone from insurgency to embroilment. So he's gone to the dictionary then to do his super chart. The APC and presidency discord has gone from insurgency to embroilment. So that's what Man of Prestige says via super chat. Desmond comes back with a super chat. One man, I told you, when I say something, you should listen. It's always, you speak in ambiguities, only so that you can claim then whatever happens next was what you intended. We did challenge you to be clear yesterday, but you were not. Well, thank you nevertheless. Jaja super stickers, and then comes back with a super chat comment. If Atiku wins, kiss Nigeria goodbye. We said that often, but we've never yet kissed Nigeria goodbye. But I suspect that the greatest recruitment agent for the Oduduwa nation will be an Atiku Abubakar presidency. Kulata comes into the conversation via super chat. He says, it is necessary for the governors to ignore Buhari for breaking the constitution. This is how to curtail tyranny. Our governors are duly elected executives. So, people are saying it's a constitutional crisis, and you can see why people suggest that. Because of course the law, which is the interpretation and the custodian of the constitution, they take a position, but the executive, who are also under the ambit of that constitution, they superimpose a decision on top of what the constitution would have. So what do we then have? Are we running a constitutional democracy or not? Because if we're running a constitutional democracy, then the pronouncement of the Supreme Court subsists. And if it doesn't subsist, then we are not running a constitutional democracy. So how quite they go after the governors? We'll go to rational mind in a moment, but let's wrap up the super chats. It says, Kulata, it is necessary for the governors to ignore Buhari for breaking the constitution. This is how to curtail tyranny. governors are duly elected executives. So there it is. And Alexander Gomez comes back. Congratulations, Buhari. You succeeded in getting Nigeria into a constitutional crisis. It was always going to live with a mess, just as it came in with a mess. This is what we know Buhari for, just destruction. That's the only thing. But he thinks he's clever. That's just the real struggle that we have. The dumbest person that thinks is clever, but there it is. But that space then that Kulata was opening up rational mind. Let me take you to this headline. This is coming from Peter Obi's Mauritanian running mate, Dati Baba Ahmed. It says El Rufai's outburst on Naira notes treasonable felony. So this is the Mauritanian running mate of Peter Obi, Dati Baba Ahmed. So yes, outside of everything, is this not treason? What El Rufai did, and Gandude did a similar broadcast in Hausa language to his people, but asking that what has been pronounced at the federal space be disregarded at his localized space. Is that treason? Is that not even worse than anything that Nnamdi Kanu had ever done? Rational mind.
Well, why are you connecting Nnamdi Kanu with the Obidients?
And when they're throwing Nnamdi Kanu in prison, just for that's the language of secession now, because he's creating his own mini little country within the Nigerian state. If he's asking them to be using a currency that is not known by Nigeria.
Well, hold on. Don't make me go to this Nnamdi Kanu case. I mean, Nnamdi Kanu, there's no in the Charter of the United Nations, which is another ground, which is a ground norm, but I think that would be a world ground norm, not just now in this case of a country. Every country is a signatory. I mean, I never say every country, most countries, Nigeria, including Nigeria, is a signatory to it that self-determination is a fundamental human right. So if Kanu said, yes, we want to be on our own, well, but then maybe the way he went about it, that's another thing we have to look into. And if the court could not find him guilty, why not release him? So let's not go into all that talk. I don't know. And I don't see why you're connecting him, but I can understand why you're connecting him here, because some of the Obidients, some of them some years ago or some months ago, they were like, oh, break up Nigeria.
No. I'm only connecting him because the word treason comes in. Mm-hmm. And Nnamdi Kanu was accused of treason. But what El Rufai actually did, it can be easily interpreted as a secessionist movement. If you are creating your own currency outside of the currency of the country and asking that your own little enclave use that as legal tender, that's secessionist language, is it not?
Well, like Enigmatic and Kulapa just said on this chat, there's a subsisting court ruling, even the Supreme Court ruling that no, everybody maintains status quo. You cannot ban people from using their old Naira notes. El Rufai and his other governors could say, yeah, you see, the Supreme Court has ruled on that. We're holding on to that. But if the federal, that's why I said this is where the convolution comes in that space. Because if the federal government could take a different stance from the Supreme Court, which should have been a ruling that they should have abided by, you see, this is where if he is going against the federal government in that sense, the federal government could look at it as a treason. So that is why I think that's the angle from which Baba Ahmed is coming from. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that he's right, because if the Supreme Court has ruled that no, people should be allowed to use their old notes, and the federal government says no, and the governor says no, then it means that he's being insubordinate to the higher, in this case, to the federal government, because the state government is a part of the federal government. It's a component of the federal government, even though we know there are 3 tiers in the federal system, which is like we all know, federal, state, and local government. But in this case, is subjected to the federal, the head of state, which is the president. So if he's taking a different stance from the head of state in this matter we're talking about, that could be looked upon as a treason, as treasonable. So I think that's the angle it's coming from. But then if we're to look at it from the legal aspect, where the Supreme Court has already ruled, then we can say, well, he hasn't done anything treasonable there, because there's a ruling that the federal government should be abiding by. But since the federal government is not abiding by that, he will take a different stand by taking the place of the Supreme Court. So from that point, we can say maybe there is no violation of any sort. If they do arrest him and he declares state of emergency there, if Buhari declares state of emergency in this state and get those governors arrested, which he can do, don't get me wrong, he can do it, because Nigeria is a banana republic. he would say, well, this is national security matter here. Somebody's trying to create their own sovereign state out of a sovereign country. So he could use any whatever and then put that in, put him under custody and put a military whatever there, and they can declare anything. And then, the same constitution gives him that right to do that. Even though we know that it's just all a convolution here, whereby they just look for any reason. So my point is this, that let's not make, I know we all have, we're on different divides of this whole thing, political divide. You can say, yeah, this, you call him Mauritanian Arab guy. You can say, well, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Well, he knows what he's talking about. But from one point of view, like I just said, is that he's being insubordinate to the federal government in this sense. But then you can argue it, like I said, the Supreme Court part. So,
what if the Supreme Court? What if the Supreme Court on the 22nd come up with the judgment that the old and new currency should run concurrently till the end of the year? Where does that place the country?
That would leave Buhari with that option of either. I see.
Is he going to arrest the Supreme Court and have them shot? Is he going to start pointing guns at them? Arrest them and have them shot?
Let's not put anything beyond Buhari. Buhari is up. That's not. If you underestimate Buhari, you do that we do that at our own peril. So he can do anything. But then my point is this, that I think the Supreme Court wants to be careful here so as not to break up, because it's going to be a constitutional. It's going to cause a constitution. It's already seeming so already.
Their authority, even even the Constitution is being challenged by Buhari. So, and their authority, the supremacy of their office is being challenged by Buhari. So they have to take a strong decision. If they cower to him, then we don't have a judiciary anymore.
One man. But is it not the same constitution that allows the president to declare emergency in the case of national security? This is what we're talking about, is the matter of national security. Yeah, this issue that is going on right now with this, because the federal government says, no, we want to change the Naira note.
But that national security is still within the ambit of the, if they declare national security and the Supreme Court says, because I think Enigmatic read it to us twice. The first primal element within the Constitution is the supremacy of the Supreme Court, because they are the custodians of that Constitution. So their pronouncement is sacrosanct. Nothing goes beyond that within the Nigerian firmament. So even if they declare a national emergency and the Supreme Court says no, that should override.
It should override. But we've heard, you say that, let's not go back to it. I don't want to sound like a broken record there. We've had this same head of state, president and his attorney general.
I think you're right. That was a Freudian slip. He's a head of state rather than a Freudian slip.
Yeah, he's a head of state. They have to military dictatorship, because this is a guy who doesn't have no regard for rule of law. Like we're just saying. We've heard him say that in the event of a national security issue, he would stick to national security than having to take over. Go by whatever any court pronouncement. So, but my point is this: let's not overflow this matter. We've seen a pattern with this guy, and the pattern that we're seeing is that there's every likelihood that even 22nd, you're talking about, of February, if the Supreme Court still finally rules that yes, people should be allowed to use their old notes, then I don't know if this guy doesn't follow through, then this is going to be a constitutional crisis. And at that point, I see them trying to arrest people who are defiant. And in this case, any governor can be arrested. Any governor, because this guy would declare matter of national security treason, like Baba Ahmed just said. Baba Ahmed said a little while this morning or whatever time he did that. So it could be deemed as treasonable, and this could land Tinubu himself in trouble if he's not careful. And even this guy, Baba Ahmed, that will also be taken aside. I've said that on this platform before, that Baba Ahmed, the way he's going about this whole thing, he could have himself. He doesn't have any immunity. You should understand that. He's just a speaker of the House of Representatives. He could be arrested for treason. So this could lead to some kind of, total madness in that country, whereby some politician will be incarcerated because of they're seen as the enemy of the state. Because that is what is seeming right now, that the federal government has ruled that, we know that the ruling should not supersede that of the Supreme Court. But all the shenanigans going on, we know where it's going. This guy has no regard for rule of law. He himself said it. If national security comes, anything butts head with national security, he will take national security before having to go with any court ruling. So let's just take that to the bank. And that is how we should be looking at it. That Buhari has this pattern. That's what he's going to do.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. Stay with us. Rational Mind, let's move the conversation on and take it in the direction of our Saki Father. So, Saki Father, you're up next. But on our way to Saki Father, let's acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Kulata continues conversations with the platform via super chat. It says, ignoring an illegal order is not treason. So that is comment to the first question I'm about to ask Saki. Desmond comes in. He says, he made this statement before the ruling. He could not have made this statement before the ruling, but thank you, Desmond. So Saki Father, you are up next, and still the conversation wrapped around the ancestrally Mauritanian running mate of Peter Obi, the ancestrally Mauritanian running mate of Peter Obi. He has come into the Nigerian political space to invite that the commentaries of Mallam Nasir El-Rufai should actually be deemed as treasonable. So do you concur with that, Saki Father?
Well, of course, it is, to me, it's El-Rufai shouldn't have gone that length in making pronouncements against what the president has said. The president is the president. He's a being qua being in the Nigerian electoral space. He's the president, he's a constituted authority. The El-Rufai cannot create a state in a state. If he wants to further question what the president has done, he should continue going to court to question what the state says the president has done. You don't just go to your state and have a media platform where you pronounce telling your state to obey what the president has said. I think it is wrong for him to go to that length. It can be characterized as treasonable, because the issue of currency is not matters you should hold with levity. I mean, it's matter you should hold very seriously, just like you hold Nigeria and its currency is almost the same. So talking against the currency or against Nigeria, they have the same weight. So if he feels that what the president has done is wrong, he should go back to courts and continue on the court process. So that's my position. But I can see how.
But the argument, Saki, that what El-Rufai is actually doing and saying rests very much within the law, and what Buhari is doing sits completely outside of the law. So how can it be deemed treasonable if what he's doing is abiding by the Constitution?
One man, actually, you didn't allow me to actually hear what I was trying to say.
No, because we are going to misdirect the space with misinformation.
I presented the section of the Constitution.
Yeah, but you said you don't have the interpretation. You said you don't have the interpretation of the Constitution by virtue of not being a lawyer.
No, it was
Do you have an interpretation of the Constitution? Do you have an interpretation of the Constitution?
No. I felt somehow when you said, "Am I a lawyer?" Why will I say?
Yeah, no, you are not now. So you don't have an to have an interpretation of the Constitution. You don't have to be a lawyer.
No. Do I need to be a lawyer to know my fundamental human rights? It's
no. So you are giving us the Google version of the Constitution. Okay, give us the Google version.
It's not Google version. Go to the Constitution of Nigeria. That section, go and read the section. It is stipulated there. And I'm telling you what I saw in the section.
Unbelievable. The Google version of the Constitution. Because we had the lawyers in the comment section are already up.
I cannot say it because I'm not a lawyer.
All right, go on. Give us your interpretation of the law, which is not an expert interpretation of the law. Go on.
No. What I was the point.
Because Ogbeni is waiting for you in the comment section, so he's waiting to hear from you. Go on.
No. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what he says. But what I'm saying is that
It doesn't matter what
that,
a senior lawyer says. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
It doesn't matter
Yeah.
what he says. You understand what I mean?
All right.
To me, what I was trying to explain that time is that all these arms of government, you know, one way or the other, there are places they erred in this process. You understand what I mean? There are places they erred in this process. And then you ask yourself, why will Erufai be even going to court for this very issue? It is even the cities, because Erufai is going as a state governor, a state government. He's representing a state. So I feel that there is no dispute between the state and the federal government. So if he must go for this very case, he should start from the proper court necessary to start to initiate this very case.
You feel
that is what the law. That is what the law is. You should start from the court that has this original jurisdiction. That is where you should have started. You can't just jump all those courts and go to Supreme Court and get what you want to get in your favor.
So why has the hold on? Why has the Supreme Court not pushed it back to the lower courts?
No, the Supreme Court, of course.
No, hold on. If what you are saying obtains, why has the Supreme Court not pushed it back to the lower courts? Or they don't understand
Is it today that the Supreme Court has done certain things that might be wrong? Why would we expect?
So the Supreme Court the Supreme Court don't have an interpretation of the law as well. Is that what you're suggesting?
No. What I'm trying to tell you in effect is that is it when the Supreme Court is give a governor that came forth in an election first, you know. Didn't we?
You know, I wish you were here yesterday or the day before, because I hope Ogwene can come onto the screen again he explains to us how all those judgments is the peculiarities of the law. They say the law is an art. So the law is not there to judge wrong or right. It's there to judge the interpretation of the law. So that's just and it was the same processes that gave he was actually explaining to us how Ahmed Lawan suddenly became a ticket holder in his state. So it's just the interpretation of the law. Now that's what just happened there.
Well, what I know is that all these governments. I can hear you.
So what you are saying that if Supreme Court, if that matter is not within the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, do you think Supreme Court will have entertained it at all?
I don't understand what you mean.
Do you think?
Yeah, I don't understand.
If the matter is not within the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, is what Ajale Koko is asking, would they entertain it or reference it back to the lower court?
Of course, Ajale Koko. The question, I will answer it with a question. I'll answer this with a question, and the question I have to ask you is: has there been a time a Supreme Court ruled in Nigeria and later found out that they made mistake in the process of the ruling and came back to reverse what they did? Have we ever had that situation?
It never happened.
No, I think it may well have, but I think it may well have. But
happened in Nigeria before.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to say
is that hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, Zaki Father. You said there was a matter Supreme Court ruled.
Yeah.
And then they have to reverse it to say they made a mistake. They shouldn't have handled it. Which matter was that?
No, they shouldn't have handled it. It was it was the adjudication, not the jurisdiction.
So that is what I'm trying to say. So if they could make a mistake in adjudication, are we saying
they didn't make a mistake? No. You see, it's the choice of words. Oh, hold on. It's a reinterpretation, not a mistake. It's a reinterpretation.
When you reinterpret something and reverse your judgment, what we say that initially
reverse judgment, Supreme Court will reverse judgment.
Yes, it has happened in Nigeria.
Okay, tell us when was that? On which matter? On which matter?
I cannot quote exactly.
You see, that's why I said. You see, you are speaking to law, not being a lawyer.
Supreme Court will never rule on any matter and then come back later to say, "Oh, we made a mistake. We are reversing it." It can never happen.
Ajanle Koko, let me tell you, as long as it is a human institution made up of human beings, there are possibilities of errors in certain issues. I'm not saying that the Supreme Court is infallible as an institution. They are human beings. There is possibility that since Nigeria has existed till today, there is possibility that they may have made a judgment and later seen that part of this there was
if you
some
don't know, you say
error
you
in
don't
this.
know. If you don't have fact to what you
Yes.
are saying,
No,
don't say there's possibility. You are making a categorical statement, and then you are saying
I have had barristers say this.
No,
you
no,
are those barristers.
Ajalekoko, it is true Supreme Court can reverse itself. But now,
I've had
in the case
barristers
of
say this
Nigeria,
before.
no, in the case of Nigeria, whether it has happened is what we don't know. But in America, we've had cases where the Supreme Court reversed itself on several occasions. But then, that Supreme Court can reverse itself does not mean that Buhari should disregard the Supreme Court. By now, in a serious country, Buhari should be at the brink of impeachment. So I
yes,
don't
no, it's something that they say. But Saki, just to be clear on what you're saying, just to be clear on what you are saying, Saki, yes. that the senior advocates that prepared the case for the three northern state governors, they were in error not to understand that the Supreme Court is not the first court of instance. And the Supreme Court that deemed to entertain the case, they were also in error not to understand that they are not the first court of instance. And when Abubakar Malami suggested that they might not be the first court of instance, the Supreme Court insisted that they are. So all of that is wrong, according to you.
No, what I'm trying to say in effect is that Ola, I'm not trying to rationalize why the president should disobey the position of the Supreme Court. That's not my point. But my point is that if you look at these things holistically, why you are blaming this side for not doing this, you should also have some portion of blame for the other side for not following procedures.
But they did follow procedure. But they did follow procedure, because I invited you to a question which you avoided. I'm asking you again. The senior advocates that prepared the case for the three northern governors, they erred not to understand that the Supreme Court is not the first court of instance. And when they got to the Supreme Court erred not to understand that they are not the first court of instance. And when Abubakar Malami tried to say they are not the first court of instance, the Supreme Court insisted that they are the court to adjudicate that matter. So you're saying all of that is an error. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know what Abubakar Malami went with the Supreme Court.
If you don't know, then say you don't know. You don't know. That's exactly it. You don't know.
On the basis of Section 3, that 3.2.
All right. You know better than all of them. You know. All right.
232 of the Constitution. This is where Supreme Court becomes first of court. All
right. We want Saki.
But
we want you on the bench. You know more than the Supreme Court judges. We want you on the bench.
The important question to ask. Let's forget about what happened in the court or not. The important question we should ask is these governors that are pushing this vehemently, what is their intention? Do you think that it is born out of their altruism, or do you think it's born out of their self-interest?
If you take a walk down any street in Nigeria, you'll find out why the people are hemorrhaging just off the back of this policy, which cannot subsist. But let me take you back to where the question was, which is Peter Obi's Mauritanian by Mauritanian descent running mate, Akim Baba Ahmed, his Arabian running mate. He's inviting that what El Rufai did is treasonable. But I want to add, it's actually what Buhari did, not the real treason, circumventing the constitution to superimpose his will. Is that not the real act of treason, Asaki Father?
The question you asked, let me not talk about Buhari. What the important question you asked, you said the P2B is vice, you know.
Yes, it's
Said it is
Arabian
treason.
vice. Yes. Yeah.
Why are you emphasizing the Arabian? I don't understand.
No, it's Arabian now. It's from
So you
Mauritania
want
by
us to
descent. Yeah.
So you want us to keep talking about this Arabian. I'm just really surprised about you, you know.
Oh yeah, carry on.
Anyway, what Erufai did, I've said it is wrong. It is wrong. And anybody that comes here to say it is not wrong, what Erufai did, you know, because it doesn't follow the narrative of the person saying it, you know, let him know that one day something will still favor his narrative, and another person does that, he will still criticize that. So to me, what Erufai did is wrong. The president has issued an order. If you think the president made a mistake in the order he has issued, which most of us hold here, then you go to court. You don't just come and incite further crisis.
Hold on. Is what Erufai did? Is it constitutional?
What he did, it is not constitutional.
It's
what
not
he did to come and call his people, to come and call his people and tell his people, please continue using the currency, disregard what the president said. It's not constitutional.
It's not constitutional. What Erufai did?
Saki Father, obeying the court
what he
order
said.
is not constitutional.
No, I'm talking about Erufai. He came, he called his people.
Hold on,
Ola.
Yeah.
Erufai called his people and said, disregard whatever the president said yesterday. Do you understand what I mean? Publicly, he was telling his people, and you say it is right. It is not right. What is right? What could have been right is Erufai. If you think that what the president did is not in line with the constitution, go to court.
Which court?
Go to court.
Which court?
Go to the same Supreme Court. You should go to that same Supreme Court.
But the Supreme Court has already pronounced. No. The Supreme Court has already pronounced. So what is it going there to do?
Then you go to the same Supreme Court and say the president don't want to obey this order.
But the Supreme Court has already pronounced.
No. If you should go to Supreme Court and say this order you pronounced, this order you gave, the president is not carrying it out. It is now left for the Supreme Court to charge the president on contempt of the court.
Exactly, Father.
Hold on. If El-Rufai directed the indigents of Kaduna State to abide by Mallam Buhari's decree, would that be breaking the law?
It's not. One man, you don't understand what I'm trying to say.
No. Do you understand what I'm asking you?
He who comes to equity must come with clean hands. You shouldn't break the law because you want to. You shouldn't break the law because you are trying to.
Father.
Can I ask you a question? Let me just let him answer this question, and then you can come in. I want you to be clear. I want you to be clear on the question I'm asking.
You are trying to put words into my mouth, but I'm very
no. I'm only asking you. I'm only asking you a question so you can respond.
I know what I'm saying. Let me tell you.
Yes. So we want to know what you're saying. Yeah.
Let me use an example and answer you.
Yes.
In the case of Nnamdi Kanu was discharged and acquitted. Then the barristers went with the judgment.
Sorry, mute yourself for a moment, Enigmatic. We're hearing background noise. Carry on, Saki. Yeah.
So the barristers went to court, to DSS, to tell them this is the decision of the court, releasing Nnamdi Kanu. Then DSS violated that very court order. So what do we call it? The barristers didn't come to say, let's go and bomb DSS for violating that order. The barristers went back to the same court to tell the same court, this order you gave, the DSS didn't want to obey it. That is the process. That is what Erufai should have done. and not to assert
hold on, enigmatic. Let me ask you the question. Let me ask you the question again, and then if you don't want to answer it, then then enigmatic can
don't put the question. Don't put the question in such a way that
let me put it higher. Let me put it however.
And I will
not it's an open and short question. It's a binary question that I'm going to ask. It's a yes or no question. It's a binary question. Yes. If El Rufai, if he directs the indigents of our Kaduna state to abide by Mallam Buhari's decree on the Naira policy, would that be breaking the law or not?
Two wrongs cannot make a right. That is the way I'll answer this question. Two wrongs cannot make a right.
Let me answer the question. First of all, let me answer the question for okay, let me answer for one man. One man, El Rufai, he has done the right thing under the law. Because you cannot tell El Rufai to go back to court when he's already in court. And then what you are doing by trying to compare El Rufai's matter with the Nnamdi Kanu's one is because El Rufai is in the Supreme Court, the highest court of the land, while Nnamdi Kanu's case is still at the subordinate court. So they still have that legal room, right, to maneuver and to move around. But in case of El Rufai and Mallam Buhari, now this is a straightforward matter that even non-legal minded people, right, non-jurisdictive people can see. You know, this is a very clear matter of somebody breaking the law. El Rufai is basically telling his people in Kwara State, do not listen to a dictator, listen to the law. Follow the law. Right? Follow the law.
Can I ask you a question? Life is
getting that dictator in Abuja that is clearly violating the Supreme Court order, period.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Life is good.
Yes.
Answer this question. El Rufai, does he have any constitutional right to pronounce on matters of currency? Yeah, true or false? Yes or no?
No,
does he have any right in any circumstance? No. Does he have any right in any circumstance to pronounce on matters of currency?
Okay, let me answer it. Does Buhari have any right to obey the Supreme Court law? George,
let's forget about what.
No, we are talking about the legality of this matter now. No, it is the legality of the matter.
Yeah, what I'm saying
under the law. Hold on, under the law, the law recognizes the law, right? The law recognizes El Rufai's order than what Buhari is doing, because Buhari's action is at variance, clearly at variance with the pronunciation of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has given a judgment. I mean, a ruling. Status quo must remain as it is. Everybody, where you are, stay there until the 22nd of February, where there will be a pronouncement or a new proceeding of the court. But now, Buhari, in his characteristic manner, right?
Disobeyed.
He has disobeyed that, and then some.
So what prevented El Rufai to go back to the same court and say,
"What are you to go back to what court?"
That is the way it is. Go back to the same Supreme Court.
I'm asking you now what court. I'm asking you what court.
The same Supreme Court.
Are you serious? When Supreme Court that already gave a judgment that 22nd we are continuing the matter and stay everybody stay where you are. Do you know what you are talking about?
No. If we are in court gives a judgment.
I'll come back probably, but have a think.
Yes, I don't. Saki Father, you know that question you were asking, enigmatic. The answer may be yes, because El Rufai is the chief executive officer of our Kaduna state, just as Mallam Buhari is the. I want to answer the question if you or I carry on.
Yes. He's the chief executive officer.
Not security, chief executive officer.
He's the chief executive of his state, yes. But the question is, does state chief executive have rights in matters of currency?
No, that's what I was about to answer. That's what I was about to answer. Yeah, that's what I was about to answer. Yeah, I was just saying that Mallam El Rufai is the chief executive officer of Kaduna State, as Buhari is similarly the chief executive officer of the Nigerian state. So Mallam El-Rufai, he has pronouncements on everything that pertains to Kaduna State, including an interpretation of the monetary position of the country. So his powers extend to that. His powers extend
So
to
if
that
he has
because
a,
he's the chief executive officer, and that covers everything pertaining to that
if
state.
he's the chief executive officer of the state and
Yes.
have mouth in everything that concerns the state, what is
Yes.
preventing him from forming his own police, giving the police his own arm to equip them to fight terrorism in his state? What prevents him from doing that? If you think he has all those rights,
No,
the
no.
law is the law. If you
All
think,
right, but that's a different space. But
Okay, can I tell you what Femi Falana once said about that? Right.
anyway, we can go to another topic. Let's not
Femi
overlap
Falana
this
said
because
this governor you
while
see,
we are hurting here.
hold on. Let Ola have that in that interjection, and then we move on. Yeah.
You see, on that state police and licensing gun you just mentioned, Femi Falana just said is because the governor they've already delegated their duty to the president. The president should not be the sole dictator in the police matter. It should be a matter of the state council that will include the governors and every other people. To even the matter of Inspector General of Police should not even the matter to be left to the president alone. It's just because the governors they've not been acting. So the one you just said now that they are not even licensing the state is just because the governors they've not stood their ground to achieve all those things. So if that's what you want to know, you know that when you take the currency you are talking about, is it a matter of security issue? And if it's a matter of security issue, and we are talking of the chief security of a state, what can this currency? What's the consequence? What's the implication in the state? That is what El-Rufai is trying to defend. And he simply tells my citizen, please obey the court. The court is your last hope. Obey the court and don't obey a dictator. It's as simple as ABC. So implicitly, he has a jurisdiction through the pronouncements. It has that power through the pronouncements of the Supreme Court. So I don't know. This thing is a very clear thing, like Eddie Martin said. So we don't have to be political about it.
And in addition to that, in addition to what Ola says, the governors have the right to speak up against any federal policy that is capable of putting their state.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
hear me?
Ajanle Koko is interjecting. Carry on, Ajanle Koko. Yeah.
So, Zaki Fada, look, the governor have the right to speak up against the federal policy that is capable of putting their state in a state of anarchy. And that is what this policy has done to our country. It has put the country, particularly various states across the country, in a state of anarchy, in a state where cash is not available for people, insecurity, have started, going on the rise, and people are angry, people are ready to go on demonstration and riot. So, but people can still look up to their governor because he's the administrator of the state, is the chief of everything of the state. When the governors speak to calm them down and give them assurances, they can mellow down. But when the leader of the state don't speak on a particular issue, it is capable of throwing the state in a total chaos. So that is what Rufai is doing. He doesn't want his state to be thrown into chaos because people are very hopeless. They don't know what to do concerning this cash. Their cash that they cannot have access to in the bank because they don't know what to do. So don't say that federal government have the power of alpha and omega, and federal government can rule with dictatorial power and that the state cannot push back. No, the states are empowered to push back against federal government when federal government is going astray. And this federal government is going astray, and the states are pushing back to put them on the right track. So don't think that all the power lies with the federal government. No, the states have responsibility to protect the interests of their people. So let us get it right. But because we have governors that have compromised their own power, compromised in supporting federal power because they are in the same party all along, and that is why you see the state not functioning, not functioning as expected. They can push back at any time against the federal power whenever the federal power is implementing a policy or a program that is capable of throwing the state into anarchy. So let's give kudos to Rufai instead of trying to call him names and say what he's doing is not good for the country. It's good if all the governors can follow the same suit and stand up against federal government. You see, federal government will back down and do the right thing that will put that country put that country in order and allow everybody to have that cash, and people can go about doing their own businesses with no qualms. But you see them, nobody is talking. So that's my take on that.
Oh, I think we've lost Saki. Saki, he just dropped. Oh God. No, we lost Saki. Oh no, that's a pity. I was actually going to play him a couple of video clips. So then let me go then to let me come to you, Man of Prestige, if you're ready. Indicate if you're ready, Man of Prestige. All right, a Man of Prestige not ready. So let's go to Enigmatic Hondi. But on the way to Enigmatic Hondi, let's acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Desmond has taken charge of that space. He says, Ola, you are totally wrong. So Ola totally wrong according to Enigmatic on Ola's not Enigmatic, but according to Desmond on Ola's interjection just then. So thank you for that. Desmond still, all arms and tiers of government are totally different. So I'm not quite sure what that means, of course. But then, of course, as we are continuing to discover, Desmond speaks in cryptic tones. So cryptic messaging from Desmond, who continues, he says, and they have different jurisdictions when it comes to what kind of power they control under the Constitution. They just need to throw away the Constitution. So the Constitution is at fault, according to Desmond. So thank you for the super chat. So keep the super chats coming. And anybody that wants to keep Ola company, not Ola, but Ayo, anybody that wants to keep Ayo company in the super chat space, that space is still open. We'd like to say at least 3 instances of Buy the Coffee. We have Ayo already in that space. But then, of course, a couple more people, if you are inclined to go to that space. So keep the super chats and we'll do whatever it is going. It looks as though we have Prestige. Now, Prestige, do we have you?
Yes, you do.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So let's come to you then, Prestige. So Prestige, I'm going to play you a couple of video clips and I want you to react to them. The first one I've already played, but here it is again. How are we interpreting this? Are we looking at blood on the streets of Lagos? So there it is. Mallam Buhari rolls out the troops to go and surround Tinubu in Lagos. So a bloodbath, is that what we're looking at?
I think that's what...
No, we can't hear you, man. Yeah. We can't hear you.
What did you say?
No, we're struggling to hear you. There's yeah, that's better. Carry on.
That's development in the street of Lagos, because I've been following what's happening in Lagos in the past 2 or 3 days, even 4 days after the OB march. Of course, you know what happened, but you didn't want to talk about it. So Let's go.
What happened? Tell us what happened. What happened at the Obi match?
I mean, right from the day the Obi did their match on Saturday, you see what happened. About 4 people was
no, I did.
they almost killed.
Yes.
And yesterday, the AP Obi, I think it was the vice governor. He was attacking Lagos State. He has the video and everything, and they say they are representing APC. He has everything on tape, and he was able to bring. She was able to bring that to Arise TV. So we should condemn all this. I mean,
it's condemnable though. But what happened at the Obi rally? There were close to 500,000 people on the streets of Lagos, and you had minor skirmishes with only about 4 people bruised. So I was suggest. What happened? Who died at the Obi rally? Who? Yes, there were minor skirmishes and 4 people got bruised.
Okay,
is that not what happened?
Could have died.
Nobody. Is it not commendation to the police that nobody died and to the Lagos State? Are you saying it's not commendation to the police that nobody died?
Yes,
the police be commended.
I don't know how many minutes it take them to come there. That's a good thing. That's a welcome development. But the point that shouldn't have been in the state of Nigeria.
It shouldn't have been. But even if you go to a concert with 500,000 people,
man, you are painting alternative narrative there. One man.
What are you
wrong? But we are happy. Hold on, one man.
Yeah, 4 people got bruised. Wrong, but we are happy in a 500,000 crowd. 4 people got bruised.
So that's a good thing.
No, it's not a good thing, but it's not the worst case scenario, is it?
No, it is bad. Whichever way you look at it, and it happened yesterday in True Lady too. I mean, the lady has the tape. I mean, look at what happened in Shade or somewhere today. People were shooting gun or whatever. I'm not saying it was targeted to any particular party.
Do you think you're being alarmist with what you're saying? You have 500,000 crowd en masse, and only 4 incidents of skirmishes with 4 people getting bruised.
So
you're asking us to be running.
If something happened, let's say an event, 1 or 2 persons died, then say 40 people died.
Yeah, but nobody died, did they?
No. I'm just giving a scenario.
If you are this up in arms that 4 people got bruised in a 500,000 crowd, then what would you do if somebody lost their lives? What are you inviting?
One man, do you know what I noticed in this?
I'm just trying to say all this need to be curtailed. That's what I'm saying.
I noticed something.
Let the best man win.
Hold on. We can't have 2 voices. So who is saying that the best man should not win?
No. Say if something never happened to you or your family, you won't understand.
No, don't personalize.
No. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about
anybody in particular. They won't know how it feels.
They won't know how it feels. I mean, you're saying bruises. One man, have you broken your arm before, or
No. Hold on. I've seen the images and I've heard the police report. And what the police report said was that there were a couple of vehicles damaged. There were.
Hold on. We mentioned
we treated it here now.
We treated it here. What again? Why is this guy taking us back again?
No, but I'm not even the one taking you back.
This thing.
No. You know. Hold on. You know what's happened, Ajanle Koko? What's happened is they had prepped up a narrative of how the thugs from APC had attacked the Obi rally and savaged and ravaged. But that did not play out. So there were a couple of vehicles damaged. There were minor skirmishes.
Wow.
4 people. Four
people.
Hold on. You brought it up. Hold on. No, you brought it. Sorry. Do you mind? Let me decide when to move on. You brought it up. So the narrative had already been prepped that they went to Lagos and they launched all these APC talks at them, and so they'd already prepped their space for that narrative. But fortunately, there were minor skirmishes, a couple of vehicles got damaged, about 4 people got injured with bruises, not anything life-threatening. So, and that was the sum totality of it. Should that have happened? No. Hold on. Can I land? Should that have happened? No. But the mindset that had already been built up did not pan out that way. but they're still trying to force it.
But nobody has any mindset about
One
it.
man.
So what's he
Anything
trying
happen
to
when-
force?
when
What
Tinubu
is
went
he
to Anambra?
inviting that we
Still
should be
Did anything
saying?
happen when Tinubu went to Anambra?
For one man, is that not the
Anybody-
most violent action in this election so far in the campaign?
No,
If
no,
I'm not mistaken,
I'm not.
any more violent one.
I'm not in a position to know that. You know, I can't say it's the most violent.
I think
in
what
this
we're
election
having
so
here is
far.
a discord between the Obedience and the Batis.
No,
The
that's what
Batis
you
side
are.
is supporting
No,
what
that's
happened,
what
and
that's
the
what
Obedience
you.
are against
Okay,
it. So
thank
let's
you,
leave it like that.
thank you. No, don't. Sorry, hold on, Ajale Koko. Please don't try and do that here.
That's exactly what's happening.
I'm going to mute you, and then if you continue to interject me, I might have to remove you.
You can remove me. I don't care.
All right, and then I will do. But just to the space, please don't try and come here to paint that narrative. This is a discussion space. You are an obedient person, and Thomas is a Adewale person. Everybody else is anything in between. Don't try and foist Batified versus obedient narrative here. I will not allow it. I will not. So,
Oh man, the dictator.
can you? All right. You're welcome
I'm
to leave as
just-
well. It's no skin off
Come
my
on.
nose. No. Let me
What?
make it. No, this is important. So if you don't want to listen, then you're not obliged to. But don't bring that narrative here that what is going on is a Batified versus obedience. That's not what we're doing here. Everybody is welcome. It's the strength of your argument that wins through. That's the one thing here. Because I've noticed that Prestige has been trying to promote that narrative for a good while now, and it's not the space for it. Present your argument, because you presented an argument now, and it wasn't solid enough, the basis by which you're trying to present it. And because the basis wasn't trying because the substance of your argument was not strong enough, you then tried to pivot it to a tribal thing. So don't introduce that tonality here, please. Please, no, please. Let me just go back to Prestige. But I don't want that tribal divide. That's just it. And I don't think I'm being unreasonable to say that. So back to your Prestige. To the question I asked you.
What is the question?
I was asking you about the truth being rolled out in Lagos.
Okay,
if you have any comments on that, but please don't try and introduce divide here, please.
One man. Look, I'm allowed to speak what I'm going to speak for.
Yeah, no, you're not allowed to introduce divide. You're not allowed. I'm telling you. I am telling you frontally. 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 You're not allowed to introduce divide here. The strength of your argument, nothing else.
If I do that,
Prestige, why don't you just try and abide by what the
no? If I do that, you have the right to
moderate the platform.
No, it's been doing it over the last few days, and now it's come to a crescendo.
Allow him to just decide how he wants to moderate this platform, please. I beg you, please. Well, we understand how.
Why do you want to be divisive in the first place? What do you want to
Adale Koko, don't bring that, please. Let's just
no. Let's say the truth, man.
We're not the.
What does he want to achieve by doing that? Okay. One man continue to tell him, "Don't do it." He said he can do it. That is rubbish. You can't do that.
Yeah.
It's not acceptable. We can't take it.
Let's just
all right. Let's get back to the topic, but I think I made myself clear. So, Prestige, the troops being rolled out in Lagos.
Okay. I think that's a welcome development, and I second everything that's going on there. It's about time, so we can have a very peaceful election all over the country. It's a welcome development. I hope that can happen all over the country, not just Lagos, but Lagos seems to be the epicenter right now, in my own opinion. So everybody has their own opinion. Lagos Center is the epicenter right now, and that's a welcome development, and that should be deployed even in the Southeast where they say there's no election or whatever. That should be deployed. I don't care what kind of operation they call it. That is needed. I want election to happen anywhere, and anybody, that disobey the election, Southeast, anywhere, they should be held responsible. I mean, in my own opinion, they should be held responsible. And if they kill anybody, let them do the same to them. That's how I feel. I mean,
but and I agree that there should be a strong security presence in this election, but do you think the country has the troop numbers to support that? Do you think they have the infrastructure?
No, we don't have the troop, but whatever troop they have, they should mobilize the troop to the maximum level. I mean, because I mean, Nigeria is becoming, I mean, a chaos place in Nigeria right now in this election. Nobody knows if the election is going to be held, but I pray that's going to happen. But the troop, I think he should mobilize the troop to the maximum level. This is needed if we want to have a democracy or a country called Nigeria. I mean, I want to go back home. I'm doing a business there. I want to, I want to amplify my business. Everybody here, have a stake in Nigeria. I didn't used to have a stake in. I didn't feel like I have a stake in Nigeria, but recently, I'm feeling that I need a stake in Nigeria. So, whatever it takes.
Do you feel that deployment is actually a move against Tinubu? Is that signaling to the Tinubu space the deployment that we saw?
But let me ask you: is that only in Lagos?
Yeah, that's what I can't say that categorically if it's only in Lagos or not, but certainly the most pronounced one is in Lagos.
Well, that's the biggest city, but in my opinion, it should be all over the country. It shouldn't be in Lagos because Lagos State is not the only one. I mean, you see what's going on in the southeast, you see what's going on in Benin, wherever I mean, in Edo State, that should be deployed all over the country. But whichever city is needed the most, in my opinion, when it comes to election violence, I mean, right now Lagos is the epicenter, but that should be deployed, make it equal level in any part of the country, because it's uncalled for, if that's what is needed, but that's not needed in a democratic society right now. But if that's what it takes to have the election, right, and let whomever win. I'm obedient. I want to win, but I don't care if we didn't win. I mean, I don't care, but if it doesn't win, it don't make any difference to me.
All right. And talking about the let me play you this clip. Talking about the hot spots where deployment should be. I'll only play you about 2-3 seconds of this because I'm not able to mute the volume on this. But this are now ongoing in the southeast. I think this is one of the. Let me see if I can actually find it somewhere else. I think this is one of the. Hold on. Yes, let me play it here because I can mute the voice here. So I think this is one of the directives from Simon Epa. So the election is under threat is what we really must be concluding. So now these are INEC officials on the floor. These are the UGNs as you know them. Those are balloting materials being harvested and of course being put on a bonfire. So that's deployment to the southeast as well, would you suggest?
Yeah, I saw that earlier on Ingenje TV, some other places, So, I mean, some people are claiming that it's just a stage, to promote their narrative. But I don't know. I mean, there has been a lot happening in that part of, the country. So I don't know which one is true, but, that notwithstanding, if it is a propaganda or true, it's still a bad thing that's going to happen. I mean, as of yesterday, I had a news that the foreign affairs minister Onyema or something like that, has spoken to the
Godfrey Onyema,
has spoken to the Finnish government or something like that. So they have given Samuel 48 hours to announce or to revert the sit-at-home order. But I saw Samuel today, so apparently nothing has happened. So I don't know the way Finnish government, I don't know what kind of government they have. If that's true, that's what I had. I saw it on many places. So it's not like Sahara Report or any other news carries. So I don't know how authentic that is. But it's about 48 hours right now. Today is going to make 48 hours because that was as of yesterday. So what I had, they gave 48 hours for him to. They're not penalizing him or whatever. They just want him to reverse that seat at home. I mean, he's a citizen. So it's going to take a lot or else he's going to be declared as a terrorist. That's where. So we wait until tomorrow. See what happened. I hope that's true.
Is Godfrey Onyema? Is he in talks with the? Sorry, actually, Rational Mind wanted to come in. Yeah, Rational Mind. Sorry.
Go ahead, Rational Mind.
Yeah. Sorry. I mean, I think yesterday I think we talked about it here. That I think they said the Finnish embassy said there was nothing of any sort. That purported letter was not from the Finnish government.
It's fake news. It's fake news.
It's fake news. Yeah.
So it's a fake news then because I saw some paper today.
Yeah. So
I saw, of course, they blocked me, because I went there to chastise him a while ago.
Some people were saying that. No, let me not start some other controversy here.
Yeah, I mean, I saw some paper today. He was repeating.
Some people were saying that it's the Obidients And Obedient were accusing the Batify that they were the people that brought it up first, just like FFK did the other issue, talk about overthrow. I mean, Atiku having some meeting, private or secret meeting with so something like that. So, but we don't know yet. I don't know how true is. Well, that's what people said. Let me just leave it at that.
Yeah, if something hasn't happened as of right now, it must be a fake news. So, but I mean,
Do you not think that the government should be at the diplomatic level pushing for actions against this Simon Epa narrative? Because it started as a little bit of a nonsense, but now, from what we're saying now, is now a real threat to life and well-being in the Southeast. Do you not think that the government at the diplomatic level should be leaning on the Finnish government to do something about the cross-dressing guy in their country?
No, I think it's overdue, but I'm surprised up to right now. That should have been done in Monday. I'm surprised nothing happened unless the delivery. I'm not accuse government, but in the government, I mean, you can't take anything away from them.
You're breaking heavily. You're breaking heavily.
You know, it's from that part, the country. It's not making any effort. So what is that?
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It breaks quite heavily. It's breaking quite. Yeah, carry on.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying, the foreign affairs minister, he's from that part of the country. So if there's nothing going on in the government, he should have taken it up by himself and do something. I mean, to try to parlay, any kind of conference or government reconciliation with him. I don't even want a reconciliation. I'm thinking somebody should go get rid of him because he has killed a lot of people by his action in that part of the country. I mean, sometimes I tend to wonder. I mean, like I was saying, my parents has been here. They just landed 2 days ago in Nigeria. They just went back to vote. They came back here with me. When I came back here at the end of the year. So they said they are going to vote. Of course, then they don't belong. They belong to PDP, but according to them, they say they are voting for B. So I can say that because nobody knows who they are. But anyway, they have gone back. They especially gone back to vote. They are coming back here after. But that's how dedicated they are about this election. So, and I asked them about what's going on about the monetary problem. Whereas they said it's not as bad as in Lagos or wherever, and it's right. They're just.
We're really struggling. We're really struggling to hear you. By the way, Prestige.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're struggling to hear you.
Hello?
There's a lot of static. Hold on, can you hear me? There's a lot of static in your.
I can hear you.
Yes, if you listen back, you see there's it breaks quite often when you're the signal. But carry on. Let's see if you can make. All right. All right. Let's do that. So let's do that. Let's take the
different room. Hold on. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah. No. That's better. Yes. So as you were, carry on.
Hold on. Give me a minute. I'm trying to go to a different room. Sorry. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Carry on. That's a lot better.
Me?
Carry on. Yes, we can. Carry on.
Okay, I have to go to a different room.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, like I was saying, I mean, I just, I've been conversing with my parents. I mean, things are not well in Nigeria. Okay, they are just managing. They're in Nigeria right now. I mean, they haven't. Although they have some money already, so they haven't gone to the bank. There's no need for them to go to bank. So I can't tell you what kind of experience they have had in terms of withdrawing. Like I said, I mean, I have relatives, even the ones that send money on those. I mean, not in Ota, which is Ogun State. I think that's about 10 or 11 days right now. She has not been able to retrieve the money. It's not like a lot of money, just the money to help her business. She has not been able to retrieve because she said no bank is working. So like everybody's saying here, I mean, I'm not in favor of what's going on in that country. The way some people are taking it, the fighting between it.
We can't hear you. The signal
Hello?
is just too poor. The
Okay,
signal
go
is
ahead
too
with some
poor.
other
Yeah.
person.
All right. Thank you,
Go
Prestige.
with somebody else.
All right. Thank you, Prestige. So thank you, Prestige. So let's go on from you. Let's go to Enigmatic Hundi. So Enigmatic, are you ready? All right. We don't seem to have Enigmatic for the moment. So let's go from Enigmatic then to Desmond, who hopefully is ready. Desmond, are you ready?
Yeah, one man, I'm here.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So yeah, Desmond, to you then, that clip of the militaries being rolled out in Lagos State is never a good thing when you see the military being rolled out because it only means one thing, which is body bags. But what do you think is going on there within that space, Desmond?
One man is simple now. I told you this almost 2 weeks ago. I don't know why you're surprised. I told you the next, I think like last week, not 2 weeks. I told you after Buhari, still maintains his money status, and the next thing he's going to do is bring out the military and, anybody that feel like they want to riot around is gonna show them that he's Buhari, which is I wasn't hiding about this particular statement. I told you categorically this is what's gonna happen, and I'm not surprised that he's doing it. Anybody that is Buhari is not actually a hard man to read, but I don't know why people find it difficult to be delusional whenever they are trying to you know think about what Buhari's next move is going to be. It's not really a hard man to read. And so it's basically what's going to happen, one man. And I'm afraid of anybody that's coming out in all those Surulere. We already know that Surulere is filled with, touts. A lot of them are there.
What do you mean,
And
Surulere? Surulere is a middle class area now. Do you know
it's
Lagos?
filled with, I know Lagos now. Calm down, one man.
Surulere
I know Lagos very well.
is a middle class area.
Oh man, any place in mainland, forget any place in mainland is filled with touts.
What do you
All
mean?
of them,
I live in Orebu now. I'm not a tout.
Oshodi, Surulere, all of them. Ago, most of those places are just touts. I mean, you can't even drive your car there because you're just gonna be stopped and harassed. I mean, I just hope it doesn't involve a lot of violence and a lot of killing because that's probably going to go negatively, and I don't know why Nigeria can't just, even if you're trying to reduce tension or trying to disperse people, there are easier ways to do it. There are better ways to do it than using firearms, live arms. I mean, they should always adapt rubber bullets or you know something else, water cannon. I
The
mean, there's
army
a
the army don't the army don't use rubber bullets traditionally in Nigeria. We saw it at Lekki Toll Gate.
yes, they don't. That's what I'm saying. If next government, and I know P2B wouldn't allow any such stupid act. Any governor, any government that is coming in next tenure should the armed forces with.
Are we losing you as well?
I don't know. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah,
I don't
carry
know if
on.
you're losing me.
No, carry on.
All this
Yeah,
obedience
I said
network.
Yes, obedient network.
Anybody supporting
any
Obi, you just
government
see
that
as
is coming in.
the network is cutting off.
Is this what Obi is going to bring us? The new obedient something? Bad network, but is this it?
I don't know. But the thing is, they should try to buy a lot of equipment that is more safer in order not to be hearing all these police kill person or whatever. There's taser, you can use taser, you can use rubber pepper spray. There's so many things you can use in order to disarm anybody that you think is trying to threaten the people or whatever, threaten the rule of law. There's so many things to use, except the person doesn't give you a choice. Then you can go to that extreme measure. But yeah, I think Buhari is showing to. I think this is basically a show for Tinubu. That's most especially what it is. A show for Tinubu, and I'm not. I don't have they finished their rally because I don't know how Buhari is gonna come to another rally again with all these things happening. So
Is there any point Buhari turning up at a Tinubu rally when in open demonstration it is telling us that is fighting hard not to let him? Is there what will he be doing at a Tinubu rally when he's using all of the might of the Nigerian state to stop
I
Tinubu from being president?
that's what I don't know now. I don't know if there is any point of him coming to any other rally. Yeah, it's basically a show of power. It's a show of power to Tinubu, telling Tinubu I'm the president and I'm the most powerful man in Africa. You know, and there's nothing Tinubu can do about it. Like I said, the best case Tinubu has to win this election is to kneel down and start leave his ego, as in drop his ego somewhere and go to Aso Rock and start begging. That's the best case. Because I don't see if the president mean business for you, if he actually mean business for you, I mean, you're going to suffer it, regardless of how rich or how powerful you think you are. Is way more powerful than you. So Tinubu should stop listening to all these governors that are, hiding under whatever. Um, you don't ever know what the northern agendas is. They can just show you a joker card, and you think they are on your side. But when they bring out their true colors, that's when you're gonna be surprised. So you should stop listening to all these governors and
Des,
try
can I
to,
interject? Can I ask you a quick question?
yeah.
Should Tinubu should he drop out for Obi?
No, no, no. Why would he drop out for Obi? I'm just saying he should. The best case he has is to go to Buhari and start begging, so that Buhari can calm down for him. I mean, Buhari needs to calm down for him, or else. I mean, there's no way for him. There's really no way for him. One man.
Yes,
Do you?
yes. Why would you allow this? Why would you allow Kolata always trick you with all this? This is ridiculous.
I don't. He
Eh,
can't. He can't box me into that corner now. He knows me very well.
do you think this overly militarized presence, do you think in and of itself some form of voter suppression? Because if I was in Lagos and I saw all this, I'm not coming out of my house, or whoever becomes president. Do you think this is a form of this? Do you think this might inadvertently lead to
Uh,
voter suppression? This heavy military something.
no, one man. It depends on the feeling at the time these things are coming out. If it was doing the NSAS, or the individuals trying to form some kind of uprising towards the government, yeah, you would be afraid. But now it's more like the feeling now is more like the president is on the people's side. That's the feeling. So everybody would come out with that feeling. Yes, we have all this military around. No thoughts or whatever is going to harass me or whatever. So everybody is gonna come out in full force with that sort of feeling because they feel Buhari is on their side. I don't know what Buhari's mind is, but I'm saying what the feeling is for the people right now. So I don't think is anything gonna be. People are gonna be thinking is gonna be suppress them in any way.
All right. If you are saying that Buhari is out to stop Tinubu, and there is a lot of indications that support that, then what do you think is ultimately hoping to achieve? What do you think is ultimately hoping to achieve? If he's out to stop Tinubu, what do you speculate that his ultimate goal is?
Um, that is the part I find hard to read. One man, there's so much I can read about someone's behavior. But with I would take his word for it, and His word is that he wants to um, leave a legacy of a true and fair a peaceful election, a fair election, and he's always made it clear, even before the primaries. To be honest with you, he's made this clear that he wants to leave this legacy. If this whatever started now, like this whole wanting to
Des,
leave a
Des, Des. Sorry, my brother. 30 seconds.
yeah.
How, why is the Southeast become the Buhari has become the clever and the favorite of the Southeast now?
You know, you know,
Let me
I'm
finish
tired.
now.
I
Let
know
me
where you're
finish.
going. I know where you're
Let
going. I
me
know where you're
finish
going.
Yeah,
now. Let me
you've asked
finish.
the question
I
before,
know
No, I
Thomas.
haven't
I know where you're
land.
going.
Yeah, that's
I
all
know
All
right.
where
right.
you're going.
Continue.
Continue.
See,
Yes, yeah.
I am getting tired of this blackmail. I am
No, no,
getting tired of this
no,
blackmail.
leave that space and go back to your narrative. Let me,
No,
let me ask you, if Buhari is determined to have a free and fair election, who do you think that favors?
it favors the opposition, obviously. Like I've said this before. It favors the opposition because now if it doesn't favor the opposition, I don't think the APC governors are gonna be coming out and be crying wolf, you know, about this whole implementation, trying to form some kind of hatred between the APC and the people. I mean, that's basically what they are talking about. I've said this a long time ago. This is what's gonna go on. This is what's happening. And now they are coming out to say it categorically that the people that this whole thing is one mainly for the people um, that is gonna hate on them and not and vote against them. Also for the vote buying, yes, they've packed the new money, but this is all. I will see it as a double-edged sword. You get the whole having the new money is a double-edged sword, one man, because now if you come to the south and you have all this new money that people have been complaining they haven't seen, and you're bringing it out and showing them to buy their vote, they're gonna say, "Oh, yeah, the people packing this money all along," and they might just vote
Is
against
that what
you.
they will think? Is what
No,
is happening? Oh, hold on. Is what is happening not actually even making vote buying cheaper?
it, it,
Is
it,
it not? Is
it,
that not what is actually going
it
to happen?
depends
It's
on
cheaper.
it, it depends on the demography you're trying to buy. Do you get? It depends on the
Well, the
demography you're trying to
demography that
buy.
you are trying to buy is usually the lower rungs of society. Is
No,
it not? Yeah.
one man is not really almost always the lower side.
All right.
I've collected money before. I wasn't
Yeah. When you were a
I
student,
wasn't a
yes, you so.
pooper. Do you get? Yeah, I wasn't a pooper. I just went there, collect my money. Voted who I wanted to vote for. It doesn't necessarily mean anything about you can. They can go there and want to bribe or pay or buy any votes. They think they can be able to buy. You get? But now, that's why I said it's a double-edged sword. There's a demography you're gonna give that money, because they have been trying to get this money for a long time and they're not seeing it. It's probably gonna make them turn against you. So, I mean, it can go either way. That's just how I see it. You get? So, what all these things is basically affecting APC. Any way you look at it is affecting APC, and it's ultimately um, gaining having some kind of upper grounds for the Labour Party and the PDP, because they, as you can see, they are just there looking at all this mess. They are just there watching. Omoyele Sowore haven't even said anything. He's just there speculating. Unlike him, he would have just come and be blastering all the whole thing. But he's like, okay, let me just watch. So all these things is benefiting every other person
You are
apart
wrong
from
there. Oh.
APC.
He's been speaking. You are not been following him.
No, it's just once now. That one that
When was
I
once?
follow that one that the first time that they made this policy. He hasn't said anything for over 2-3 weeks or 2 weeks or whatever. He hasn't said anything.
Look,
That's what I'm saying.
he met with during their last meeting with NEC chairman.
When?
So I think it was last week. He spoke there. He told him, "You better speak up. If you know that you are not ready for this election, if you don't have enough money to run the election, if you don't have your logistic ready, if you know that election is not capable of holding, speak up and don't deceive Nigerians right now." So you didn't hear that?
I didn't hear
Okay,
it.
yeah,
I
okay.
think I
I'm
heard
just
that,
telling
but it was 2 weeks
you.
ago. I don't know.
It was a week
It
ago
wasn't.
when they met the chairman with the party officials and all the rest. He was there, and he spoke strongly and tell the INEC chairman that all the shenanigans you have been playing with the government, you better let us know what is going on, and don't put people in don't put people in a situation where they think election is going to hold, and only for you to come out at the dying minute and said, "Oh, we are postponing election cannot hold." You better speak up now so that you can save your head and you can save the country from going into a big chaos. So don't say
Anyway,
it's your
I
man.
didn't
It's
hear
your
it. I didn't
man.
hear that one.
It's your man.
Just a second.
It's
To
your
buy
own
Gamigoku.
presidential
See,
chairman that don't like to speak. That is supporting Buhari now. It's your own presidential. It's your
Angali
own mentor,
Coco,
Peter Obi.
let's stop that. Let's stop
so
that. See, let me.
Gamigoku, Omoyele Sowore has been shouting since October. He was the first person to say, even on this Naira redesign, that they should impeach Buhari and they sack the CBN governor as far back as October. So all
Yes,
these
that's
ones
the first time I heard it, and he said something again last 2 weeks. Apart from
been
that, no, I
consistent.
have not heard anything.
Omoyele Sowore has been consistent, even up to reach
But
before
let's go off that space. It's not that I don't even. I didn't hear him because he's not in the game, to be honest. Anyway, but the thing is, it's benefiting every other person. If there is no voter suppression and there is no vote buying, there is no all these indices that is against them, then I don't see anything he should be awfully moaning about. Um, it's just the case of who does it benefit politically. My problem now, one man, because all these people coming to blackmail me, I have to say it. I'm getting tired of all this
Who's blackmailing you? Who's blackmailing you?
trying to blackmail my feelings of supporting Buhari for this or whatever. I mean, what are we even talking about? When Buhari, when what's his name? Is he El Zazaki? When the court, said Buhari should release El Zazaki and they should compensate him and all that. Buhari disobeyed. It's all of us here that was like, Buhari can do whatever he wants. He's the government. He's the president, and
No,
all that
nobody
stuff.
said that. Oh, nobody
Let me
said that.
finish.
Everybody
Let me
was
finish,
critical
one
of
man.
that. Yeah.
Let me
Yeah.
finish.
Carry
Some
on.
people were saying that the president has the superior power. Is Nigeria now? Don't we know it's Nigeria? Anything can happen. This one. Same thing happened with Omoyele Sowore. The court favored on his side. People were saying, is it not Nigeria? Is it not this? The same thing with Nnamdi Kanu. Is it not Nigeria? Buhari, Nnamdi Kanu. He
Yeah, you're
suits a
breaking up
narrative and all
again.
that,
Yeah.
sentimental, all that sentimental crap. And now Buhari rules against whatever they feel is gonna affect them. They say if the thing never touch you, you're not gonna understand. Now it's touching you, and you're trying to blackmail me. What the fuck? Sorry about that
That,
word. Huh?
oh, oh, oh,
Only
oh, oh, oh.
sis or Suna Apadi or whatever. I mean,
You
I
don't
don't
understand
care.
Igbo, so don't attempt it. Yeah, look at that Jabota trying to speak Igbo. Look at this one. A
I,
Lagos
no.
boy trying to speak Igbo.
Oh my.
After everything that is happening now and all that is being said, when the results are announced next week or the week after, is the space going to accept it? Is the obedient space especially, are they going to accept it?
I mean, why not? If everything seems fine and there was nothing to write home, like any negative thing to write home, then yeah, everybody will accept it. But if there is some kind of a wuru wuru, like I would say, then
Well, you are telling us that there is no wuru wuru now, especially with you are claiming Buhari sending troops to intimidate Tinubu in Lagos, and which you are telling us bodes well for a free and fair election. So after the elections, will you accept the results?
why not? Like it's not left for me. If the people in Nigeria accept it, then it's fine. I'm not gonna be in Nigeria fighting their battle for them. I mean, if they, I'm not, you don't supposed to, you're not supposed to ask me. Yes, I will accept it. You have to ask the millions of people if they're gonna accept it, not me.
But let me ask a question. One man, sorry. But Des, I think a few months ago you went to Nigeria. You said before you even went to Nigeria, you said you were going to vote Obi. You were going to Nigeria to vote for Obi. So I'm
going back.
Oh, you're going back? Because it's my impression that you're back in the United States. So then
I'm going back. I'm going back.
You're going back. Okay.
Right. Yeah. I told one man now I'm going back.
Yes.
So
one man. One man.
Yeah, we came to you earlier, Enigmatic. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, you know the joy of this imbroglio now, right? Because obviously the whole nation and everybody can see now that the Obidients are very happy. So when they beat them silly, at least they're giving them a level playing field, supposedly, as they want it. They have beavers now. They have electoral law. They have everything that they want, right? So by the time they beat them silly and they come very distant third or miserable fourth, I hope they will not say Nigeria.
No, that's the ground I'm preparing with this now, because he's now every time he comes here it's like this, peacocking. So you're peacocking now. So with all of the things that is going on. So that's yeah.
I told you I've stopped talking about who is going to win or who is not going to win. I've stopped that. I'm just going to say what I want to say. What the thing is, I already know what is happening on ground. So whatever you guys are saying is like I said, it's like arguing unnecessarily. So I stopped it because it's like wasting of my whole saliva and all that stuff.
But Des, you and Playtown has already given your excuse yesterday. You guys said it's going to be voter suppression. Say
I'm not giving any excuse.
Win. You said if Obi doesn't win, it's voter suppression.
No, if Obi doesn't win, the only thing that's gonna stop, that is gonna make Obi win outrightly, if there is no voter suppression. But even if there is voter suppression, it's gonna go on a runoff. So that's why I said a runoff at first, because I'm putting all this whole, things, all this voter suppression, all this rigging and all that stuff. I put it there. That's why I said it's a runoff. But if there is none of that, sorry, the game is over. I'm telling you this.
One man, I sent you something. I don't know if you got it, like some photos about Atiku stuff. Did you see it?
When did you send it?
Let me see. I think, and then there is one for the Obidients too, because the Obidients they are thinking about the vote buying. We probably give them the election, but they forget this is Nigeria, and the Obidients are already doing their own version of vote buying now, cooking food and everything. But let me see if I can see it again and send it to you.
Enigmatic.
And what Atiku is doing, I'll show you what Atiku is doing. I think I will have it.
Enigmatic, you start.
All this
Enigmatic, like bringing us fake news. I don't know why.
Everything that is fake news.
Enigmatic is fond of bringing up propaganda and fake news.
Don't worry. Now we are happy that Buhari has given you guys everything you want, and you guys are loving him overnight.
We don't need propaganda.
So don't come back and cry next Saturday. Don't come back.
Well, I guarantee you that I'm not gonna cry. I can guarantee you that.
Desmond, the reason why I was asking you if when the results are announced, if the obedient space especially would concede that it was a free and fair election. The reason why I am asking you is that all of the opinion polls now coming out are projecting a comfortable Tinubu victory. We did one yesterday, and here is another one still today. So all of the opinion, all the polls coming out now are telling us really of a very comfortable Tinubu victory. So if this opinion poll, and you know we don't play.
Where is this poll from?
Yeah, hold on. It's from a survey by Enough is Enough, a civil society organization, CSO, and CBM Intelligence, a research firm, has confirmed a likely victory for Bola Tinubu, presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress. In a report published on Friday, the organization said the election forecast was based on a survey of 11,534 respondents across the states and the FCT. According to the survey, Tinubu could win the popular vote depending on the turnout in key states in the Southwest and the Northwest. The report added that there is a possibility of the country experiencing its first ever run-off election, while Peter Obi of the Labour Party and Atiku Abubakar will likely get 25% of votes in at least 24 states. The path to Aso Rock has been riddled with permutations and scenario planning primarily because for the first time since the era of parliamentary democracy in the 1960s, there are three competitive political blocs broadly distributed along the eastern, northern, and western regional divides, with a smattering of swing states where they must compete for absolute votes and vote share. Unfortunately, there isn't as much interest in the down ballot races, the report reads. Turnout will increase in the election, but some states will experience a low turnout. Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar will score 25% in at least 24 states. Depending on the turnout in Kano, Lagos, and a few other states in the Northwest and Southwest, Bola Tinubu will win the popular vote, setting Nigeria up for a runoff election for the first time ever. The APC could win 60 seats in the Senate, whilst the PDP may win 46 seats, leaving a margin of 3 seats, which could go either way or could be taken by third parties. And then it goes on to speak about the House. So this is speaking of either a Tinubu victory or a Tinubu front lead that doesn't land him the constitutional mandation for the state. So, but we saw another one yesterday. That's not to give any validity to it. But all the polls are telling us, the latest set of polls are predicting a Tinubu victory. So if it does win,
but not from the same sources, not from the same sources, all from new set of pollsters. At the same time, they are actually
How do
predicting a
you know
runoff,
that they're new
which is
pollsters? You
interesting
just make a
because I
categorical
just saw it.
statement.
I just saw it.
How do you know
I
they've
saw the
not
one from
run any
yesterday's.
poll before?
Could not
Do
have
like
stopped
that.
it, man. I saw it. You think I would say it without knowing? Come on, man.
You know what's happening. You know what's happening. A technique to divert attention and to give Tinubu hope.
Right.
As soon as this is what's happening, you can still take that to the bank. As soon as this Buhari brought out this whole thing interview that he made yesterday, they found the need to divert attention and also to give some sort of hope to their base. This is just what is happening. Forget about this useless thing coming out.
But this sort of polling have been coming out pre and then now post Buhari's.
No, the only thing that came out pre was the one, the Fisher or whatever they are called, that said it wasn't even a poll. It was sort of like a suggestion. Fish. It wasn't actually a poll. It was sort of a suggestion, though. And now we are bringing, after all these things, we are bringing two polls back to back. You know, how does that even back to back under 2 days that Buhari had made his statements? You're trying to basically divert attention, towards the main thing that is happening. Because now, yesterday we already debunk that last poll that the percentage is not even right, and the states are still more than what is supposed to be even be there. So it's basically a rubbish poll. To tell you, it's something that is just modeled up. It was just a fast thinking of someone that
Yeah,
makes.
actually, I saw a discrepancy. They use Cross River against and for one candidate. It's like
Yes,
weird.
it was something they just did as all of a sudden, just put it out there and get it on air and let everybody have this hope. But we can see through past these things. If you guys can't, it's okay, but I can't. It's not even I'm not even concerned about it. The only thing is that come in 9-10 days, a lot of people are going to be like, okay, like they say, we go shock them. A lot of people are going to be shocked. It's just a simple thing.
One man. Don't you think that this guy is fighting Buhari like this? It's a terrible idea. Buhari has a lot of votes in the north. If they are fighting Buhari the way they are fighting, the way Tinubu is going right now, he's ensuring that he will never win. If Buhari just signals his people, that's it. It's over. I don't understand what this guy
I'm
did
not.
this morning.
I'm not sure that Buhari does have those votes in the north. Buhari had those. Buhari had those votes in the north when he was on the ballot. So the fate was in there. And by the way, Buhari has been very much demythified, having now had the chance to rule the country.
He's
So
a lame duck.
it's very
It
much
doesn't come
demythified.
across well in the north to see someone like Tinubu appearing to bully Buhari. That doesn't come across well, and I fear that this is going to cause serious cratering of the vote for Tinubu. If this thing doesn't cease now, that guy that said Buhari, this Tinubu should go to Buhari and try to make peace. If it doesn't cease, I don't think Northerners will smile at this, because if it was a Southerner, you think about it yourself.
To Niger, do you know the meaning of Akoi Kudi Ba Kudi Tinubu Nole? Do you know what that means? Any Hausa person on the platform?
No. I know money is involved, Kudi, but
okay. It means money or no money, right? Money or no money, Tinubu is the candidate. So the narrative the APC governors are painting now, right? Because it's like a maneuver versus maneuver, and they are all back to square one. So the APC candidates, they have to survive, and they have to get they have to win their own elections in their state down the ballot. So now what they are painting down in the north now is that Atiku, this is what Atiku had done. So they are turning everything against Atiku now. Keep your money, and when Tinubu comes in, it's going to change the policy in your favor. And then that's why you see this Akoi Kudi, Ba Kudi, Nole Tinubu now. So there's a reason why those people want to see Buhari before he ran out of the country. So what you guys are seeing, right, is because at the point, Atiku has basically restricted his electoral fortunes to the north, having lost almost the whole of the southern part. So he's been playing this betrayal game that never worked against the governors. And then now what he needed to do was probably this was the last card for him. And they've basically truncated and leaked the last card for him now.
So you don't see any issue with him fighting Buhari?
Nobody is fighting Buhari. That's what you don't understand.
That's what we're all seeing.
No. What you guys are seeing is the governors. Listen carefully. The governors are fighting those who want to make a head out of their party.
One man, can I say something?
This is
one
not.
man, can I say something?
Hold on.
Let me land this.
What you guys are seeing.
TVC news officials were calling Buhari a terrorist. Come on, this
don't worry about terrorists. No, hold on. Don't worry about terrorists. Let the conversation take place.
What you are seeing now is that non-elected, non-APC actors who cannot win a single vote, who cannot even win their polling units, right? And they want to derail APC's fortune in the upcoming election.
But this thing was not started by the governors. I'm
trying to explain something to you now.
It was Tinubu that started the whole thing
and I'm trying to explain what I'm talking to Nigeria was saying. Who are they fighting? I'm telling you who they are fighting. They are fighting those who does not have anything to lose, and they want to make everything go south for APC. So the APC governors, they've been fighting them.
Let's get this straight. the fighting here is between it's all because of Tinubu, not because of the governors. It's because
No, you're wrong. You're
no,
wrong. You're
you are
wrong.
wrong.
hold on.
You are
Hold on.
wrong.
You're wrong.
It could be
Hold on,
governors,
hold on. Let land that point,
the
Rasna, my
governors
dear.
could also be involved because they have some of them maybe they're going for the second term, some of them because they have their own candidates. Well, that could be it. But the major person here in the center of this whole thing is Tinubu.
No, and this is why you are. Let me tell you again.
Or am I
Tinubu.
wrong? Am I wrong?
Hold on. Tinubu is the focal point because he's the presidential candidate at the top. At the top, as of today, this thing, this narration of they are sending cops, soldiers to Lagos or wherever, right? All Southwest governors, including Akeredolu, right? They've called for that because they are suspecting Yoruba nation, whatever, from the from the southwest, and then that K2 stuff actually triggered that, and they've been calling for that for over a week. So what you are seeing now is just getting ready against what to probably happen during the election, and they don't want the Simon Ekpa stuff that is probably going to happen in the other side. So now let's focus on what is happening. The APC, do not forget that APC, right, came from ABGA, CPC, and then ACN. Now, that is actually out of the way now. They have governors, they have candidates who are running elections. But there are some individuals who are not running elections, who will never run elections, who have never run elections, who have never won elections, and who will never win even their polling units. But they are ready to derail APC's 2023 electoral projects. So the governors are telling them, no, APC belongs to us, regardless of what Buhari is doing, because they've seen Buhari's body language, that Buhari has had his own bite of the cake. He cares less a huge about what is left of APC. So he has done his own. He wants to shut the door against everybody. They've seen that, and they are playing the high power politics against Buhari now. Take it or leave it. Buhari is a lame dog president. Buhari's 2 years ago, they wouldn't be doing this against Buhari, but now they are so emboldened to tell Buhari that we cannot bring you to power, and then we through APC, and we want to derail the fortunes of that APC and just shut the door and move out like that. No, we are still politicians, we are governors, we have successors who are coming in power. We will not leave our state in the hands of opposition. You cannot expect somebody like Bagudu in Jigawa State to leave the state for a PDP that is controlled by Lamido, who his son is their gubernatorial candidate, another son senatorial candidate, another son House of Rep, another son House of Assembly. Then you'll be gone, and then they will deal with you decisively. So these state governors, regardless of what you guys are saying, they need to protect their states, they need to protect their political structures, they need to protect their political future, not relying on Buhari. And that's why you see Tinubu has never relied on Buhari, he has never banked on Buhari from day one. If he had actually banked his electoral fortunes on Buhari from day one, he wouldn't have won the primaries to start with. He would have been gone, done, and dusted by now. So what you are seeing is
it's a simple power game. APC will not relinquish power because of Atiku.
Because of Atiku, they won't do
I
that.
mean, we have very, very trivial. The way we think in the South is very, very petty. We think, oh, Hausa will give to Hausa.
Hold on. Let's hear from Kulata.
Come on.
Yeah.
We always have this very, I mean, few people like that, some maybe Yoruba Nation people, some basic thinking, like, oh, Northerners will give power to Northerners. So that means me in APC, with my political fortunes in APC, I'll let PDP usurp my power with all the investments, with everything that I've laid down, my political career, I'll jeopardize it and now go to the back of the line in PDP. Come on now, let's use common sense. It doesn't make any sense. So the fight you're saying,
it's been like that.
Wait,
it's been like
now,
that forever now.
The fate is not like that. It's not like that.
It's not like that forever.
It's not like that forever. It's common. Just apply some common sense. You're in a party that's in power, and you want to just relinquish the power to go and join the back of the line. I mean, come on, it doesn't add up. So that's what's going on.
Somebody like Yaya Bello we lose the whole structure of Kogi State to somebody like Dino Melaye and his goons.
Let me say this.
Like that.
We can remember.
Let me land this. When we are talking politics, right? When we are on this platform, and this platform is high is we are very lucky to have very intellectual folks on this platform. So when we are having a conversation, it's just a conversation that we can have, in playing chess or whatever. But we are having this on this platform, so we should put things in the right perspective without thinking about, oh, what is the emotion to this? What is the gain for this? No, because APC will not open their eyes and allow Buhari, to ruin APC for them, because he has said after May 29th, he's staying in Daura to tend to his cattle and his cow and his
enigmatic.
So they won't let him
Do,
do that.
do, do you think Buhari should be arrested for this? I mean, after he hands over, should he be arrested for this? This thing he has done?
No.
Which is almost it's almost a coup. What he has done, sitting himself outside of the constitution.
No, if he hands over, there's nothing to arrest him for.
Even if Buhari does more than as long as the election holds and then there's transition in power, regardless of whatever political issues he might be having with the incoming president. Let's assume the incoming president from the APC now, with all these power games and everything, and Tinubu becomes president. Tinubu wouldn't do anything. The only thing Tinubu will probably do, and his men, is to follow his men, to follow Buhari's men. All those cabal, they will go after them, like ferociously. They will strip them naked politically, but they will just leave. All of them will.
Emefiele will be out of the country 2 days before the elections, and it's not
he better run, man. That man is a dead man if he doesn't run.
So can I come in? This election as it is now. Okay, go ahead, man of
come in, man of prestige.
Okay.
Prestige.
I'm going to ask a question, then I'm going to make a comment, because can somebody let it seems to me, hackery and discord among the APC, the presidential side, how does that mean how it's favored the APC? Can somebody let it make sense to me?
Yeah, we're still struggling to hear you. By the way,
I can't hear you. Can you say that again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I said the bakery or the discord, among the APC, which is the presidency side and the APC side, the infighting. How's that supposed to make them win? Can somebody let that make sense to me?
Let me explain to you. How it's gonna make them win, how they've been winning already is because of what you see the governors doing now. So the governors are pushing back ferociously against those, it's like the presidency, not presidency versus Tinubu now, is presidency versus APC. And APC, they are trying to take the soul of their party, not allowing those folks who do not have electoral fortunes or electoral capital or anything to lose politically, right, to put their party into shambles before they go. Because at the end of the day, if they allow that to happen, what those guys will do at the end of the day, if their permutation of ensuring the possibility of an Atiku government comes in, they don't have anything to lose. They will just join Atiku and they will become another cabal in Atiku's government. But these people, they are governors. Like El-Rufai now, he has Ubasani to succeed him in Kwara State. In Kebbi State, the governor has his successor on ground already running for election. In all the states like that, in all the 22 states, except maybe 2 states, the governors are running for second term. In Nasarawa State, Governor Sule is running for re-election, and then Gombe State, the governor is running for election. All other states, they are either going to House or Senate, or they have their successors getting ready for an election. So they will not open their eyes. It's just like Peter Obi now running under the Labour Party ticket, right? And you are seeing a cross-divisional fight between Labour Party and Peter Obi. And Peter Obi needs to win an election. Peter Obi has come with his own men to Labour Party, and Labour Party is telling Peter Obi, this is what we need to do. So it's like Peter Obi will stay on course regardless of what Labour Party is trying to do to derail his course, or some guys, that guy that they were accusing that was paid in Ogun State and all those things, try to derail his stuff. So they will stay on course and say, no, we are running a presidential election, we are running some other elections, subordinate elections. We're not going to let you truncate this. So what you are seeing is APC core APC fighting against Buhari's appointees who are not running for any election, who are not running for anything. And that's
My
how you see these
brother,
people now doing what they
Wow.
are doing in their
No
various
man, this
places.
guy must be
enigmatic.
Okay. Can I
crazy.
finish
No,
my
no,
statement?
no,
Hold on. Let Tunaja come in. I think Tunaja
Tunaja,
wanted
come
to
in.
come in. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe the narrative this guy just painted. He's basically saying the APC is opposition against APC. See, let me tell you something. The
No,
only way they can get away with
you
this,
are
let me
getting
say my piece
it
now.
wrong. You are
The
getting
only
it
way
wrong
they can get
again.
away with this, let me finish my point. The only way they
Okay.
can get away with this is if the other politicians let them get away with it.
How?
This is what I keep saying. If I was APC, this in the article, I mean, or P2B, by now I will carve it onto every APC member's head for this failure. Every single one of them.
Okay.
Because they are responsible for it.
Okay.
They are the ones destabilizing the country. It's not the entire country, it's them.
Okay. Stu Niger.
Well, it's more nuanced. It's more nuanced than that. Stu Niger. It's more nuanced than that.
What you are saying risks of political naivety. Let me explain to you. Right? One, when you hear the ship has sailed. So what you are saying, the ship has sailed so far a long time ago. So what you are saying right here, there's nothing PDP could have done to derail this Tinubu and APC's electoral fortune that they've not done. This is probably their last card. Hold on.
Let him land. Yeah.
This is probably their last card, which actually, to me, seems very effective because it riled up almost PDP, I mean APC and their apparatchiks generally. But what APC has always had in their fortune is that they have a candidate, right, like Tinubu at this time of the moment, that is always ahead of the game. If they've had somebody like Oshibanjo as the presidential candidate, it would have been demystified long time ago. It would have been done long time ago. Right? So now
no party has gone into an election
Can I interject?
And you call me naive? Seriously?
Can I interject?
No.
Enigmatic. Let me interject.
It's more nuanced than how you are reading it, is what he's saying to you, Tunaja. Sorry, hold on there. The nuance, because I'm not far from enigmatic somewhat in some of the things he's saying. Tinubu is on course to be the president, and the cabals within Aso Rock, they know if Tinubu becomes the president, that's the end of them, anything Nigerian. But they want to continue to retain that puppet master space that they've traditionally occupied. With Atiku Abubakar, they'll still be able to wield some influence. So it's in their interest to stop Tinubu from being president, because that kills them politically, But then the movement by people like El Rufai, etc., who wants to be maybe not the new cabal, but who wants to pivot in from that space. So that's where that fight is. I think that's essentially what there's more depth to it than a base level.
I hear what you're saying, but where does the nation come in? The party has to be held accountable for their shenanigans.
All of that. That's base level. That's base level. That's base level stuff.
Let me tell you, enigmatic.
Hold on, enigmatic. Like that's coming.
Anybody can say something to this, but no.
Hold on, enigmatic.
This does not understand that space.
No, but he lets him speak anyway.
you know you're afraid of me, but it's fine.
Yeah, I don't want to go down rabbit hole, please.
Yeah, you said the ship have sailed, but the truth is, the ship all right sailed during the beginning of the election. But what really happened, let me tell you, what really happened is Buhari threw out the anchor, stopped the ship, put the holes in the sails. And now what the APC is trying to do, Tinubu is trying to do, is to patch up the holes. He hasn't even raised the anchor yet to start sailing that ship. You know why I said this? Because everything was perfect before all this fuel scarcity and money, whatever. So right now, the APC is trying to patch up that hole, trying to create some narrative that people would want to believe that this whole fight is against that Tinubu is against Buhari. He's not for this policy and all that stuff. Saying about there's no APC during the time they were electing Buhari. It wasn't in this manifesto about changing naira. So now all the whole political parties, Labour Party and PDP, are telling people, this is not true. The manifesto, listen, are using that advantage and telling them, if you are saying that the manifesto, the APC manifesto didn't tell there was going to be change in naira. The manifesto never said there was going to be all the bad stuff that's been happening for 7 years now.
Are you
So
talking to me or
this
you are
is
talking to the platform there?
No, he's talking to the space that needs to hear that.
I'm
Not to
talking
this
to the
platform, because
space.
this platform is too sophisticated, but to the space that needs to hear that is who he's talking
Listen.
to.
So
Yes.
if you are saying
to the yam yams, the yam
yeah,
yams.
no problem.
Go
If
on,
you're
tell them what they
saying
need to hear.
if you're saying the ship have sailed, my brother, the ship is still trying to raise the anchor, which I don't think they can be able to raise that anchor and start sailing before the 25th. It hasn't sailed. It stopped sailing. Enigmatic.
Okay, you said
It
it
stopped
almost
sailing.
5 times, but we know one man when I said maybe I don't understand everything you said, but that's okay. But what the thing
No,
is,
he has the right to express it. The fact that what he said is above your head, that's it. You are not capable of understanding.
No, it's far beyond my pay grade.
Yes.
It's really far.
Theirs is in a world of his own.
So
I would like to visit.
But
I would like to
then one
visit.
man.
Hold on. I would like to visit where you live in your head one of these days. It sounds like paradise. Where you just wish you just wish.
do. We all know that. They are
What's
trying
that?
to create a new narrative that these so-called politicians that were there when university
Can I
students
contribute to this space?
one man
Hold on.
about
Let
it.
Tunaja. Sorry, Tunaja, say that
They are
again.
trying
Hold
to
on,
create a
Tunaja. Hold on, Tunaja. Start that again because there were voices over you. Start again.
I
Yes.
think theirs is right when he says they are trying to create a narrative because they know they haven't had a narrative all this while. So they want to latch onto this one that people should believe now that these same politicians, they were sitting at home and enjoying themselves and parading around when university students were sitting at home for 9 solid months, suddenly care about the people now. And only from one party. Come on, man.
You are basically
all right. Hold on. Let me bring Nigerian Prince's super chat in because it just lands exactly on To Niger. So it says a great show as always, one man. To Niger has brought his fairy tale politics here again. So thank you. I have a term for To Niger's politics. I have a term for To Niger's politics. I call it psychedelic woo woo. So when he's speaking, I'm just thinking psychedelic woo woo. So thank you. I'm only joking, by the way. I'm only joking. Of course, you're an excellent. Yeah.
Can I say something enigmatic? Hold on. You've been saying a lot of things here, which some of them just sound to me to be too. Because I think this is what I mean. I'm not saying you. I mean, this is what we hear from the battle fights. I mean,
it's okay. It's okay. Just go ahead.
They spin things around.
Just carry on.
Yeah. So my point is this. You see, I mean, I hear one man the way he himself explained it. It sounds so. I mean, you said, oh, when I said Tinubu is the target, you said no, it's the governors too. Blah blah blah. I mean, you just admitted to yourself here.
No, you are not getting what I say. I don't. What is?
Hold on. I'm talking to one man now.
Hold on. Let him learn. Carry on.
So I'm talking to one man now. That you said that from the explanation you gave now that these cabals, they want to be relevant after Buhari is out there. They want to continue, maybe, possibly, likely, with Atiku, if they can get Atiku to be elected as the next president. So they want to be relevant. And maybe they have so many things that they've been skeleton in their cupboard, which they don't want revealed. And with Atiku, they feel they're safe.
Something is echoing in my head. Is that you, one man?
It's rational mind and it's kerosene laptop. Carry on.
Oh my goodness. Is it?
No, don't worry. We are used to it. Carry on.
All right. I'm sorry, please, guys. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
Let me just quickly. So now you said that, and then now you're saying that these guys want to be relevant because they want to be relevant with. So which means with Atiku out of, with Tinubu out of the picture, Atiku winning it, they will be relevant. Then that does not. This does not have anything to do with the governors. The governors, some of them will retire after the whole thing. Some of them, they would maybe possibly their
Let,
surrogate.
let me explain to rational mind.
No,
Yes,
there's nothing to
please.
explain anymore. I mean,
No, you don't let him explain because it might make sense. Maybe I said it differently. Explain, Kulata.
And I will drop names, rational mind. So I'm very specific. There's a guy called Zizangon Daura. I don't know if it's the brother of Mama Daura or whatever. But Mama Daura is currently sick. He's in the UK now. So there's Zangon Daura. Zangon Daura is a PDP man. I mean, not just PDP man. He was a minister under Obasanjo's government. The guy is in Aso Rock cabal. Then there's Tunde Sabiu, a young kid that's under that is the what's it called? Is the gate almost like the gatekeeper for Buhari. If you need to speak to Buhari, you have to go through that guy. Those guys and some conservative north are engineering this. Reason being, the conservative power bloc in the north, they're enjoying Emefiele, they're enjoying NNPC, all the easy money, the arbitrage we have in the country that turns people to automatic billionaires. They stand the right to lose access to it. And I'm telling you, this is a PDP card carrying guy that just dropped PDP. So why will he favor that guy to work in the interest of APC when the Tinubu and co will get rid of them? Because this is not the first time those guys have been stifling APC. They've been stifling APC since they've been in the House of Rock, and these are not elected guys. That's what Enigmatic is trying to explain to you. These are just shadowy guys that are pushing Buhari's button. And by Buhari's antecedents, Buhari is not someone that actually governs. He just listens to advice from a very close knit of friends. And apparently, these are the remnants of his close knit of friends. Two of them are dead now. What's the name of that guy that died of COVID, and another one that died.
Abba Kyari and Isa
Funtao, exactly.
Yeah.
You will see there's a picture. Let me just finish. There's a picture where Emefiele is stooping to talk to Isa Funtao. I saw that picture. I was embarrassed. Is there boy?
Oh man, you know.
Let me ask. Let me just ask a simple question. Why do you think they are against this policy?
Sorry, to Niger, repeat that. Yeah.
Why do you think the Tinubu camp are against this policy?
I think this one they ask now.
This policy is common. Let me answer you now. It's common. It's common. Let me answer. It's common sense. The party in power right now is APC. The policy is biting people hard. And then they'll look like, who gave me this policy? It's APC that the policy came under. So the Tinubu are going to be like, why will I sit low when the Buhari will create a policy that is causing chaos in the country? And they will blame APC. And they have APC. So that's why they have to fight back. It's common sense. They have to fight back to distance themselves from an unfavorable policy.
But they are going too far. They are taking the
how do you can't tell a man how to fight.
You are supposed to side with
you cannot tell a man how to fight. It's bad.
You're supposed to help the present policy to succeed. If you are the same party,
what are you talking about?
That is textbook. How will you embrace a policy that is bad for people? Why will you embrace that? That is politically naive.
Hold on, just hold on, man of prestige. Hold on to Niger. Did you understand what Kulata was saying? Let me just summarize it. What Kulata is saying, and correct me, is that this policy by Buhari, which is squeezed real hard on the Nigerian population's ability to access money, that the Nigerian population, they would look at where this hardship is coming from and look to punish it at the ballot. And that punishment will go to Tinubu. So what Tinubu is doing is to try and distance himself from that policy so that when people are making the decision at the ballot, they are able to distinguish him from the policy. So that's what they're saying. Do you understand that?
I understand that point, but
hold on,
is the worst instincts of our politicians. They are making it about themselves whether it is good for the country or not.
Look at that.
Have you observed any politician in the world, the entire world, not just Nigeria, that is not about themselves? Have you seen an altruistic politician before?
Even Indira Gandhi was about himself. What are we?
Tell you, Peter.
Okay, can I come in now? You need
to all right. Come in, the press feed. Yeah, come in.
Okay. Like I said, I'm never, a proponent of what's happening right now in Nigeria. The implementation of the redesigning of the naira is a good thing, but I always fought the implementation. And why did I say that? Because all black money ended up coming back. 99% end up coming back in the bank. But having said that, I think there's two dimensions going on right now. Whatever is the main motive of Buhari and whatever he's doing, that notwithstanding, I think there's some selfish outcry going on among the APC. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you can't equivocate that. They are doing it for selfish reason. Because they want cash on hand. I mean, I know they have a lot of cash right now, but in my own opinion, they want cash on hand. In order to implement the election, nobody can, equivocate on that. What
Let me push back on that. Let me
Can I
push back
finish,
on
sir?
that.
Can I finish?
When you finish, I want to push back on it
Okay.
briefly.
What Erufai and Ganduja is doing, like Ganduja, we know his antecedents, and somebody from the north has said, somebody from the northwest governor, and they are referring to my own understanding, they are referring to Erufai. He has millions, or I mean billions, stuck in his house. Having said that, because if you watch what happened today, the guy name, I think his name is Hassan Ado Dangua. I think he's like the APC House of Representatives leader or something like that. And you see what he said, that he need cash, to prosecute the election. You don't have to have cash to prosecute the election. And he came out with all kind of concussion. Although he narrated it the way that suit him. Because I went to the Nigerian Constitution and Google it and see what he was saying. According to his claim, he said that they need cash on hand. And there's no way in the Constitution is said on cash on hand. I went to section 88, subsection 2.
God, all the Google lawyers again. And I do have another
I have to
Google
do my own
lawyer.
investigation. I don't have to believe I don't even believe what anybody say. Yeah, even Obedience or Atiku, anybody. But I have to
round up.
verify.
Yeah.
Like I told you one man, I have to verify to serve myself. I went to section 8, subsection 2, of the Electoral Act. They said, and I think it was increased in 2010. It used to be about 50% less before. They said the president, to prosecute the election, you have to have 5 billion. The senator, 100 million. The House of Representatives, 70 million. Governor, 1 billion. Anybody can go Google it. And there's no place you say you have to have cash on hand to play the election. You didn't say that. So it's all, it all selfish cry in their own part. That's what I believe on the part of, APC. Anybody can, that's what I believe. Everybody has your opinion. It's part of it, regardless of what's happening in Nigeria right now. It's not good. But
All
APC
right.
has taken it to different.
Let me push
Hold on, let
back.
me finish. I have a few seconds. APC has taken it to a different level. It's only APC governors. Somebody need to think about it. Are they the only one in Nigeria? Are they the only one suffering? So they know what they're doing. It's only APC governor, but Buhari doesn't want that to happen. So you all can come here and support whatever they're doing. Of course, that's politics. Everybody can support whatever they believe is right. So that's how I
All
see
right.
that.
Okay. So, Prestige, first of all, I don't think you understood what that man was saying. You grossly misinterpreted what he
No,
was
I did
saying.
not.
Okay, fine.
He said you need a
Uh,
cash on hand. He didn't
fine,
say.
fine. The government allows someone like him 70 million naira. If you
Okay.
have if you have agents all over your area, whatever it is, I mean, wherever is contesting an election. In the case of presidency, is nationwide. There's no ATM nationwide. There's no signal doesn't work nationwide. People that are going to stay on the polling unit, they have to stay there 24/7. They have to buy 7 up and bread and akara to eat. You're not going to use your cash card to buy akara and bread. So yes, it's only logical that 70 million, a lot of it be accessible in cash. So while the policy doesn't stipulate it has to be cash or not, but 7 million is 7 million, and for all practical purposes, it's better if it's cash because we're not a fully developed country from an infrastructure perspective. You always have to have that in mind. Nigeria is not just Lagos and Abuja and Port Harcourt. Nigeria is in your Orogi, is some village in Kotangura somewhere. So let's have that. So that's beside that. Now, hear me carefully. This election is going to the votes in this election is going to be the cheapest for politicians to buy. And hear me again. I said the cheapest I won't be shocked if you're able to buy votes in this election for 500 naira and 1,000 naira.
Is it because people are suffering?
Exactly, because the government has created scarcity. They've created scarcity of currency, and the people that have this currency are politicians. Are people are desperate. They're desperate for cash, and we're talking about people that even have money in the bank. They're desperate for cash. So when someone unleashes them cash and start wielding 500, 1,000 naira notes, brand new by politicians, they will get voters that will vote for them. So this policy or whatever
Colata,
let me
no. Just
No, let
say,
him land. Let him land. Let him land. Then you can push back. Let him land. Carry on, Colata.
this policy, whoever thought through this policy must be one of the dumbest people alive. You create, I mean, how do you create scarcity and you know you cannot control access to this money when all this almost, I mean, I know the three of the top four people running, they own banks. When I say they own banks, they have controlling shares in banks. Three of them, Atiku, Tinubu, Obi, I'm going to call their names out, and I can actually call their banks. They own banks. So, in what world do you think they will not have the money that they need? And we also talk about APC with 19 governors. In what world will the governor not be able to access money from banks? I mean,
so why
the
you complain
reason,
then?
wait
So
now, and I'm
it's
going
not done.
there. Farabale, now let me continue. Keep
No,
quiet, let
hold
me
on,
continue.
Hold on. Sorry, do you mind? Let him land.
Do you mind? I mean, I'm going. That's where exactly I'm going.
All right,
The reason they are complaining is you don't want the voters, you don't want the voters going against your party because the suffering that's happening right now is happening in your party. So, opposing, I mean, you could have maybe used 100 million to buy voters. Now you may have to buy 200 million to buy voters and spread it around more. Because why? There's backlash. There will be backlash naturally. Why did they engineer this stuff? They engineer this stuff for backlash. And so that's why APC is engineering its messaging to fight against APC, and they're successfully doing that. I mean, it's not just successful, they've been successful to do it, to distance themselves against the bad policy. That's why everybody is pointing to the shadowy cabals, which they are the ones engineering it for all intents and purposes. But when you now say, no, I'm not in support of this bad policy that my party is doing, I'm not in support of that. And to prove that I'm not in support of that, I'm going to fight tooth and nail to protect my people. Of course, we know it's bullshit. Politicians just want being politicians. But is the message sinking? Betcha, the message is sinking. Voters are buying it. And they're saying, oh no, El Rufai, Ganduje, all of them are batting, they're batting for their people. And you're going to see the results on Saturday.
Hold on, Des.
Hold on, Prestige. Hold on. Let Rational Mind, who wanted to push back, let him go. Yeah, Rational Mind.
Well, I think you have answered the question somewhat. But my point is this: you see, I keep saying this, and I'll keep saying it. This is spinning. I'm just saying, and it's a good spinning. You spin it right, the way you said it. They're trying to distance themselves from Buhari, but then one thing that really caught my attention. That was why I was trying to interject. Was when you said, "Well, I mean, they will buy vote cheap." Yeah, if they know they're going to buy vote cheap, it's to their. I mean, this policy is to their own advantage because people are hungry. People who needs to buy bread. So if somebody should hand them 500 naira, the new naira know that these people have people like Tinubu and the rest of them. They will jump at it and they will vote for them. So why is it?
Do you want voters angry at you? Yes, I mean, if you're even going to buy votes, do you want voters angry at you?
I won't answer that question. We know how it's going to be because people will say that Tinubu is in on it because if his party is the one making them suffer, but then he's also taking advantage of the suffering of the people by giving them money on the day of the voting of the election to vote for him because they need money to eat. They just even need 500 naira to buy bread or maybe 1,000 naira to buy bread on that day. So, I mean, why is he making noise there? Why is he making it sound like? Well, I understand you've answered that part. That was when I listened to you when you said,
first off,
they just want to distance them. They want to distance themselves from Buhari's policy that we are not. Look at me, Tinubu. I'm not part of the policy. And for you, I mean, I understand it, but I mean, I can't just wrap my head around it still.
Let me say, first off, this is my time, so I don't know why I've been I don't know how I will even say it. I'll be murdered aside, marginalized on my own
black
time.
ball.
I have to be interjected on my time, but it's fine. Kolata, what you're saying about is it to buy votes 500? I'm sorry, you have not. I don't know the last time I went to Nigeria. If you go to Nigeria, I don't think 500 will buy you anything. You get, so if you are thinking it's still gonna be cheap, it's not. Trust me. People, 500 is more like 100 naira now. I mean, it's not even possible. And also, I agree with you. I've already said what you said. The main purpose of this whole thing is to create some kind of hatred towards the APC government. But the thing is, the people you're trying to convince, you're not abiding by this whole rule of money policy, is the people that already know what you're trying to do. But the people in the rural areas, they're not hearing you at all. The only thing they know is they're having money scarcity and they are suffering, and they're gonna blame it on you. You don't have that. You're not gonna be telling them down in the villages, oh, this is coming down or knocking at their door.
Do you
People that
know? Do
doesn't
you know
have
what they
TV.
call? Do you know what they call structure? Yes,
Listen,
rural
I
areas. Do
know,
you know
I
what they
know
call
what they call
structure?
structure. Calm down. I know that's where you're gonna go, but still, that structure doesn't go that deep. Colata, it doesn't go that deep. I'm telling you, you can't. Even if you have the structure, a normal person can't just be coming. Oh, it's not me. It's not us that is doing this. So it's that coming to tell them when they are suffering. People that is more prone to accept whatever your this whole narrative is they are trying to paint has already accepted it, and there are still people
Let me
that
come here and make some point about what he's saying, please. A minute. According
yeah.
to your narrative, I think I agree with this completely because what Kulata said, I don't know if it is spinning or whatever he's saying, but it doesn't really matter. It's a political opinion.
Sorry, Prestige, give me just a microsecond.
Okay.
So we're getting a lot of traffic. Thank you. If you are not already subscribed to the platform, please do. We're here every single day, 9:45 p.m. UK time. Every single day we are here, and the conversations as rich, if not richer, than what you're hearing now. High functioning people discussing matters germane to the Nigerian space. So if that is your picadillo, then this is where your feeding is. I don't know what I just said, but hopefully it makes sense to you. Make sure you're subscribed and diarize your schedule, 9:45 p.m. UK time every single day. So back to you, Prestige.
Prestige and Des, let me give you this
Yeah,
question.
like I was saying.
Hold on,
No,
let
let me
Prestige. Prestige carry on. Yeah.
It's a very good question for the two of
I
them,
was
so that
seconding
they can
about what
argue.
they said in that regard because Kulata said about people suffering or whatever. You give them whatever 100 naira or 200 naira, they're gonna switch their vote. That's not. It's we here that is talking about this. We're supposed to be elite here talking about this. The common people in Nigeria are not thinking that way. They're suffering. They're not taking a part away from the whole because APC is the presidency. They're everything. People is going to collect their money, particularly the
Have
obedience.
No,
common
no.
Hold
people
on, hold
been
on, hold
selling
on,
their
Prestige,
Colata, let me
votes?
learn. Particularly the
prestige.
obedience. They're not
When
going to
did common
collect the
people
money.
stop selling votes? When did common people
Prestige.
stop selling votes?
Prestige. They're
Hold
gonna they're
on.
gonna take
They're
the,
not gonna collect the money and vote for another party. Take
When
it to
did
the
they
bank.
stop collecting money? When did they stop collecting money,
It's not
Prestige?
gonna
I want to
change
know.
their mind. I'm telling you,
When
Kulata,
did
it's not
that
gonna.
start happening?
It's
When?
not gonna. This is a new. This is a different
We go
political
shock you.
dispensation we are having right now.
We go shock you. Okay.
prestige,
This time
prestige,
around. This time
prestige.
Kulata, we
They're
go
around.
shock
going
you,
to
okay?
listen. Prestige, they're going to accept that. There's some people that are gonna accept that narrative. They're not denying that fact, but it's not everybody that you can paint that picture, especially in the rural area. I've rarely been wrong when I'm analyzing human behavior. One man,
This guy is oh.
I've rarely been wrong. I've told you,
So
the
Des,
last time
let me give you this question. Anybody can
yeah,
answer it
yeah,
on the
yeah.
platform too. So
There's
now
the psychologist.
human psychologist. But okay, now what is gonna be the yardstick to justify who has played the best strategy or the best game in this election at the end of the day?
I would say everybody is playing. I mean, Tinubu is
Anybody on
falling
the platform
behind.
can answer that.
Yeah,
Anybody.
Tinubu right now is falling behind. That's just it.
Okay.
Everybody has been playing a very good game. Tinubu was playing a very good game.
My answer
Up
is
on,
my answer is
Enigmatic. My answer is who wins the election. That's it.
exactly. God bless you.
I
The
want
result.
to who wins the election?
Anything that
Yes.
happens, right? If Tinubu, if APC and versus APC versus whoever the way you guys are saying it is working, if Obi strategy is working, Atiku strategy is working, Kwankwaso strategy is working. At the end of the day, right? What will be the determining factor or determinant factor will be what the result. So let's keep it at that.
But enigmatic. The thing is,
No,
Tinubu.
it's just it.
I've,
Whatever you want to
let
say
me
now
say.
about
Let me
anybody.
finish.
No, anything you want to say about
Yes.
anybody now, the result.
No, no, now you've already said that Obi will never win and all that stuff and all that. I have to make my own assertion. Now, Tinubu, I've said it over and over. Tinubu's problem is Buhari.
No,
Do you
we
get?
are you are still going back.
Two
I'm just
days.
it
No,
was a
two
very
days
simple
ago.
logic.
Yeah,
And Kunata
2 days
helped to
ago.
answer it.
Listen, 2 days ago, I told one man that this whole thing started when they didn't allow Buhari to pick his running mates. As soon as I said that yesterday,
Buhari to pick it.
yes, in the presidential,
Buhari is not
the
running.
primaries.
Buhari is not
The
running.
primaries, listen, in the primaries, this whole fight started then. And
But Buhari is not
Erufai,
running. How would they pull it?
One at a time. One at a time. Carry on this.
I said the whole fight started when they didn't allow Buhari to pick his candidates for the
Okay. Yeah,
primaries. That's
okay.
what I said. And I told this woman 2 days ago. Erufai came yesterday and still stated what I said. But now, why I'm saying this is, if Tinubu doesn't calm down and try to amend stuff with
Calm down with who?
Buhari,
You
calm
have to
down with
let him
Buhari
land,
now,
but carry on this. Yeah, carry on this.
You
and
mean he should
try
go and
to,
prostrate?
Uh,
He should go and prostrate.
I know them,
yes.
but calm
yeah,
down.
you know when he went to Edo State and was begging for endorsement, he should now still do the same thing for
You know
the
there's and
listen
every
now.
the
Commander
conclusion
in
of
chief, he should
everything.
still do the same thing.
All right. We have to move on if this is not going to be allowed to land. But Des, try and land.
Yeah, okay, let me just land and leave it automatic. But this has been a very good section. It's way better than yesterday of Kulata's spreadsheet, that's for sure. And I will probably go as far as saying it's been uh, a town hall different from Bala Blue, Blue,
Bulaba.
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 Thank you. Enigmatic, you can continue.
Oh no, you still have the floor. Des, I want your commentaries on the Mauritanians' insistence that the Nigerian from Kaduna should be arrested for treason. So Yusuf Baba, he is now highlighting that El Rufai's commentaries in Kaduna State was treasonous. Do you agree with that? A brief summary, a brief commentary on that, Desmond.
Yeah, yet again, I said this one man, everybody was attacking me. What do I know? What do I know? He made this statement, one man, I think 2 weeks ago, when I said I don't see anything to call this. I made this same statement, and now everybody is making it. And people saying that he didn't make this statement before the ruling. I think 2 weeks ago he made this same statement in a hall. I'm not sure they have ruled. Supreme Court have ruled anything on this matter, but he still made this similar statement. So it's nothing short of treason for me, even if not now, with the past statement he made about this. It's nothing short of treason. You cannot just have your own entire world, entire planet under a planet. It doesn't work anywhere. It doesn't work anywhere. If people are saying that, I heard you saying about the governor is the supreme whatever of his own state. It doesn't work that way. If you There's difference between federal and state. You cannot just go and because a federal road is inside Kaduna, you go and start building a federal road. It doesn't work that way. There is jurisdiction for everything. You can't just say, okay, because now you're the governor of a state, you are now entitled to everything that the president is entitled to. Hell no. Hell no. This is against the law. Buhari is the commander in chief. He's the president, he's the executive president of Nigeria. And whatever he says should stand. Whatever he says should stand. That's just it. If you have a problem with him, go to the court. Go to the court. No matter if you've gone to that court 10 times, go to it again. Even if it's 5, 7, 8 times.
What are you talking about?
Go to the court again. It doesn't matter.
But they've been to the highest court. That's the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court
still go there, and this is a different case. Listen, they've been to the court. What's that?
Yeah, so who's the music? Please, now you get us copyright struck. Who's that? Yeah, go on.
They went to the court and filed a case, but now Buhari went against that ruling. Now you go and file a different case again in that court. This is another different situation. So stop saying you've been to the court. This is another different situation. You can go to the court and tell them to, give Buhari content of court or whatever they call it. It's another different situation. So let's not say he's obeying the law and all that stuff. No, it's not at all.
Let's not play this game of. If you want to say this is political for you, that it only works for Peter Obi. But for the fact that
hold on, carry on.
The fact that there's a court ruling from the Supreme Court saying that we know maybe you and I can have laws that these people are only just fighting for their own pockets, just because. But at least in the court ruling, let's acknowledge that Buhari should obey court ruling. The Supreme Court has ruled, so it should obey that. If you come on that is fine. But if you say maybe, Buhari being who he is, I'm not telling you what to say, but I'm just saying that let us stop this whole thing, because.
No, what peace. See, the question one man put to me wasn't if Buhari was right or wrong. That wasn't the question. The question whether El-Rufai was right or wrong, and I'm answering the question. If he asked me the question if what Buhari did was right or wrong, I would say Buhari did something wrong, like I've been saying since all the whole courts or law he has been disobeying. But now this is a different thing entirely. Two wrong doesn't make a right. So let's not paint that El-Rufai is making a speech under the whatever. No, come on, guys. Doesn't make a right. Don't try to paint it because it suits your narrative.
And also, does the president have the power to defy the Supreme Court?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have that power.
He actually does. He can. The only way to hold the president accountable is through impeachment. He actually does. It's equal. There's a reason why they are equal. Executive, this is judiciary, and this is legislative arm.
You might be right, though.
He can if national security.
You might be right.
One man, let me say one thing. I'm about to leave, so somebody can come in.
National security is involved.
Hold on, Persuade. Yeah, let Tonight land this point. Yeah.
Okay.
They are co-equal branches of government, but with rules on how to hold each other accountable. If you want to hold the president accountable, the way to do it is through impeachment. Not all this noise people are making. If you want to get the president, go through impeachment.
No. That's not how to hold it. That's how to remove the president, not to hold him accountable. How you hold the president accountable is through the Constitution. Because that is what he swore to uphold. If you want to remove him, then you impeach him.
It's through impeachment. That's my point.
Yes, now if he doesn't uphold it, the only thing you can do is impeach him. You
can't use the court against the president.
No, you can use. Of course, you can use the court against the president.
He's not going to listen. He's immune. He's immune.
How? One man. How would you use it? Does the court has the forces? That
hold on. Answer this question, and then your answer to this question answers your question. Is the president bound by the Constitution?
Yes.
Yes.
And so there it is.
But the
Okay,
court
the
also
question.
exempts the president from answering to courts. It's also exempt. It gives him immunity. That's the problem.
Sorry. 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 What did you say?
The court gives the president immunity from prosecution. So whatever he passes, because that's why
No,
you have democracy.
the court doesn't. No. The court doesn't give the government immunity from prosecution, though. There's a distinction there.
The Constitution does.
The president.
No,
The government.
does.
No. Hold on. The Constitution doesn't immune the government from prosecution.
No, the president.
No, the
president
Constitution does, Mama.
The president has presidential powers. Use powers.
People say the government all the time now, so they don't know the difference.
I think you are conflicting issues. To Niger, how does a president pass a ruling? It's called an executive order. Yeah. So how many of Buhari's executive order has been thrown to the garbage?
I don't know.
Because
what does that matter?
Yeah, it matters because you said they can make a ruling, and I'm telling you, if the president's ruling via executive fiat, executive order, if it's not constitutional, it will not go through. Nobody will be disobeyed. Yes, now of course you will knock it out. You take it to court. It has happened.
No. See, after the president made his pronouncement yesterday,
listen. His pronouncement was not an executive order. That was just a speech. That was not an executive order. That's just a speech.
How do you think a speech is one thing, but something has
a speech is not an executive order.
Hold on. A speech has to. Do you think a speech is the only reason why you can give? A president gives a speech. You start giving 200 naira.
No, is not an executive order.
There has to be an order to the central bank to do a specific thing.
If the president wakes up one day and says, as from tomorrow, the sun is color green, and it doesn't have any legal backing or executive order, and Nigerians will just start saying the sun is color green. That's not how it works. A president just can't act on a whim. It needs to back it up. Wait now, and then you're conflating it again with the personal liability of the president towards prosecution. That's different. You can't go and arrest the president for a crime. That goes through impeachment.
Hold on, guys. Let me make an announcement.
That's why you can make a rule. Even
no, it's not a kangaroo. It's not a kangaroo. You are describing a kangaroo. You are describing a kangaroo country. That's what you're describing.
Even an American president defies the Supreme Court when they see fit.
It's only on national security matters that you're allowed to do that.
No,
it's only
even
on national security.
Matters, they disregard the Supreme Court.
Hold on. Let me
That's not a country. That's a tyrant.
Go and ask America that.
Hold on. Let me ask a question. And the question goes to everybody. Do you think if Buhari takes a gun and shoots anybody, that they can prosecute him right now as he is in office?
It's impeachment that you can do for him. That's his prosecution.
Well, but then the court cannot have him convicted while he has.
But you know that the House of Assembly has. The House of Assembly has. Wait, I want to make a point. That's why you won't let someone just further a thought. The House of Assembly can act in judicial capacity. Do you know that? That's why they can arrest someone like Amefiele. So the House of Assembly will prosecute.
I'm talking about.
Listen, it's an impeachment.
Immunity. You cannot.
You impeach him. That's the way you punish a president is via impeachment.
There's no need of opposing him.
There's a simple question I'll ask you. If Buhari is to take a gun or whatever and murder somebody right now as he's in office, he has immunity. Does any court any court?
He has immunity in normal court. In normal court, yes, he has immunity. But the House of Assembly, in normal court, he has immunity. But the House of Assembly have their own power to take him out and get justice.
I know that.
Of course, that's not in contention. Whether you can arrest it, you can arrest.
Hold on, tonight, please now.
God.
Yes, it's unbelievable.
You cannot arrest a sitting president. I mean, in Nigerian laws, I don't know about other countries. You cannot. But the people that are supposed to do something equivalent of that is the House of Assembly and the Senate via impeachment, and that's the way you punish him. But that doesn't mean a president can just wake up and say, today this is a crime, tomorrow that is a crime. No, that's not in his place. That's in the House and the Senate to create laws. And the only way he can act in such capacity is by executive fiat, executive order. And if it's unconstitutional, you will challenge it and dismiss it immediately. If the court says it's illegal, then the president's power fails.
But his speech can also be termed as an executive fiat. Like,
I don't know the capacity where the speech is executive order,
He said, hold on. He gave Farabale, not let somebody interject you. He said during his speech yesterday, or was it the day before yesterday, that Emefiele should allow people to use the 200 naira note, even though the Supreme Court says that they should allow them to use the 1,500 and 200 naira. But he said 200 naira note only. Now,
yes, and that's why the state governors can sue. That's why the state governors can sue the federal government, because it shows the CBN is not independent. The CBN is acting on the whim of a president. So if you can tell the CBN governor exactly what to do, and that means it's the federal government running the CBN. So there's no form of independence or autonomy in the CBN. That's the case. That's the case. The state. That's why the state. That's why the states are not. That's why the states are not suing the CBN. The states are suing the federal government because the federal government is acting in capacity of CBN by telling you do the immediately, you do this, you do that, you do this. That's not how it's supposed to work. And that's why you can. That's why you can take the FGN directly to Supreme Court.
Hold on, Skulata. There's a process to executive order.
Before, I used to think Nigerian CBN was independent. Last week, I was still thinking they were independent until Buhari opened his mouth.
Yeah.
Now I know they're not independent.
No, the CBN is not. Nigerian CBN Central Bank is not independent. But my point is this: that there's a process to executive act. The ones that we've seen Buhari does in the past, like other countries in here in America, is that the president will sit down and write something. I mean, just sign some kind of paper given to him.
Mm-hmm.
But also, well, maybe we might not wait for him. Maybe he has done that. Maybe wherever he is, but he's giving it that order or making Nigerians know that I've ordered the CBN governor to allow you guys to use 200 naira notes. That could be
hold on. Sorry, Kulata. There's so many illegalities baked into this thing that is happening. Buhari has admitted that he's directing the monetary policy of what was meant to be an autonomous agency. In what capacity is it directing that?
Exactly.
Is the thing. That in itself is an illegality.
Yeah, it's a violation.
That in itself is an illegality. Just so many.
How do you go and do monetary policy and it just says it flippantly like that on national television and everybody thinks it's normal? That is not normal. It's like Donald Trump saying, today I tell this guy that interest rates will go on by 5 basis points. People will blow their brains out. What you saw yesterday.
I think you are just making that stuff up now. When the president can declare war, you are saying that he cannot.
Yesterday. I don't think you understand the different offices and roles and responsibility of the government. A president is not in charge of monetary policy. Go and read whatever act you want to read. A president is not.
You know they've been working together.
What does that mean?
They've been working together.
What does that mean?
The CBN is an independent agency. That's the whole point.
Kulata,
one man. Can I say this real quick, please, to everybody?
Yeah. Come in, enigmatic.
We are. Thank God we do. I believe we do not have any Cameroonian here or Ghanaian. We are all Nigerians. I sound to believe. We all are yearning for a new Nigeria, and then we all want a government that will work for all, right? But when we speak like this, you can see people's hypocrisy and then double standard mindset. Wherever their bread is buttered, they want to pay attention to that, and otherwise they flip at that. So now Buhari violates and breaks a law. Buhari is a hero. El-Rufai is upholding the tenets and doctrines of the law. El-Rufai is treasonous. Can we see the hypocrisy of Nigerians? Do we actually want a country that works or not? Do we actually want a country that, regardless of whose source is God or what advantage you are getting from any of the political leanings of anything at all, that we should actually speak to the facts of the issue to the substance of this matter? A president basically flouts, violates, and everything that could be very draconian, he has done it against the Supreme Court of the land. Supreme Court of the land, the highest level of the legal of the judiciary, he violates their ruling, and then we are basically rationalizing that because some people think, or some of us, let me use some of us, we are all Nigerians now. Some of us think it's gonna favor us in one way or the other. Then it means we are not ready for Nigerians. We are not ready for Nigeria, and we are not ready as Nigerians. No sense of patriotism in this.
No,
Buhari,
no.
no, hold on.
Can I read the latest act of the CBN? It says the current legal framework within the CBN operates in the CBN Act of 2007, which
In Nigeria, you
repealed
don't
the
understand
CBN.
what you are talking
It says
about.
the
You
CBN
are
is totally
conflating
fully
issues.
autonomous.
You are conflicting issues, and I just told you the sense of patriotism. You are still reading some nonsense over there. You guys are
No,
not
hold
patriotic
on,
as
hold on. Let him read it. What did you just read that to Nigeria?
It says, let me complete. You just get the gist. Where is that? This thing. It says the CBN act it shall be fully autonomous body in discharge of its functions under the act, and the banks and other financial institutions act with the objective of promoting stability and continuity in the economic management. That is the
all
act.
right.
The
All right.
2007.
All right. Good. So that's good. So the CBN shall be fully autonomous, but Buhari has directed them to change the currency. Is that
No,
autonomy?
no. There
But
is
they've been
one.
working.
There's
He's
no,
been
no,
working
no. One
together with
man. No,
Emefiele
no,
forever.
no, no. To Nigeria, and I don't want to go through the law again. But there's inside the law. They said all those people are still under Buhari. They have to be directed under
Look
Buhari.
at that.
I can bring it to you, but I don't want to go there.
Look at
Wait,
look at
what is
that.
what's the definition of autonomy?
I don't care, but I'm
Can do
telling
as he
you what
please.
this
Okay,
says.
you don't care. Okay.
I'm telling
Look
you what
at.
this says. I can bring it out for you. I don't care. I'm telling you what it says.
All right.
Okay,
Let's move.
let me come in a minute and leave.
All right. Come in a minute. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have any more comment to make. You can go ahead. But I just want to tell everybody goodbye. But having said that, let me make one comment before I leave. I am inviting all the whole disobedience to join the obedience. We are having 100 million march globally tomorrow, and the 700 and something local government in Nigeria. So let the game begin. So everybody turn up and join the obedience, even though this disobedience in this platform and the commentary and the chat. Please join the obedience and become obedience tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you. So what you were about to add, Desmond? I think our guy is adding it in the comment section. It says, autonomous in the discharge of its functions, but Section 20, subsection 3 gives the president control over currency change. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So
But
yeah, I didn't want to bring it up.
You didn't know. You
there's
didn't
nothing
know.
like
You
that.
didn't know. You didn't
No,
know.
one man, I know
Look at this guy.
exactly.
Look at this guy.
I don't say
Hold on.
what I don't know. One man.
Yes, I think it has been argued on many fora, on many forums and TV station where some of these talk heads they talk about it. That even though the CBN Act makes it look like the CBN is autonomous on paper, but in the actual sense of it, that Oga highlighted, it's still like the CBN is still under the president. Now, another case in point here is you remember what Soludo tried to do during Babangida's time when he was trying to take out some zeros or whatever in the naira.
Babangida or during Obasanjo?
No, Obasanjo. Did I say Babangida? I meant Obasanjo. I meant to say Soludo during Obasanjo. When he was trying to do what Ghana did.
Redecimalize. It's called redecimalization. Yeah.
So, but then it was stopped by the president. I mean, that's to tell you that the way the CBN Act is so framed, it's I mean, just imagine, you just highlighted that portion of that if the CBN governor is to change the currency of Nigeria, which is the naira, then it needs the president's accent on it. I mean, that tells you that what you need to know, that it's not absolute. The autonomy that the CBN has is not absolute. It's still kind of subject. It's still kind of like is it subjective kind of yeah. So, and then what we've been arguing so far here on this issue of the currency change, I think Buhari has not really violated, from what I think I've heard from just talkheads and what he highlighted here. I don't think it has really violated. I don't think it has, because if he says, okay, you're changing the currency, because everything's still under the currency change, because the people says no, we cannot have enough of it. We don't have enough of this new currency. Can you allow us to use the old ones? It's bringing pain on us and hardship. Okay, I will allow you guys to use the other. I mean, it's still debatable though. It's still debatable. What I'm saying that I don't think he has really violated it. But that the autonomy here, I don't think CBN has that absolute autonomy over whatever it does.
Autonomy should be removed from the language of the
I think
CBN
so,
Act.
yeah. That's what it is.
It's not autonomous.
The way we frame our laws is so confusing that we even need the Supreme Court or the court to interpret certain things for us. So there's something that should be clear to us. I mean, Nigeria is
But Buhari violated the Supreme Court order. That's clear. Enough.
Well, I agree on that, but he can say this is national security here. He can use that too. That's what I've argued here.
Violate is a strong term. I would say he disagreed. That is because they are equal.
It is a violation of the law, of a ruling. Sorry, not a law. He should have allowed it. He should have waited till the 22nd. Maybe the 22nd will come and the Supreme Court will say, what do they say? They vacate the case or whatever the technical language they say. And yes, but just wait till the 22nd. It's not even before, it's still before the election. But what is done now is force the hands of the court. Because they're going to come on the 22nd. Whatever the court will say will not matter because they can say that there are no 500 and 1,000 notes that they destroyed everything. And then the people are screwed.
All right. Thank you, Des. So I'm going to sequence this in this way. I'll go to Thomas next because he has to leave us shortly. And then after Thomas, I'll go to Ajan Lekoko because I want to hear his take on a particular Keyamo position. And then after Ajan Lekoko, I'll go to Kulata, who somebody has sent in a clip via Instagram that they specifically want him to respond to. So, but Thomas, you are up next. I'm sure you are glad you are not in Lagos as we speak because Buhari has put the place surrounded by machine guns. So what are you then making then of the troops rolled out on Lagos State by the Mala from the Sahels?
Oh, thank you so much, one man. It has been a good section with big grammar and big our lawyer from the Google and the lawyer from the bench.
Google lawyers have come out today. The Google lawyers.
The Google lawyers.
No, that is a good one. Google lawyers. All right.
and the lawyer from the bench and the lawyer from the chair. Everybody has spoken very well. Back to the politics of it. That's the joke, by the way. Yeah. So but I don't see anything bad in sending the troop to Lagos. I beg to differ. In my opinion, I don't think nobody is targeting Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I think what Lagosians or maybe the Lagos state government doesn't want is another second round of EndSARS. Guys, we can't afford to have another EndSARS, most especially in Lagos. The other part of the country too is important. Don't get me wrong, but at the heartland of Lagos, Lagos is the center of excellence of everything in that country. When Lagos go down, we all go down with him. So, sending the troop to Lagos, it could be someone that asks for it again to mop up the security of Lagos, because I think they have some security duties, intels that we don't have. So I don't see it in that regard. One man, I could be wrong, but no, I don't see that. I don't see that in that regard at all. I think they are just avoiding another second round of EndSARS. We can't afford to have one again. No, we can't afford. We can never afford to have one again. So to me, it's a conspiracy theory saying they are targeting.
I'm sorry, Thomas, sorry. What's wrong with you're saying we can't afford to have another EndSARS? Is it the EndSARS the problem?
No, the aftermath of it is what it meant, the shootings and whatnot, or is that not?
I
I
don't
mean,
know what
the
you mean.
destruction after the shooting. That's
NSAS was sponsored one man. Do you know Nnamdi Kanu himself? He basically directed some people to, and then he was telling them where to go and burn down in Lagos State.
We had
yes,
the
you are
broadcast.
right.
We had the broadcast.
So
Yes,
no responsible
No,
government.
but he wasn't sponsor. He didn't sponsor it though. I think he latched onto the space and wanted to amplify it with his.
Yeah, it was hijacked, but one man, the mood, right? You know, I told you something earlier, but people don't understand it. The mood in the southwest now is that there's a possibility that something will happen, especially with not really clear of what Simon Epper will do in the southeast. They don't want anything at all that will come near southwest at all. Anybody who you know what you do, you collect. That's what they are trying to do. You do anyhow in southwest now, they will give you back to back. Seriously, stay wherever you want to stay, but don't come to southwest. That's what they are trying to do now.
yeah. Thank you, Enigmatic. I think you're speaking to what I'm saying. Uh, no, we can't afford another NSAS aftermath. No, we can't afford it. One man, do you know how many billions Lagos lost to NSAS aftermath? We hear in Abdekano telling people to go and burn down buses, and the same thing was carried out, isn't it? Don't you see the troops, the loads of buses that was burnt down?
You know, I'm not sure that Nandekano can be held responsible for what happened in NSAS, because that space was already aflame and he was just trying to latch onto it to gain currency. But I'm not sure it's a Nandekano.
One man, I don't say he's the one, but he latched on. But one man, Yorùbá said àjẹkílà náà ọmọ kú lónìí. Tani mọ̀ pé àjẹ́ àná ló pọmọ jẹ. The witch, I will translate it if I can do that. The witch cried yesterday, confessed, and the child died the second day. Don't we know that the witch that cried yesterday is the one that killed the child in the next day? He said specifically, go and this, go and do that, go and bring down, go and burn this. And it was carried out, isn't it? So anybody that wants to ferment trouble in the southwest, you not go get woto. We can't afford it anymore. So I'm not seeing anybody targeting Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I don't see it. No, to me.
So you don't think the troops were sent in to intimidate Tinubu? You don't think that's the
never. To me, it's a conspiracy theory from the other room, from the other places. Now,
I told you they're already in Ondo State. This is not like they're already in Ondo State. They are in Ekiti State. They will be in Osun and Ogun State tomorrow. So
but why are they spreading it all over Yoruba land? Why is
because the protests are happening mostly in those areas. That's why, and I said it earlier on too.
But people and
they want to be killing Yoruba people. Why are they not in the north? Why are they not in Katsina shooting themselves?
The governors are requesting for this, because I know that of Ondo State for a fact. The governors are requesting for it because they are just trying to protect anything that could be like a spilled over attack because they don't know what Simon Epper could be doing over there, and then they don't want a reprisal. I mean, a return of NSAS, because they know they know their target. When you look at the trajectory of the NSAS, one man, where was the target? Was it not Lagos? And Lagos is a big part of the southwest, and the southwest governors, they are very united. So all the southwest neighborhood is going to be protected, and the governors, that's part of their electoral plan. That I think in 2 days to the election, there are some other things. I think they will spread Amotekun across the boundary states too. Most of those states sharing boundaries with some states.
Enigmatic. NSAS aftermath. I have a close relative that is not balanced till today. Till today, he has not recovered from NSAS aftermath. So, to me, Because I've been hearing violence from some quarters that if this doesn't happen, this will happen. We no go take am for Southwest, so I go talk am from the language we una go understand. We no go take am for the Southwest. You can go to your home region and burn down anything that will happen there. But in Southwest, we are not going to take it. So I am fully, even though one man, the work should be the work of the police. But I think Nigeria, we know that. Don't let us deceive ourselves. Nigeria police is not capable to handle such insurrection or inciting or unrest. So I support it. I support it totally. It's not targeted at Asiwaju, in my opinion. Or people may think otherwise, but everybody has their opinion. But in my humble opinion, they are just trying to protect the Southwest. And the governors may be the one asking for this protection. So let's see how it pans out. I hope and I pray as a Christian that the election will go as scheduled and there will not be any bleeding of blood, because one blood of Nigerian citizens, it doesn't worth dying for any election in that country. So I support it, one man. You may think otherwise, that they are, but some people may think otherwise, that they are targeting Asiwaju. Now, I don't think that's in that regard.
All right, brilliant. A difference of opinion. So that's always good. So the Arabian running mate of Peter Obi is inviting that the commentaries of El Rufai regarding the Naira note is treasonous, and is inviting the government to take a stance on that. So there's two spaces. Do you consider also that El Rufai's commentaries that the Kaduna indigents will continue to spend notes that the president has declared as no longer legal tender, that they should continue to spend it? Is that treasonous, and should the government take a position? So to that, Thomas.
Yeah, just today I spoke on this. I'm with El Rufai 1 million times. Is El Rufai going against the law or the judgment of the court? No. Is El Rufai fighting for his people? Yes. Is El Rufai causing anarchy in the land? No. Who is causing anarchy in the land is the Buhari government. So I agree with him 100%. The Mauritania guy, what is the position of his principles? It's not, is Peter Obi's position is not, is it not to slaughter Nigeria and kill them before the day of election? Can should we die before the day of election? Election is just a 2-day affair, or maybe a week affair. Should we die because of that? Should Nigeria? I told you my predicament for my own family member that they are suffering from. I repeat it again, one man. My mom is taking credit, food in credit. He can't access her money. The money is lying there in the bank. So I don't know. His comment is just gibberish and nonsense to me. He's not in the side of the people. And can you blame him? No. His principles took a position. What do you want him to do? He's going to take the same position. The Obidients are there laughing. Today I saw somebody on the platform laughing, judging, laughing. I know, yes. Now they have what they want now. But on the day of election, I hope they are not going to cry foul. Because I'm saying this. I will open the camera. This is my face. Peter Obi is not going to be your president. Go and write it down. So if you think this position or this hula baloo
that is going on is going to favor Peter Obi. It's not going to favor Peter Obi. This is my face. Let me on the light so that Nigerians can see my face very well. Hey Google, on the light. So this is my face. No,
Thomas, hope say if he bring out your face when it happen,
no,
you go still turn on your light.
Yes, now 7 days from now.
I hope say go turn on in light that 7 days after 7 days.
But just to be honest, the one thing that is sure as day and night,
Buhari no go, Obi no go win.
For where he wants to land, even go and wake up Obi go tell you.
I told you I've stopped making that argument because it's if you don't know, you don't know. Don't worry.
Yeah, but I'm counting.
So let me just complete. Let me complete my statement. I on the light so Nigerians can see, put my face to this. What I'm saying, Peter Obi, Greggy, former president, governor of Anambra State, is not going to be your president.
What is it worth that your face is showing though? I don't know. I don't understand.
No, it's standing by his words now. He's standing by his words. That's what he's doing. He's standing by.
Okay.
No, he's a fine boy. He's showing us he's a fine boy.
I forget about fine boy. I'm not fine. I'm the host.
Look at this guy.
Yeah. So I'm putting my face to this. It's not going to be your president. So if you think this policy or this the Mauritanian guy talking gibberish, when one man is El-Rufai going against the judgment of the court, can we just elaborate and just let's just put this in a good perspective? Is it going against the court? No. The Supreme Court, I said it again, Supreme Court said everybody should maintain status quo. On the 22, I'm going to bring out my own value. Then the boo-boo came out with his diachrona statement that 500 and 1,000 is not going to be legal tender. It's not going to be tenable. Leave only 200. Is El-Rufai going against the government? Is he going against the law? No. So let's leave Dasim Ahmed, what they call his name. He can say he has his opinion, but to me, he's talking gibberish. And Peter Obi is not going to win this election. If they want to do it, the next person is going to be Atiku. And Atiku be the president in that country after Buhari. All of us could chop the breakfast. Thank you, Mama.
Oh, all right, Brendan. Quick commentary on this. This one rather alarmed me when I saw it, but does it alarm you? It's almost unbelievable. It says a fuel subsidy now above 400 billion naira monthly. So this is Medley Carey, the chairman of the NNPCL, now making this announcement. And the mind just blows up, when you hear some of these figures. 400 billion naira, not for the whole year, which is alarming in itself. Not 200 million for the whole year, which is alarming. 400 billion naira monthly. This is now how much they are paying for fuel scarcity. This is how much they are deducting for not being able to give us fuel.
Now. And like I said, if I was any politician against APC, I would pin all these things on their head. And I don't know how they're getting away with it. They even are arguing among themselves. If Peter Obi loses, he costs it for himself. If Atiku loses, they cost it for themselves. Because this government have a lot to answer for. And they are busy arguing among themselves over dollars. And the nation is facing all these problems. Man, God help us, man. God just help us.
Yeah, one man to Nigeria. I think Kolata is here. Can 400 billion build a refinery? I don't know. You guys
for where? No, maybe tiny refinery, not
$400 million.
Modular, just modular one.
Maybe small, maybe some small 20,000 to 40,000 capacity. I mean, nothing major, nothing that will change anything. Because how much is 400 billion in dollars? It's actually a modular refinery that you build because that's less than $1 billion.
Oh my God!
It's
Oh
less
my
than $1
God!
billion. You'll just build some small tertiary refining, nothing major.
But if you times this times 12 a month, that's a lot.
In a
Yes, you
year,
can
you
build
can
a
build a
refinery
decent
with
one.
$6 billion.
But that's close to $5 trillion. Yeah,
In a year, yeah.
annually. Yes, that will be 2 refineries of $5 trillion.
But why should the government build refineries when we have 3 ones that we can make it function?
They refurbish it, which means it will even cost less. But instead, we are wasting the money. It's just unbelievable. Massive failure.
Woman, I know I'm talking nonsense. But
Yeah, no,
Nigeria go.
that's Buchi Okafor. Yeah, carry on.
I do. You know them now. You know the obedience. Comment section, woman. I've decided in my mind. Comment section, I've packed them in one side. You know, we normally call them their own special diet. So back to the 400 billion. I think if I'm right, if my memory serves me well, I think it's only Tinubu that said he's going to remove the subsidy. If correct me if I'm wrong, because I could
You're
remember
wrong.
he said
You're wrong. Oh, you're wrong. All of them want to.
all of them want to. That's so
Thomas, you already
I like
started
to
being wrong
check
for today. Hey, God. And your face is showing already.
Yeah.
I hope this is not the podcast.
This is my face. You can see me saying it.
That's why I do normally ask that easy because it's only Tinubu that I know he said if you can protest, so you can do this, so we are going to remove this subsidy. Let the subsidy go away. This paying for subsidy is crazy. Even the money is not going to the right people. The fuel is being diverted to another country. So many frauds going on there. Can we trust Tinubu? Can we trust any of them? Buhari said the same thing. That subsidy is a scam. I think Buhari has paid more than PDP 16 years of government. If I'm right. So let the subsidy go. If the fuel wants to be 400 naira, let's face it. All of us go chop the same breakfast. Why do I say that? I don't live in Nigeria. I have families in Nigeria. My mom and dad, they are still ill and happy. I will pay. I'll pay out of it. So it's not that we want to kill Nigerians because of removing of subsidy. Let it go. Let it go, woman. Thank you so much. I wish Nigerians a good election. I don't hope for any eventuality that will postpone this election. I don't hope for any coup d'etat that will truncate our democracy. I don't hope for any violence further that will truncate this election. I want the election to hold. If it is anyone that is going to win, let them win. And this fear will come down. The money policy, Nigerians will, the incoming will take a position, and everything will go smoothly. God bless everyone. Thank you, woman. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you so much. So thank you, Thomas. So that's Thomas, of course, unmistakably so. Another person you cannot mistake, of course, the mighty Ajanle Koko. So hopefully it's there. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let me bring you. I want to take your commentaries on the troops being rolled out in Lagos. But before we go to that, let's come to this. What is beyond equivocation? There is nobody that disagrees that there's a real chasm within the APC. It's an open warfare, so we can all see it, and it's playing out in open glare. But how people are taking sides now is the interesting bit. It looks as though there is that core cabal that wields a lot of power versus the expanse of the party that are trying to jostle with them. Another person pops up within that expanse of the party. Buhari's refusal to obey Supreme Court order could spark anarchy, coup d'etat. Festus Keyamo, a senior functionary of the APC party, pardon me, Festus Keyamo, spokesperson of the Bola Tinubu Presidential Campaign Council, says President Muhammad Buhari is inciting anarchy and coup d'etat with his flagrant disobedience to the Supreme Court order on the old Naira notes. Mr. Keyamo on Friday gave his hot take in a Channels Television's interview where he asserted that the president's defiance to allow the old banknotes to circulate alongside the redesigned ones as ordered by the Apex Bank was an open invitation to revolutionary intervention. By virtue of our constitution, all authorities in Nigeria must obey the orders of the Supreme Court. Anything to the contrary is a descent to anarchy, stressed Mr. Keyamo in the interview. The day we begin to disobey the order of the Supreme Court, that is an invitation to revolutionary intervention or other kinds of intervention in our democracy. The APC campaign mouthpiece insisted Mr. Buhari is under an obligation to obey the Supreme Court like other public servants, including Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, etc., etc. The governors are obeying the orders of the Supreme Court. They have a duty to ensure there is peace and order in their states, Mr. Keyamo said. The Supreme Court order still subsists. These orders subsist till the motion on notice is decided. It is a subsisting order. It is dangerous to pick which orders of the Supreme Court to obey. Due to lack of the recolored notes, violent protests have already broken out around the country, with enraged residents vandalizing bank infrastructures. However, there are claims that the chaotic protests were politically sponsored to deliberately thwart the implementation of the new notes. So it's an open chasm now within that APC space. And this is what we're saying. Festus Keyamo, one of the most powerful voices in the defense of the Buhari administration, up till round about a month ago, he's now in open conflict with the Buhari administration. A flagrant disobedience of a Supreme Court order, an invitation to external intervention, which is the language of coup. So that language of coup is increasingly coming into the Nigerian political play in this cycle. And if you add on top of that the heavy deployment of troops that we're seeing, that clouds, that times, that forebodings, Ajande Koko, what are you making of all that?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, one man, a country that play politics with security, we have insecurity. And a country that play politics with justice, we have anarchy. And that is where we are driving at. Buhari is playing politics. Of course, very, very dangerous politics. Not to obey the order of the Supreme Court. It's setting a very, very bad precedent. It's telling the states and the local government as well that I, as the head of government in Nigeria, can do this. You at your own level can follow the same suit. That is what he is that is what is demonstrating here. It is very dangerous, and it can't is capable of inviting anarchy. we see Rufai pushing back. It's pushing back for two reasons. Pushing back, number one, is playing a constitutional role as a governor of a state where the federal government, I haven't seen federal government implementing policy that is capable of setting a state on fire. So it's pushing back to show to the people that I have your mandate, you gave me your mandate to protect you and to fight for you. So that's number one on the side of the Constitution. Number two is to fight back against the dangerous politics that Buhari is playing that is capable of destroying their party, APC. APC that they built, they invested so much in it that have become the largest party, the biggest, number one party, political party in Nigeria. Of course, Buhari did not invest as much as those that are real politicians like Tinubu and others. He did not invest as much as they did. So he couldn't understand the implication of what he is trying to do. His politics is capable of setting the nation ablaze and is capable of destroying APC as a party. APC will be wiped out completely. And we know what that means. When APC is wiped out, Tinubu and Rufai and all of them across the country will be wiped out as well. So the people that have invested so much to bring this party to a federal level from nowhere, so they are fighting what they believe is a fight for their political survival. APC must not lose this election. If APC loses, that is the end of APC. If Tinubu is defeated in this election, forget it. And the reason is this. The leadership from the South in particular will point accusing finger to some leadership in the North that they are the ones that are responsible for the failure of Tinubu. That why is it when it comes to the turn of the South to take over the leadership of the country, and that is when those leaders in the party, and particularly the president and some of others in government, now putting all these policy in place that, cause them to lose the election, that trigger Nigerians against the APC candidacy and it's going to be across the board. So we are going to see a situation where APC will be wiped out. So those from the north that align in ideology, like one man said, the progressive that align in ideology with the emerging leadership, Tinubu doesn't want the party to die because they know this policy will destroy their party, will kill them permanently. They will be sent to political oblivion. Nobody will listen. Nobody will want to hear them again. PDP has been struggling for 8 years now. They know what they have lost. They have lost so much after they were defeated in 2014. They lost more governorship to APC. They lost more Senate seat to APC. More, what do you call, federal rep seat. They lost more local government to APC. So PDP is struggling. So this cannot happen to APC now. If it happens, that will be the end of APC. So you see people that have invested so much, Tinubu and others that are practical politicians, like Rufai, like Dangude, and some others from the north, and all of them trying to fight back to say, we cannot allow this to happen. This is going to bring a big reputation on us as Northerner that we are the one that are responsible for this. We don't want to be part of this shenanigan. We don't want our partners from the south to, point accusing fingers against us after the election if we couldn't win the election. So that is why you see Rufai and others standing up to exonerate themselves from the calamity that await them if this knuckle-headed man continue with this policy. So it is, Buhari is stirring up a kind of anarchy that we ensued if it doesn't back down. And the only way that Buhari can back down is if the governors across the country, because if the governors across the country stand up against this man, because this man wants to destroy democracy in Nigeria, what he is doing now, some people, some politicians are saying it as if it's only going to cost APC, but they don't know it's going to cost them all. All of them will be taken out of their job. All of them will be taken out from their position, and military will come in, and all of them will be taken out completely. And we're going to be set backward like 50 years or 40 years backward. So with this action that this man is taking, this man is, I'm talking about Buhari now. So this man is digging grave for democracy, for the death of democracy in Nigeria. So the only way to save Nigeria is for politicians to speak in one voice, not to see it as if, APC will be affected. We are going to take over from APC. All of them should stand up against this man and allow free and fair election to hold so that we can continue to have democracy at its best in Nigeria. But the way it is now, it is dangerous. It looks like our democracy is about to hit the rock. Everybody is in panic. The nation is in turmoil already, where people cannot run their businesses the way they used to because of one policy. Businesses are dying every day. Production, employment is on the increase now because a lot of people would have lost their job. Farming industry are dying within this short period of time that they have started this shenanigan of money exchange. So The governors have to stand up against this man to save democracy. They are the ones that can do the job. They have that power. They are given that power by the Constitution of Nigeria to push back against presidency that is trying to implement a policy that is capable of putting the nation in a state of anarchy. So, Rufai, I give kudos to him for what he's doing. Others to join him and fight this fight once and for all. Yes, it is the responsibility of the federal government to control the and the central bank to manage the monetary policy of the country. But at the same time, when the monetary policy of the country is not working right for the generality of the people, the state as well have a responsibility to stand up and say, look, this is not working. It's destroying our economy, the economy of our state, and it's destroying our people. And, they have to speak up. Look at the president. He didn't even listen to the Council of State, or what do you call them? The former president, that they sat together and all of them agree that let the status quo, remain. Let there be old currency and the new one. Let them continue to function pari passu and let them, while we are awaiting Emefiele to provide more new notes in circulation. Since the new notes are not available to the demand of the people, let him provide more. That was their agreement. Then look at what he is saying against the order of the Supreme Court. So he did not listen to the advice and the conclusion of his fellow successors, or predecessors. Is not listening to the advice of his predecessors, and as well it's going in a disobedience to the order of the Supreme Court. Disobedient, or how can I call it? Is it disobedient with impunity? So this man is not helping the nation. Is driving the ship of the nation towards a huge rock, and if he hit that rock, it is spell doom in the annals of that country. So Rufai has done good. Then on the side of Lagos State, sending troops, I'm not sure. It might be just some of these, because the clips you show, it didn't show it. We didn't see the surrounding of those troops. We only saw vehicular movement. We didn't see the area view of that state.
I think we did. I think we did. I think we're able to pick up something in that.
Doesn't mean anything to me.
That looks like a Lagos landscape.
It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't. It's a rubbish video. What is scary in it, that it's only showing the tire and the bottom part of that vehicle. We can't see the area. We don't know where they are. This is just a rubbish. It doesn't worth to even.
We know they are not in Sambisa Forest, but let me show you another clip that was sent in by a subscriber. Ajale Koko, when Babati comes, he's always asking the same question, that where does the elasticity, where does it break within the Nigerian space? When is their endurance broken? The Nigerian capacity for adaptability, this is a good example of it. Watch this. A lot of it in Yoruba language, and I'll give you the translation in a moment, but watch this, Ajanle Koko.
tó bá gbà tó bá lọ kó máa fi kiri yẹn sí lọ tó bá ti ń lọ àbó kí mú ọṣẹ wá kí fi ta oúnjẹ fóun ọṣẹ 300 naira èmi náà lè ti ta rice 200 naira spaghetti 100 naira mo sì tó ń jẹ 300 naira fún bó ṣe wá sí nìyẹn o.
You bring the food to chop food.
Are they doing trade
all
by
right.
barter?
No, for the benefit of people who don't understand the Yoruba language, so that man has gone into a food canteen to purchase food, because of course no access to naira notes. So he has taken 300 naira worth of soap to the food canteen to use then that to buy 300 naira worth of food, and that is the Nigerian adaptability right there. Ajale Koko, this is where we are now. You use soap to buy food. This is Nigeria. That's trade by barter now in Nigeria. That was sent in by Thomas Anos, Ajale Koko, on that.
Look, one man, this is bad. This is very, very bad. In this modern world, and we've seen our country degenerating into this kind of situation. And some people still want to see it. Credit food. Credit. And some people still want to see it as if we have to endure it. I mean, this is, look, the country is heading towards disaster. I mean, it is appearing to me that nation is financially bankrupt and they don't want to come out clean to Nigerian people. Emefiele and the presidency, they have done a lot of shady deals and they have run that country into serious financial bankruptcy and economic insolvency in such a way that there is no solution to the problem. But then they want to come out with a particular program to make it look as if, yes, it is that program or policy that is responsible to the suffering and this situation that we are witnessing now. And it will progress towards the handover. The situation will not get better. And at the end of the day, he will leave. Emefiele will leave. They're going to hand over in one kind of way, maybe to military or to interim government or to whatever. They will just do it and they will escape the punishment that they deserve for running the country into a serious financial bankruptcy. So this is very, very bad. Watching this kind of video, for some people to think that it is going to cost one candidate in this coming election and it's going to favor another candidate, I mean, they need to have a rethink. They need to have a rethink. This is bad, and Rufai that is standing up is doing a good job. Other governors must join him and stand up against this man to save democracy in that country. If we still love democracy, people have to stand up. We are not running autocratic political system. We have democracy. We are running a constitutional democracy. And constitution give every arms of government, even government agencies, their constitutional responsibility to play. I wish every one of us can go and listen to the interview of former finance minister Idika Kalu, Idika Kalu, go and listen to that man, what that man is interview on Channel News. You will bow your head that this is an economist that knows how economy works. It was a former central bank governor too. He broke it down. He said, you can't, the moment that you are considering a policy that target, a policy that target political issue, and economic policy or monetary policy that target political issue or matter whatsoever, he said is a failed policy from from day one. He said that is what happened to this. He said monetary policy must not have any political undertone, must not gear toward preventing any or having anything to do with politics. I wish everybody can go and listen. He said a lot of things I cannot even remember now. But I was listening to him. I watched that interview. I said, yes, these are people that have served their country well in the past. And I wish we have people like that can really be in position of power to serve the country well now. But here we are today, one man. This video you just showed me, it just tell me again that things are not going good and it's going to get worse. The worst is yet to come. That is what we are seeing it clearly. And we shouldn't play with it.
Something very bad is happening in Nigeria. Something extremely bad, almost evil is happening in Nigeria. You know, it's just you just have that sense.
We shouldn't see this as if, oh yes. I watched some idiot on the TV that are still justifying it, saying that if we have to suffer today, for our country to be better. And I was just watching that guy. I can't remember his name. It's what kind of, I think it's Chemo Tibale that was interviewing him.
I think this wants to come in. This, yeah.
Oh, okay.
This matter is divided. I mean, it's divided on all angles. It's almost half and half. A lot of people are against it, and a lot of people are for it. So you can't say almost half of the whole Nigeria are stupid, because a lot of people are for it. Trust me. It's just that we find ourselves. That's just where we find ourselves. And if it suits your narrative, I mean,
Where do you stand? You say where you stand. Forget about others. Where do you stand?
You already know where I stand.
I don't know. Just say it right now for everybody to hear. Where do you stand with this situation? You stand with the situation, or you stand opposed to it, or you stand in favor? Do you stand in favor of it or oppose it?
I stand behind the people you call stupid now.
Okay, so you stand in favor of this policy, and you like it, seeing your fellow citizen going through suffering and pains.
Do you want me to show you the chats with me and my mom? It's not funny. Yes, it's really bad. But we're talking
But it
about.
pleases you. I don't know the chat between. I don't know what your. What the messages carry. I don't know, but obviously, if it's that bad, I don't know why you want to be happy or you still want to stand behind these useless things that have inflicted pains on your mom. If it really has inflicted pains on your mom, I don't know why you still want to continue to support it.
Listen, let me tell you, it's been 8 years of pain. So if there is any chance, a lot of people can sacrifice 2 weeks or 9 days to get out of that whole pain. I think that they will just. I think a lot of people will just stick to that 8 days. Let me just suffer for 8 days. That's just it. It's not about. Trust me. After this election, I will be all out for take this shit out. Do you get? And but now it
Okay,
just
okay. Let
suits
me
my
ask you a
narrative.
question.
It's as simple as that.
So what you are saying now? So if after the election result favor Tinubu, would the situation change?
I mean, if result favors Tinubu, there's no need of having me. It doesn't suit my narrative again.
No,
Get
no,
this
no.
shit
I'm
out. That's
asking
what I'm
you. Do you
saying.
think the situation will change or not?
I don't know if it's gonna change.
Okay, so
I can't predict the
hold on,
future.
right there. You don't know. You don't know. So if Atiku wins, do you think the situation is going to change?
I can't predict the future.
Okay, okay, fine. So if Obi wins, do you think the situation is going to change?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. So that's to tell you. That's to tell you. I mean, it is just sad that we can have this kind of mindset,
Thoughts, right? I understand.
this kind. Hold
Ajali
on, hold on,
Coco.
hold on. Okay, it is just sad that you think only one person can do the job, others cannot do it. I'm not saying that others are perfect, but the way you are positioning it to us, that Obi is a perfect man that can do the job, can take all these suffering and pains, can take it away. But at the same time, this Obi is supporting this policy that is inflicting pains on Nigeria, and it's not offering any other thing different from this that can take us out of this problem, out of this policy. It's not offering any alternative, and yet you are saying that he's the one that can do the job. I mean, this.
Listen,
Let us.
Ajali Coco, let me repeat. This is political issue. I'm not dealing with the how it affects the people right now. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm talking about how it affects me politically and how it's gonna.
Well, that is what Peter Obi is talking about too. By the way, he's not talking about how he affects people. He's talking about how he affects him.
Talking about his own. Yeah,
It's
I
how it's
mean,
supposed. Listen, this is politics. It's how it's supposed to be for now. I mean,
this.
if you're thinking this game is gonna be all fair, it's not. This is a game, and anything that is happening right now, it's okay for me. It's not okay for me in the sense of financial and my mom having, my parents and all that stuff. But let's take it up to 8 days. That's just what I say.
Look, let me tell you. 8 days will come and go, but if you don't have your country right, 8 days might bring more disaster on the country. But look, it is not good. The situation is not good, and it doesn't seem that it's going to get better. That is what I am saying. I am saying this country has already hit financial bankruptcy and economic insolvency. And with the fact that we have majority of our people living under multi-dimensional poverty already. The the reason that we have almost 40% of our youth jobless, and with this policy, when you see many small businesses and organizations closing down, and there's no even better future aside, they can't see it. It's we should I mean, all of us should be, we should be scared to death for our country. The direction is going. We should be scared because what you see today, it might be something different that you're going to see tomorrow that will be going to be that you will never see in your life. Okay, in December, did anybody predict that we're going to be seeing what we are seeing today? Did anybody predicted what we are seeing today in December? Nobody.
I think what you are getting wrong, what you are really getting wrong is that, you are speaking to the wrong audience. They don't care. You see what Shuore, our man, has been saying. The first day that Obi came out and was saying that nonsense he was saying, you saw what Shuore came out to say. We know those who are, and then Des actually said it now, that he does not care about people, humanity, or how they feel, and that's the way Obi feels, that it's just a game, that they should wait
No,
for the next. Hold on, that they've been suffering, then they should be able to endure the suffering
I
for the next 8 days.
don't copy Toby. Talk about me, please.
Okay, well, I'm talking about
Yes.
Obi. I don't want to talk about you. You are not a candidate.
No, Obi never said that. Now you're wrong.
Okay, you
So
are not a
does say what
candidate.
he said.
Obi did say that though.
He did
Obi
say
said
that.
that the people, if they are angry, they should take their anger to the ballot box.
So what I'm saying, one man,
But he never said it's okay with
Baba
people
Aja,
suffering now.
what you are saying is that
No, he said they should endure. We read it out here now. He even said it on Twitter, so he cannot even deny
you
it.
don't even need to. I'm even talking to. If we have to say certain things sometimes, we just have to go back to the roots. You cannot expect people who do not care about Nigeria 8 months ago to care about Nigerians now because of certain primordial political sentiment. Don't forget, they said Nigeria was a zoo. So a country that was supposed to be a zoo, and they want their president in that country, they don't care if all Nigerians die.
Enigmatic, you're back
They
in that
have their
space
president.
again. You're back in that
Okay?
space again.
I'm not talking to you, Des. I'm
You're
just talking
back in
here.
that space again.
Okay. Do whatever you want to do with it. I'm making.
Hold on. It looks as though they'll be leaving the zoo anytime soon. Within the next 4 weeks, they'll be leaving that zoo.
They will go back to their zoo or their Biafra because
this is what they're saying. If you look at your screen, you'll see that they'll be leaving that zoo. So this is what's it's unbelievable, but
Can I ask Des a question? Can I ask Des a question?
That's what you think, but don't even try to see all these things we are saying over here. Babaja,
see,
they don't care. 8 months ago, they were not Nigerians. They were somewhere. That's why they say they want to bring Nigeria back from where they took it to.
You're not gonna blackmail me, Enigma. I've said it the first time.
I'm not talking to you.
Nobody is gonna blackmail me.
All right, leave Enigmatic alone. I'll take a question from Kolata.
If your name is Peter Obi, then so be it. If your name is Peter Obi, so be it. I'm not talking to you. Okay,
sir.
So we are talking of Nigerians. We are not talking of people in the zoo or people who took Nigeria to wherever they took it to. So Shuore, who is a Nigerian, a patriotic Nigerian, he has been speaking. The president of the zoo wants to be a president in the zoo. He has been sitting on the fence, and he said Nigeria should die before the next 8 days. The ones that will be alive, they will see who wins the election. Which in the election he will never win because Nigeria will not handle Nigeria to a zoo president. It's not going to happen. You guys need to take this now. Take it back home.
Enigmatic, all you need to understand. All you need to understand.
Peter Obi is representing the zoo.
All you need to understand, like Faz said, everybody is a hypocrite. That's all you need to understand.
But I'm telling you,
all right, let me ask this.
Hypocrite. Okay, I'm talking about Nigeria.
All right.
Not the people from the zoo, the IPOB of 8 months ago, the Biafrans of 8 months ago. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about real patriotic Nigerians who do not want Nigerians to die because of election or because of a primordial political sentiment. And he stands by that, and that's a patriotic Nigerian right there, not Peter Obi, pretentious man.
All right, take a question from Kolata Des, and then Ajale Koko retakes the floor. Kolata, your question.
Okay, Des, next week when Peter Obi loses and
Tinubu wins, are you still going to be in support of this badly implemented policy, even if it's at its peak of suffering by then? What will you think about the policy?
I think I've already answered that question. I mean,
I
I
didn't hear.
said,
I didn't hear you.
yeah, one man, you already heard me. I said after this, I mean, everybody's just trying to hold on for after 8 days. Then it's all out of this policy sucks. Do you get? I mean, this we're
Okay,
just
go.
playing
I think I
politics
got it.
now.
I think I got.
Yeah,
I got it.
yeah, we're just like trying to try. We have been trying to survive for 8 years. That's what I said, and 8 more days shouldn't be too much of a big deal. That's what I'm saying. Before, because it affects your candidate, and you're crying and crying
No,
and trying.
after.
No,
So wait. After 8 days, you will start complaining about it. That's what I am hearing.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I wanted
Okay,
to ask
that's
one
fine.
man, one
That's
man,
fine.
one man. Do you think? Because I'll be having this thought. Do you think if Obi wins this election, yeah, is he gonna be the best or the highest politician Nigeria has ever made?
If Peter Obi wins this election, then it would have pulled off one of the most masterful political maneuvers in history,
I
and
mean, he would.
it should be applauded for that. It should be
It's not
if he
just
wins this election, no, it should be
he would.
it's Machiavellian stuff. It's
You know why I
beyond.
said that? Because I think he will be the highest politician Nigeria has ever produced. Because now, if you look at it, he went to Apoga and made Apoga what it is, and now coming to Labour, trying to make Labour what is going to be. No politician can ever even think of it. So he would be, to me, the highest politician Nigeria has ever seen or made.
I would agree with that. If he's able to win this election, no, then it will be one of the most phenomenal things that politics, not just in Nigeria, but politics has ever seen. It will be unbelievable. But there it is. I certainly will celebrate it if Peter Obi wins. I don't object to a Peter Obi victory, but then of course, it's not the best option. But there it is. But back to your Ajane Koko. So you were talking then trade in barter, which is now the new Nigerian economy.
It is not good. So that means that we're going to find ourselves in a situation when you're going to see people can trade off their own children. Poverty can make them trade off their children. That is what I'm seeing. Beginning of bad thing like this, when it escalates, it will turn to a big disaster that you've never seen before. And that is where we are driving at. And these people that are exchanging their good for goods now, it's not that they don't have money in the country. It's not that they don't have money in the bank, but they can't access their money. Where have you seen that? Where on earth have you seen that happen? So the country is forcing them into poverty. That is what we are seeing. The country is denying them their money, their hard-earned money. And before you know it, it could be a different story tomorrow. Tomorrow you can come and you will hear a story that your money is gone. You don't have nothing again in the bank. You might have like 10 million now. They can say something happened. Something tragic happened to the economy and your money will be wiped off. What are you going to do to that? People that have 401k and all the rest, their savings and everything will be wiped away. And you think if you will be even become the president in such a country that doesn't guarantee stability, you think investors will come? You think you're going to have production or what is it talking about? We have to get it right. When it is time, look, let's put politics aside. How do we save the country? That is what everybody, politics, Tinubu politics, Obi politics, Atiku, all those nonsense, let us put this aside. What we are seeing now is beyond, is it, the, is a calamity that is coming to slam everybody down, and everybody will go down. What can we do to save that country today and the coming generation? That is what we see. It is not politics. We have played so much politics. Politics has driven us to where we are today, and we cannot continue to play politics anymore. We play politics with security. We saw how insecurity have ravaged that country. Now we play politics with a monetary policy, and it is tearing the economy into pieces. It's guillotining the economy right in our own eyes. And we think we have to continue playing that politics. How on earth, a person that contested for position of president, managing the monetary policy of your country, and you think it cannot play politics with it? And do you think that politics must be played with monetary policy? It's never done anywhere. But that is what we are seeing. Politics is driving the country into pieces. And politics does not even, it has taken, what do you call it? Empathy. And I mean, what is called empathy and what is called right senses that people should have to think where he has taken it away from a lot of people. Some people, because of politics, they can't even think right anymore because of the interest that, our man must win. It is no man to win now. It is a time for Nigerians to win. And the only way Nigerians can win is Nigerians to stand up against this bad policy that Buhari has put right in front of us and that is destroying us as people. I cannot believe in December, like I said earlier, nobody can ever predict that we can find ourselves in this situation. So where do you think you're going to find yourself economically in the next 3 months or 2 months to this time? Where do you think we're going to find ourselves? This is tragic, one man. It is not, it is, I don't know if some of us sleep anymore. We shouldn't be having night
Hold on
sleep
now,
anymore
Des.
because of the way we've seen our country tearing down, going down fast. I don't think it's a time for any Nigerians to even sleep. This is the time to be awake 24 hours to fight to take our country back. That is the only way. This man has destroyed that country, and let's take politics apart. Let us stand up together and fight him. It's the evil. Buhari is the evil. And some of his cabal, some other people, they are the evil trying to destroy this country. If you think he's doing this to deny Tinubu the victory, he's trying to deny Nigerian progress that Nigeria deserves as a country. It is not Tinubu. Tinubu is just one person. Tinubu have enjoyed the best of the best life that anybody can enjoy in this world. So denying him presidency will cost him nothing. But I can guarantee you with this policy, it will cost life. We have watched in a video somebody standing on a queue. Maybe he has not eaten for some few days. He died. He died on the queue, waiting in the bank to get money. He fell down, he fainted, and he died right there. And we can't feel for such people. And we have many people that have died that we can't even hear their cases. They are dying every day of hunger since this thing have started. How on earth you see? What do you call Thomas? His mommy went to get more. Do you know what that means? Do you know what it means? Do you know the time can come when we won't be able to even send money to our parents at home? It's not that we don't have money, but to even send the money for them to even get the money, they won't be able to get the money the way it is going. If something is not done quick, it is one man. Look, we are in a state of anarchy right now. A state of anarchy. When you see people are not happy across the country because of the way their country is being run, when people are denied their money, anarchy will set in. That is what we should be expecting. Anarchy will set in. And I pray that only God can save that country. I don't know. But people that are thinking that, oh, it is good, we should continue like this, and that will trigger more anger in people to go to vote against the candidate of the ruling party and for their own party. I think they need to have a rethink. They need to show empathy on their fellow Nigerians that are suffering. This is not good for us. Nobody can I mean after the election, I don't see anything that is going to change very, very soon. I am saying Nigeria has run into financial bankruptcy and economy insolvency. That's my take on this one, man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, we may be losing Kulata fairly shortly. So let's get quickly to him. You know, of course, the audience likes to hear from him. So Kulata, African Breed sent in a clip on Instagram insisting that I must get your reaction to it. I haven't seen it. So I'll bring it to you now and we kick it off from there. So this is African Breed sending this in, asking what you think of it. So let's see what it is.
fún ayé pé àwọn ọgbà owó àtijọ́ báwọn ọgbà owó àtijọ́ pé owó tuntun ní ká wá px tún gbowó lọ́wọ́ wa lórí pálí ẹja kan 1-2 náà tún gbà lówó tá a máa fi ṣe transfer ṣó yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ alọ́gì la wà o alọ́gì ebi pa wá o ilé ẹja alọ́gì ebi pa wá ebi pa wá o ebi pa wá. ẹ jọ̀ọ́ kọ́ tẹ́mi fẹ́ kí gọ́vnọ̀ Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún fúnṣẹ́ takuntakun tó ń ṣe tó lárí gbìyànjú wọn lórí wa Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kó délẹ̀ lérí lágbára Ọlọ́run àdèmọ̀ kan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lórí kan tí ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí wọ́n fẹ́ kí bàbá wa Tinubu wọ́n fẹ́ kó wọlé ni lágbára Ọlọ́run Yorùbá ló máa ṣe irọ́ ló ń pa àwa ló kàn ojúṣe wa ni APC àwa ló kàn ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run ẹ wọ bí ọba ìgbèpọ̀ pamọ́ ọba ìkọwọ́ ní bẹ́bà a tún mọ̀ pé Tinubu ló máa wọlé tọ́lá mẹ́ni ò lè ṣe níbẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ kábílẹ̀ kẹ̀sí di ọmọ ìlòmínà ẹ wo Atalanta yìí ṣó ti yé yín iṣẹ́ wa fẹ́ bàjẹ́ ẹ bá wa bẹ gọ́vnà Abíọ́dún kọjọ torí Ọlọ́run ilé ìjọba ń tokò láwà yìí iṣẹ́ wa kó má dojúrú tọ́lá wà lọ sọ́jà lánàá lógèrè a gbọ́ pé gbogbo gọ́vnà wọ́n sọ pé gọ́vnà káàkiri Ogun State wọ́n ti lè ṣe pé ẹni tó bá ti gbà pé wọ́n máa tì í ààrẹ náà but ní ìsìn ìrìnàjò tó wá dé ta wọ́n tún wá ní kó máa gbowó ẹjọ́ torí Ọlọ́run kó má bẹ ètò ọrọ̀ ajé tiwa jẹ́ o wọ́n máa wọlé o adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ adúpẹ́ Tinubu ẹ bá wa sọ fún adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Dàpọ̀ omi
àwọn ìyàwó ti sọ sí wọ́n ní wọn ò bá kówó pamọ́ wọn ò bá képo pamọ́ wọ́n ní APC làwọn máa dìbò fún.
àwọn ìyàwó ẹ̀ ní o èmi ìyàwó ẹ̀yìn lákẹ̀sán ìyàwó bàbá aláìlála lákẹ̀sán nílùú pẹ̀rù lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ lè dádì ẹ̀ lọ́nà òde ní community èmi ni mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ yẹ ẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ ni mo wà tó má fẹ́ fi pa wá kó má wá ṣe ó máa wọlé kí wọ́n ṣe jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ó máa wọlé o ó máa wọlé lágbára Ọlọ́run ẹ̀yẹ láwa o Ọlọ́run ó gbé ọwọ́
So there it is. The voice of the people is the voice of God. So interpret and respond to that, Kulata. So that's, you don't get more organic and off the streets than that. But what are you making of it? Kulata.
You see, I wish that was in English so people will understand what they're saying. Basically, those women, for those that don't understand Yoruba, they were saying they understand what's going on, that the Naira policy and the scarcity of petrol, everything is against Tinubu, and they're going to vote for Tinubu no matter what. They're going to vote for APC. So, can you guys see the power of political messaging? Because I mentioned this weeks ago now, like maybe 2-3 weeks ago, that they're going to the messaging, they're going to work on the messaging and turn APC over APC. So while APC is in the government, they'll be fighting APC, and the people that think this policy will favor them, people will join them and fight them too. That they're doing this policy on your behalf, so I suffer. Because as it's happening, that's in the southwest, so people can say, no, it's Tinubu's backyard and all. It's happening in the north too. They're saying money or no money, they're going to vote for Tinubu, and those are the people listening to their governors. So when you want to get a lesson in political messaging, there you have it. Wonderful that a party has distanced itself from a party and distanced itself from the bad policies of the party. And the people are buying the message now because it's obvious for everyone to see that this is like a sabotage of this guy's candidacy. And it's painted it that way. And everybody, they have the money to propagate the message, and that's how you see it. People are suffering, and they're saying they're still going to vote for him because they're trying to cheat him. So for every action, there's always equal and opposite reaction. You people think Tinubu doesn't have organic votes. You will be shocked when you see organic votes. And then there are many people, that are pitying him. He's going to get the pity vote. So it's basically, a culmination of what I've been saying for weeks now. You can see that play out. I've seen some northern people saying similar things too. I'm like, wow, these guys are really, really working hard on this messaging. And now, before they were saying Emefiele. APC governors, they're going hard on Buhari now. They're going hard on Buhari. Even Buhari's worker, Festus Keyamo, came out today because it's a lame duck now for someone that's still working for Buhari to come out and push back against Buhari. It's the likes of Lai Mohammed that is still doing Babi Magbabe, still doing small, Koshe Kukusheye, Oshadon. He's still playing game. But,
He went
Buhari is
on a
leaving
program
soon.
today where he was promoting Tinubu, Lai
He
Mohammed.
didn't promote. He didn't promote with his full chest, though. He was still trying to rope Tinubu with Buhari, saying that Buhari's policy is fully tied to Tinubu. I was just laughing. Because the people, did you notice the people calling him on the phone? They were abusing Buhari. They were abusing Buhari,
Buhari,
and they
yes,
were
you are
supporting
right.
Tinubu.
You have to play. You have to stay at the middle. You can't because he's still serving the president. So, but Keyamo, it looked like that one. You understand where Keyamo is coming from. He's a constitutional lawyer, and no lawyer can ever stand behind anybody that go against the court order. No lawyer will stand behind that. It's against the ethics of their profession, and that is what Kayamo was expressing.
Baba,
So
it's a travesty. If you're a
yes,
lawyer and you stand by that, I mean,
yes,
you can say
yes.
we've seen Buhari flout the orders of the subordinate courts, but not the Supreme Court. And then, like I was saying earlier, there was a man that I think one of them was referring to. That was Ado Doguwa. That's that's probably going to be the next speaker. He's from the south. He's from the northwest in Kano State. Those people, àwọn tó ń pa àwọn tó máa bá yé Buhari jẹ́ finally ní north nìyẹn. When you go to the north now, it's Akoi Ikudi. Bakudi, Nole Buhari, Tinubu. So they've sold that thing, what in Logon.
Oh, the message is gone wide. But when I was saying it like 3 weeks ago, people were thinking I was stupid. But anyway, they will find out.
Buhari kò fẹ́ tẹ́ finally ó fẹ́ bad legacy ló fẹ́ fúnra ẹ̀ ní.
No, Buhari has already given himself a bad legacy because you see now a lot of people that are 1159 supporters of Buhari, especially the articulate and the obedient. By the time if Atiku or Obi do not win the election and the suffering is still ongoing, that's why I was asking this. You see how they're now going to be, they're going to lose their mind. That's exactly what's going to happen. And the funny part of it is this Tinubu and Buhari, they've met twice in the past 1 week, one-on-one, that Buhari will summon him to Aso Rock. So I feel Buhari is still telling him of all these actions that he's doing. I don't know. I mean, I don't know Buhari's inspirations. I can't tell. The man
That
is very.
sounds like a wish, Kolata.
It's not a wish now. Before he left, I mean, if someone lived to Aso Rock, he left a party. He went to go and meet him. He still met him before he went to his last rally. I mean, you should read newspaper now. Don't just listen to
No, I
that.
know he summoned him.
When
I'm
you
like,
supplement your YouTube habits with newspaper.
you're wishing
Yeah, so
that
supplement Edo Watch with proper news.
With
Kolata
proper
calm
news.
down. He don't know. He never
No,
thought.
it's advice now. It's not. I'm
He
now.
never thought to that way.
Eh?
You're wishing that all these things that is
I'm not.
happening.
I'm not wishing. What is
Okay.
happening is bad for the people. Very, very bad. And the action that the president is also taking is bad for the constitution, bad for the stability of the country. I mean, I like the fact that the governors are challenging him, and I would love for the Supreme Court to give it to him. So we know that we need to respect our constitution. You can't go there and swear an oath to the Quran or to the Holy Bible and say I'm gonna like defend this constitution, so help me God. And then you now come in, I mean, when things are not convenient for you or for whatever reasons, you decide to just be tearing the constitution apart. I mean, why are we in a constitutional democracy? We can as well stay in the military dictatorship. So, I mean, and again, this policy, you remove the cash. We've been struggling with goods. So, no goods, no cash. It's just anarchy. It's breeding anarchy. I've complained enough about this policy, but at the end of the day, if it makes no difference next week, I would like to see the people that are using this as a political tool. I would like to come and look at them and say, well, we told you so. Suffering is suffering. We shouldn't use. I've never seen a CBN make a monetary policy just before elections. It's not done. America does not raise interest rates months and months before elections. Things that will affect the economy like that. We don't do it. And again, huh? Sorry, someone was going to say.
No, I was just going to say when you have a politician as a CBN governor, so that makes difference, you know.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
so Ludo was the only professional we've had since professional non-competitor CBN we've had since 1999, right? So whether you talk of Sanusi or you talk of this guy, they are either politician or necessary activist. So what Emefiele is doing is not strange, right? You have a CBN governor in the history. I've never known of any in Africa. You are the CBN governor. You are in charge of the electoral materials, and you even went ahead to take forms where you know that as a CBN governor, you are not supposed to be partisan, and you still went ahead. You obtained the presidential for the nomination form. You wanted to become the president of that country while you are still the CBN governor. So where is the and all of a sudden now, when he lost out, people now suddenly remember that CBN should be independent of politics, whereas the CBN governor is dragging the institution into politics. So, thank you.
I mean, INEC is also supposed to put the material safekeeping in the CBN after the election.
Are you
Isn't
worried
someone
about that?
supposed?
Are you worried about that?
Of course, I'm worried about that. The CBN is not a neutral. The CBN is no longer a neutral party arbiter in this election anymore. I mean, you have a failed run by the CBN governor. Why did not sack him? and then you have this contrived policy, ill-timed, badly implemented, and I mean, you will now say they should take election materials to CBN for safekeeping. No, if I'm one of the ones running, I will sue against that because it's very obvious the CBN is not neutral in this election. So yeah.
All right, brilliant. So the troops being rolled out onto Lagos State. A lot of people are they are saying we're somewhat being alarmist that this is just part of the preparations for security for the elections. But given politics as it is now, is it been alarmist to say they are actually rolling those troops out against Tinubu? Because that was my first instinct when I saw the clip.
I don't see why military men should be in the civilian population when there's no war. What is military doing in the middle of the city? There's no war, there's no natural disaster, so it's not like there's army corps or something. So I really don't understand what the military is going to do in the civilian population. That's not the work of the military. If you need the police, bring the police. Police will understand. Military, I do not understand. So I think is a show of force or a way of intimidating or sending a statement that don't try any election shenanigans. Because from a timing perspective, this is a week before the elections. So I mean, anything happening close to the election, any such decision happening close to the election, it has political consideration and political. I mean, you always need to consider the politics of it because you don't pull bold moves if you're not a candidate, if you're a sitting government before the election. You do not, because it will have an impact. So Nigeria is the only place where things like this happen. I mean, if we were properly equipped, police should be all over the place. We understand the police; they're policing the nation. But military, I mean, who is fighting war in Lagos? Isn't Lagos one of the most peaceful states in the country? So what are we doing with military in Lagos? It just makes no damn sense to me. Doesn't make any sense. I will want to think is a way of intimidating Lagos voters because I will not see a military man on the street in a tank in their tanks, and then I'll say I feel safe to go and vote. No, I won't feel safe to go and vote in that kind of situation. I'm going to stay in my house. So I really, it does have political connotations.
The divide opening within the APC Kolata, it continues to widen. Festus Keyamo describing Buhari's announcement as an invitation to some form of insurrection or coup. And of course, we already know the divide. Peter Obi's Mauritanian running mate, his Arabian running mate, telling us that El Rufai should be arrested for treason and all of that. So that divide is really opening up. But the Yadua family have come into the space. Let me show you this. This is something somebody sent in. He said, this is from Abdulaziz Yadua. So this is from the Yadua family. It says Tinubu was a loyal supporter of Shehu Yadua and even backed him in the 1992 election against Olufalaye. Despite Yadua not being on the ballot, Tinubu's commitment to his mentor and the principles of democracy remains unwavering. Hashtag Tinubu, and then so we're seeing a real sharp divide opening up in the north. What are you making then of this Yadua commentary off the back of all of the other commentaries that continues to widen that divide?
I'm not surprised because Tinubu is close to them, Yaradua. But at the same time, Atiku too is very close to the Yaradua. So it beats me that he's an APC politician, so it's no surprise. I shouldn't be surprised that he's backing. What's that? What's the noise?
Atiku is more closer to the Yaradua than Tinubu.
Oh,
Atiku is more closer to the Yaradua than Tinubu.
no, that's a dialect.
Atiku is more closer to the Yaradua than Tinubu. Atiku is more closer to the Yaradua than Tinubu.
Yeah, it
Atiku
is.
was the second in command to Yaradua when he was alive, before he was arrested and killed in prison by Abacha. He
Yeah,
was second in command to him in that Yaradua group, while Tinubu was a subordinate to Sarumi in Lagos back then, as a senator from Lagos State in SDP. So Atiku has been Yaradua boss, Tinubu boss, when they are in Yaradua group.
SDP.
All right, back to you, Kolata. Ajanlokoko.
It's so loud.
Yeah. That was. You can tell that Ajanlokoko is driving, but carry on. Yeah.
It's driving, yeah. So that's why I said I was shocked that. Initially I was shocked, but when you saw that the guy is in APC, it makes sense now. It's an APC politician. But something funny is going in the north. Like something funny is going in the north. Like it's like people have made their stance known, and they've dug. I think many people have dug in their heels. Like this is the candidate I'm going to support, no matter what. So we're going to see. If the new kids on the block, not so new kids on the block, the new let me call it the new North. If the new North, the Gandujes, the El Rufais, if they win, what are they going to do to the old people? Because I'm thinking about that. If they lose, that's going to be catastrophic for them. Because that means automatic, that will be an Atiku presidency. So it's an interesting phenomenon. But the more I pay attention to what's going on, the more I believe, North is going to be divided, and there's no landslide for anybody in the North. And I see a lot of loyalty and will, because everybody that's been having doubt, Western politician going to bat the way El Rufai is going to bat. He may be doing it for selfish interest. Who knows? Who cares? Same thing with Ganduje, and same thing with Zamfara governor. Those three, they are going fully. So it's like you're just warming Zulum too. So you're just wondering, like, what's this loyalty like? Is this? You can't say it's money, right? You can't call it money. Well, it must be. Is it something of honor, or is it? I don't know. I don't get it, because it's not what we expect in the South. Because we expect, like, oh no, they'll do this, they'll do that. But you now ask yourself, why are they going the extra length, extra length to even fight the president on behalf of on behalf of their party? So we don't understand the North. I think we just think we do. We don't understand the North. Like, I don't see us Southerners doing what they're doing. We will have betrayed ourselves long time. Look at Okowa. We'll have done that Okowa a long time. So I'm impressed with what's going on, and I really want to see this constitutional battle. I want to see it. I want to see the Supreme Court call Buhari's bluff. Then I want to see what's going to happen, because we cannot promote this tyranny. This is tyranny that Buhari just willingly just chooses the court decision that he's going to abide by. Even under Abacha, they'll do something so the court doesn't say something. But when the court says something, they'll still listen to the court. So this is whatever is happening right now is crazy. It's really, really crazy. But the North, the North are standing for Tinubu, and it's impressive to see. And we should be ashamed in the South, because I don't think we have this kind of loyalty in the South.
All right, brilliant. So, Kolata, if as unshockable as I am at any matters Nigerian politics, this shocked me. Fuel subsidy now above 400 billion naira monthly. So this is the NNPC. So the fuel that is not available to the Nigerian populace, and when it is available, they pay through the nose for it. If they were not spending 400 billion naira monthly to subsidize it, it'll be cheaper to buy gold than it will to buy petrol in Nigeria. What are you making then? There's part of me that actually feels this change of currency thing is actually to cover this heavy looting that is taking place so that they just completely mess up the financial market so that they will not be able to unpick the level of looting. Fuel subsidy now above 400 billion monthly. What are you making of that, Kolata? It's unbelievable, even frightening.
This fuel subsidy, of course, we know that number is fake. And it's only a few people, under Buhari, it's only a few people chopping. So ultimately, the subsidy will go away. So these are the last set of people that are chopping the fuel subsidy. So you can see that it's gone progressively worse under Buhari. Under GEJ, that many people, I had a lot of friends importing fuel back then. That was when everybody was, I'm into oil and gas, I'm into oil and gas. And all of them were launching Range Rovers and launching G-Wagon and all those things under Jonathan. But under Buhari, they stifled it. It's just a few. NNPCs don't want an import. The number of marketers has drastically shrunk. But the fuel subsidy has gone up exponentially. So the very few people that are in that business, you know how much those guys are stealing. So this number that shot up to, we don't have enough cars on the roads to back that number up. It's just stealing. And these are last minute robbery that these guys are doing. Under Buhari, a few people have become billionaires. Under Emefiele, a ton of people that have access to CBN, they're multi-millionaires in dollars. Same thing with this NNPC. Since they've allowed only NNPC to be the sole importer, the few people that they deal with, they're so rich. So Buhari's government, I mean, more corrupt, fewer people, but amazingly stupendously rich. So this fuel subsidy.
Yeah, that's what I was going. That's what I was going to invite you. That to speculate the level of wealth that those because they've been doing this consistently for 8 years, steadily looting about 10 billion, 510, about 20 billion, just steadily yearly, if not more.
So I think it's last minute loot because Dangote refinery is going to come up. They're going to release some aspect of Port Harcourt refinery in the next 2 or 3 months. So eventually, subsidy will go away. So they probably are letting last minute chopping just to let people enjoy before the next government takes the whole thing. So it's part of our corruption moment.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. And just briefly, the warning being issued by the Aso Rock space, Naira redesign, presidency wants El Rufai Ganduje to watch their utterances. So all of those are now almost daily broadcast by the little man from Kaduna State. They're now telling him to caution. So if those broadcasts coming out of El Rufai was coming out of a Yoruba governor, would it have been the same as steady as she go space that I was saying?
No, they will have found a way to deal with that person. I mean, look at what they did to Yaya Bello and his Igbira. They locked his wife now. EFCC went to carry his wife. I mean, is it ICPC or whatever? They went to carry his wife now. EFCC. And I mean, have they touched anything in El Rufai? They've not touched El Rufai. Even FFK themselves, they locked FFK up. FFK has been going to DSS on a daily basis.
No, Pansat has not let us hear it's been chanting it like a mantra in the comment section. Yeah.
I want us to talk about that, please. Let's talk about it.
So, I mean, they're not, look at El Rufai, their golden boy in the north. They're not doing anything to him. Did you see what Ganduje said about Buhari today? Did you hear it?
Did he say it in Hausa Lounge? Yeah, go on.
He went rogue on Buhari. He was brutal. It was very frontal, no pretending. Like, I mean, now APC national chairman has now called a meeting for all APC governors, because you can see the way everybody's just going. They're going ape shit on Buhari. So they're going to call it truce, like you guys. But Buhari now has left the country. So that Buhari is a selfish politician compared to, for his party. Under his own, when he was doing his own election, he was doing trader rum. He and Moshibaji were doing trader money. He refused to sign the electoral people then. But now look at what he's doing to his own party. So APC, a line has been drawn. You have the presidency and the cabal, the remnants of the presidency, that their power is going to last for another maybe 3 months, fighting against the people that are going to inheriting the party. So that battle line is clear, and we are going to see who wins next week. But I hope we have
do you think they will ultimately break this final battle up, because this is going to be Buhari's final ever battle within the Nigerian political space? Do you think this final battle will be that ultimate battle that will eventually break his back? Do you think what we're seeing now is the breaking of the back of Buhari? Is this ultimately where it will land?
I think Buhari's back has been broken since the primaries. Which president is not able to pick his successor in Nigeria? I'm not talking about even in America, even in both men. A president is still influential in picking the successor. But in this case, he did not get what he wanted. He clearly showed he had no say in the matter. So his back has been broken politically. But now is either Buhari himself. I have some theories. I don't know if my theory is right. I feel when he went to America and he talked to Joe Biden, or the few trips he's going to take into America, he promised a free and fair election. And then he's now taking it too far. Meaning, okay, I want a free and fair election, meaning nobody will have money. We will have the electoral law. Everything will be done in a way where you will now come back and say, as Thomas will say, unequivocal, that, okay, free and fair election. But he's not thinking that whatever monetary policy that they're making you do is stifling the incumbent government. I don't think he cares about that. But at the end of the day, he's looking at it like this is going to be a level playing field, which it is in theory, But the three big candidates, Fidelity Bank, Wema Bank, and what's the name of the other bank that he controls? All of them have the bank that they control. So at the end of the day, it's a moot point. But at least he will be able to say, when I left, I ran election that was devoid of money. It's not going to be devoid of money. That had the PRS technology. You can give that to him. So I think he's taking that too far. And he bought into the devious plans of the cabals, milking on the fact that he wants to do the right thing. That's an interpretation. It may be bullshit. But I've just tried to reason why is this guy doing what he's doing? And that's the best I could come up with. The next thing I could come up with is maybe he wants a Fulani succession. But that's kind of too easy. It's lazy thought.
All right, because we're not clear on what he does want. There's nothing to suggest that Buhari can stomach Atiku, but that there's everything to suggest that he cannot stomach Tinubu either. And is weighing heavily against Tinubu, but to what end is the thing,
Could I interject on that?
No, it's not to do with Peter Obi. It's not to bring Peter Obi in. So don't take us that.
According to some people,
I thought we can interject. We can interject.
No, of course you can interject, but okay, go on.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Good evening. In my section of the world here, it's evening time. Kolata has been speaking in what do you call that? What is that? What's the best word? In the way he's sounding, he's just
It's not landing anywhere. For somebody who's capable of doing a spreadsheet, pinpointing.
Is this an appraisal of collateral or an
wait a minute. I'm
interjection?
saying for somebody who
let
has a famous...
let Pansat talk.
Please.
Kung Fu fighting. All right.
I come in peace.
He's been waiting for this. Let him talk.
No, during my turn, I'm actually going to be discussing something entirely different. But from the way you're talking, you've done a spreadsheet that precinct by precinct, you know how many votes are going to be cast and who's going to win that precinct and the ward. Then, of course, the state, and then who's going to win the election. So you should know a lot more. You should know what Buhari wants. You should know why Buhari is behaving the way he's behaving. He's a rational actor. You should know both the horizontal and the vertical. Well, do you agree with that? In order for you,
I disagree.
You don't have to know what the president of this country and the person who's the leader of APC, the party you say is going to win. Right? Just hold on, because we don't.
I don't know what he wants. I don't know what he wants.
Right.
No.
Now, that's the first time I've ever heard you say you don't know something. The very first time. And I listen to you a lot. Now, you're not supposed to know everything, but you have to admit that there are certain things you don't know. Now, let's look at what's happening right now. Are you going to recalculate your projection? Because it's very popular. Are you going to say, okay, but you just said you don't know what Buhari is doing.
I don't know what Buhari is doing, but I know Nigerian electorate. They're two different things.
Okay, but you also made some caveats, obviously, which is smart. You're a smart guy. When you made your projection, you said, I'm doing this. If they rig the election, this is going to be the result, right? If they have a free and fair election, this is going to be the result. But if they don't, this is going to be the result. Did you say that?
Not quite. I said something about voter turnout, but I'm basing it on Nigerian election, which is going to be full of.
I think he's probably mistaken you for Uptown, and then
no. No. There's no mistaken Kulata. That's nobody like Kulata. So what I'm saying though is that if you are speaking generally in abstract terms right now, that's okay. That's not. I'm not knocking you for that, because there's a change. There are dynamics at play. We have soldiers, battalions, divisions going into Lagos. We have FFK in the last 3 days, like one man mentioned. I've been commenting on it on the comment section. Being summoned to report daily. Now, this is a man that is very close to Tinubu in their campaign meetings, everything. He's right there. He's a strong speaker. He's a very strong personality. So they summon him daily. Nothing happens. There's nobody protesting that. We have soldiers going to Lagos. Nobody's protesting that. So let me begin by asking you, do you know the meaning between shadow, the difference between shadow and a silhouette? Do you know that?
Of course I know shadow.
What is it? The difference between a shadow and
I
don't
have to be interjecting. People are
is enough for you to believe that I know.
Yes, you are taking off us on a tangent and to conversations that we were not having. So, is there anything?
No, but it's just to
I don't have to. You just have to believe. I'm educated, Pansat. I'm educated. Right. I know the difference between a shadow and a silhouette. Continue.
Okay, but you don't want to tell us what it is. Okay, then.
Because it's a waste of time now. Everybody knows shadow and silhouette.
Okay, let's concentrate on the silhouette of this election. We're about a week. We'll see the contours of this, what's about to happen. The only surprise I have is that after these revelations, you don't say, okay, look, let me go back to the drawing board and do a different calculation. You are basically telling us that no matter what happens, hold on, one man, what would you allow me to do what you've been doing?
I don't want an expansive because we know you so well. You're going to take us off into some middle of a creek that is
you
dark
have
and
no
idea.
You have no idea. You don't know me.
All right. Take us there in a couple more minutes because I want to hear from AI, who has been waiting patiently but has not said a word. So I wanted to document her voice before I go on to Enigmatic. So
okay, very well.
We're deep into
hold them
it. So
over.
yeah.
I will yield back and you do it because I have no qualms with procedural things, right? It's the substantive things that I'm here to discuss. So if your format is better that I wait, but I want you to hold collateral over. That's why I'm here. I don't want him to hit and run and just.
What man knows I sleep early. That's my problem. I'm tired now.
Okay, why don't we compromise? I'll give it back to him, all right? And that AI and others who are here before me could chime in. And then when it comes to me, then I'll just go into the substantive thing I want to discuss with you.
Okay, in case I fall asleep,
okay,
I don't think my projections will change. All the three main spreadsheets I have is going to fall in one of those three.
No matter what happens, I believe. That's what you're saying now. No matter what happens, your projection is going to hold. No matter what happens between now and the election, even if a candidate dies, right? No matter what. No. Okay, so right, I want you. Don't be abstractive. It's try to narrow it down.
Let's say barring nobody dies. If we have an election if we have elections next week, next weekend, next weekend,
right?
One of those three spreadsheets will happen.
Okay, so you said one exception is if somebody dies. What if somebody resigns and endorses somebody? Would that change?
Okay. No, we're getting too silly. No. All right, thank you. No, please. Do you mind? Do you mind, please?
You're gonna get back to
thank
me.
You. No, I'm not getting back. I'll do it. Just please. Kulata, round up that space, and then I want to hear from AI, and then we follow the sequence. Let's make a mess.
All right. I don't even know what I was saying again, but whatever I was saying, yeah, I rounded up.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So AI, let's hear from you. You've been waiting patiently. We were going to Enigmatic next, but we just want to document your voice because, of course, every time you come here,
I know they're here.
No. Are you a fine babe? If you are not a fine babe, then we don't want to hear from you. AI is a fine babe, so let's hear from a fine babe. All right. So AI, good to have you again. So to the conversation is wrapped around so many things. We were speaking about the troops being. I was only joking, by the way, of course. Now we were talking about the troops being rolled out in Lagos, and if that was an attack against Tinubu, but some people are of the thought that it was just a routine deployment for the election. So I'm not convinced of that. And then the Arabian running mate of Peter Obi telling us that El Rufai should be locked up. I wonder if that is how they act in Mauritania. So all of that, just give us a brief feel, and then we'll come back to you because Enigmatic, of course, been here all day.
Okay. The first one, the tanks that were being rolled out, is you said is for, you suspect is for Tinubu?
That was what I thought when I saw it originally, but not everybody concurs with my thoughts.
Okay. Is Tinubu in Lagos?
Tinubu is Lagos now. Not him physically.
Okay, fine.
Not him physically, of course, but his political leadings, yeah.
Okay, do you think that a sitting governor of Lagos will be in Lagos and then military men will roll out tanks in the street of Lagos and he will keep quiet without his notice? Do you think so?
If it's a federal deployment, then it's outside of his purview.
If he's not in collaboration with him, he's going to let out a cry. That's how it works. He will not just keep quiet because his job is to protect the lives and property of people living in Lagos. So if all of a sudden the military besieges Lagos, he has to say something. So if he's not selling something, I pass. Next question. Which other one did you say?
I was also the Ahmed Yusuf Dati, the Arabian running mate of Peter Obi. He's insisting that El Rufai's commentaries around the military space that is somewhat treasonous. I partly agree with him somewhat, but do you?
It's not. Why would he say that?
Because the federal space has come up with a policy position around monetary policy, and he's running contrary to that. So he's almost creating a currency, because what is now inviting the Kaduna indigents to use as legal tender is not legal tender within the Nigerian state. So he's effectively creating his own sub-nation independent of the federal space. So that's almost treasonous, in fact. Treasonous even.
The only thing I will say about APC is that they're too smart. I'm not underrating them. If you are somebody who followed what happened in 2014, 2015, before they unseat a sitting president, I don't trust those guys. They are too smart for my liking. So whatever they are doing now, if people think they are killing themselves and they are celebrating, oh well and good, fine. But I don't trust them. You see, in 2015, their campaign was funny and it was different. Now I noticed that some political parties are following the type of campaign they did in 2015. And they have come up with another strategy. So I don't really trust them.
Zita, sorry, the strategy you're talking about, is it making everybody hate APC? Because I'm not understanding the strategy.
Okay, now you brought me into that space. Let me explain something to you. You see, when you have a variable that is impacting both the opposition and the ruling, is equals to 0. Let me explain. APC is the ruling party. The federal government of Nigeria is equals to APC. They put a law. The opposition believes the APC government said, I did this. What did you say? They said they want to use it to stop what? Election malpractices. The opposition say, yeah, let's do it. Let's go. I just called such things in politics. I call it consolidation. The both sides are consolidating their votes. Let me explain. The opposition is happy that their supporters now, let me use the word supporter, are happy that the federal government that happens to be APC is going to deal with Tinubu, right? And they're happy. Their supporters are strong. They're energized. They're moving forward. On the other hand, the supporters of Tinubu are like, oh no, you can't do this to our man. Come what may, we are going to the pool that day. That is 1-1. On the second side, the opposition says, yes, you people should endure. After the election, it will be fine. It's just for a while. Endure. The policy is nice. Their supporters say, yes, after the election, it will be all over. Let's do this. On the ruling side, Tinubu supporter, Tinubu let out a cry. Oh no, my people are suffering. You can't suffer my people like this. His supporters say, yeah, he is for us. He's speaking out for us. He's not part of the party. So that's why I say it's 0. It's just consolidation to me.
It's the thing is, the Tinubu supporters are his supporters. We're talking about now. Let's take it down to the undecided. Yeah, undecided. Let's take it down there. And now you're seeing a policy. I'm not talking about who's buying vote and who. I mean, what the policy is talking about, whether they are going to buy vote or not. I'm now narrating it down to what the undecided that are suffering. Are they still going to choose the APC that is making them suffer? That's the
Okay,
that's
let
the
me repeat myself.
thing.
I get your question. I get your question. Let me explain, or rather, let me repeat myself because it's like what I said before. You didn't get it. The undecided, there is a propaganda. The propaganda is two. We are going to deal with Tinubu, deal with those stupid politicians. The other propaganda is, why would you, because of one man, people will go hungry? That's not right. Back to you throw this propaganda back to the undecided. It divides them. It's as simple as APC. It divides them. The opposition is not going to have all the undecided just because they said they're going to do and these people are suffering. Neither will the ruling have all the undecided just because they're screaming that they are suffering. So it still boils down to a divided vote. So to me, it doesn't. I have not changed anything in my own spreadsheet.
So how does it APC tend to benefit from the division?
I just told you now. I just told you. This what is happening in Nigeria now is called consolidation. Both sides are consolidating their numbers. It's as simple as ABC.
How?
I just said it.
When you have one that are following Tinubu and the other one saying what the federal government is doing is right. So how do they consolidate? How do they harmonize that division? That's what I'm trying to figure.
The two sides are consolidating their voters in the sense that they are energizing their voters. The opposition, they have this idea going around the street that is to stop corruption. Deal with this. Is that not what I've been hearing? Deal with this politician, maybe a particular politician or the politicians. Then their supporters are happy for that because that's what they want to hear. They're happy. And they're dressing up, getting ready for Saturday. On the other hand, which is the ruling party, I zero it down to Tinubu because I think the way they are talking about him now is like he's still the man to beat. I zero it down to Tinubu. His supporters are like, why would you do a thing like that? Okay, fine. You cannot stop us from voting him. 1-1. Then he comes to the other side for the opposition. He says, you can die of hunger. Manage by Saturday. Everything will be fine when we win. 1. On the side of Tinubu, his supporters, he said, oh no matter what, no matter the situation, no matter what, everything is not politics. People is not supposed to have. Yeah, he's speaking for us. So it's not affecting anything now. That's what I just said.
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Were you there when the youths had an NSAS movement and there was a lot of chaos and disturbance in Lagos and a lot of accusation pointing, the youth were pointing their hands on Tinubu? And do you recall what he said, the kind of comments he made to care, to show empathy, sympathy, like you portray him now when it comes to this? So could you juxtapose, compare and contrast, because nobody recognizes the Tinubu you're talking about. So would you, for somebody like myself, disabuse me of that?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
You said the youths were crying and he said something, right? Which doesn't show empathy. And then what happened?
Yeah, is that the question?
No, I just want to get your story.
Okay.
You said
You have
people
to be. You have to know about that event. Are you
no,
first of all
no.
aware?
I want to hear from you. You
Right.
brought it up. I didn't.
Okay.
Okay.
I want
So
to find from you how much you know, so I could then tell you what you don't know. Do
no,
you know
just
about
make it brief.
NSARS? Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know about NSARS?
Oh God! Okay, you are new to Pansat. All right,
No. Trust me. This is purely just informational. I really want to know.
Okay.
Are you aware of NSARS? What they call NSARS a couple of years ago?
Tell me.
You don't know anything about it?
I said, tell me.
Okay.
Because I talk to people. From what you tell me,
No, but if you don't know, then if you don't know about it, I will withdraw my question to you, and then let the audience factor that in. That you don't know what NSAS is, but you're here on
you
a
want
panel.
to ask me a question?
Of course, she knows what.
Oh yeah, because she didn't answer that. She says she doesn't know.
I didn't say I don't know. I said tell me.
She wants you to take you to where you want her to be, so she can address your question frontally.
Okay,
just
fine.
because of time management,
Absolutely, yeah. What I was saying is that there is a narrative about Tinubu. He's known to be somebody who's got Lagos politics. He used to be a governor, and he has a lot of money in that state. And then he picks and have made some leaders, right? So at some point, the youths in our country decided that's too much violence from the police officers, especially the arm called SARS. So, but they molded that together with a lot of other social factors, and they went to the bridge there, and he.
People are starting to tire of this, Pansat. I have to say, I'm starting to tire. Take us there so that we can move on.
No.
Ask me the question.
There's a way you don't talk to me.
All right, thank you. No. I'm going to. No. That's enough of you. Sorry about that. AI, but carry on.
The next, I've finished with the it's Des that asked me the question. I'm done with that.
All right, thank you.
You want to ask me another thing?
No, let me take the conversation to Enigmatic, and then I'll come back to you. Somebody sent in a clip, by the way, for you, Des, which I'll play to you in a moment. But to you, Enigmatic, sorry about that. I do make the effort, but it's just it can be wearing, especially when you're 6 hours in, and then he's coming to do all this bouncing up and down thing that he does all the time. So take us back to sanity and to Festus Keyamo. President Buhari may have acted wrong on wrong advice. So this is Festus Keyamo describing Buhari's commentaries as treasonous, describing Buhari's commentary as somewhat coup-inducing. So what are you making of this divide then that is fast turning into a chasm within the APC?
All right, thank you, Woman. Well, I believe Festus Keyamo is just basically being conservative, trying to still show some respect, and then understand the fact that irrespective of his objection to Buhari's, illegal, and then his act of illegality, and then, the normal draconian manners he has been having some certain issues, but this is a very different form. To start with, the Buhari's national address, I mean, the subject itself is much of a resemblance of a military tyrant's reflection, if you look at it. So, and then Buhari's imperious order was a blatant, appeal to, I would like to let people know, it was a blatant appeal to chaos, anarchy, and national security. It's basically unilaterally, right, alter the current order, of status quo maintenance from the Supreme Court. Hence, in a fashion and manner only a military junta could ever imagine or phantom. So Buhari's address to the nation could as well be effectively to have seen to have overruled the Supreme Court of the country, Nigeria. So when you look at this, you understand that Buhari's action, reeks of a apocryphal, autocratic, despotic, and gestapo regimes of a military junta.
Yes, if you had Saki's father here as well, your head will explode. Between grammar and Latin, you will feel it. Carry on.
He has basically suspended the national ground norm. The national ground, Buhari has basically, by his action and inactions, basically suspended the national ground norm of the country, which is the constitution. So Buhari stood in in front of the shiny cameras, addressing millions of Nigerians, and imperiously declared nihilism and democracy on Nigerians and Nigeria as a whole. I mean, this is absolutely reprehensible. This is despicable. It is irritating to the ear. It is so saddening. It is so it oozes every atom of unserious, charlatans of humans who can be siding with this kind of illegality. And any human at all, regardless of who you call yourself, and you are standing by this, I'm not regarding you as a Nigerian, a patriotic Nigerian at all. I don't care if you believe in a politician or not. Politicians will be politicians, but humanity will not, shouldn't actually be a departure of commonsensical, thought-provoking understanding that we have a president who has suspended basically the constitution of Nigeria for his own. What do you say?
Are you patriotic?
I've never denounced Nigeria. I've never believed in anyone or in any entity or in any group at all that has called Nigeria a zoo or that has addressed Nigeria by some derogatory or subliminal names in any form or any. I do not subscribe and I do not believe in people who love Nigeria temporarily, just by the basis on the basis of their convenience.
Can you die for Nigeria?
If I choose to die for America that I wasn't born in, that means I answer your question. I was in the U.S. military. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? So when we come over here and we have Nigerians who are actually rationalizing the utmost illegality of a tyrant, just because, and some people are saying in 8 days, if the status quo remains and people are still suffering, and then the election goes against their candidate as they so wish, and then they will start feeling the pains of Nigerians. And you want me to have conversation with that kind of people? Consider those people, I consider the brain of a chicken better than the brains of those people.
And imagine,
honestly,
it is
so
okay.
I'm not talking to you. Leave me alone, boy. Let me talk. I'm talking legality now. I'm talking about a president who has basically flouted the rules of a Supreme Court. If you don't know what Supreme Court means, you should go to school and understand what Supreme Court means. The hierarchy of courts.
I need to make money, but
okay.
The
hierarchy of courts. A president is suspending the Nigeria's constitution because of some political shenanigans. And somebody wants to be don't call it enigmatic. Go ahead, Ms. Zita.
Okay, just as to buttress what you're saying, I'm trying to lay my hands on the support of this policy. To me, I keep saying, since it's going to make the opposition believe that the result will be free and fair because I don't want violence. That being said, I still don't understand why somebody will hold on to this kind of currency regime that is ridiculous. I don't understand why somebody will believe that somebody like Tinubu wouldn't have money to buy vote. I don't understand how somebody will believe that Peter Obi will not have money to buy vote. I don't understand how somebody will believe that Atiku will not have money to buy vote. But still, it's a propaganda that people bought. So let's see how it goes.
Miss Zita, you know they have they suffer from this. They suffer from this. You know this what I called malignant opium of the stupidity of the highest order. That's what
Why break,
you know.
break.
The problem with you,
because it's like you are bringing people from a certain uncharted echo chamber who just pass across
I don't want to go
from
to total
propagandist information,
because
and then they want to use it.
Guy, let him interject now. Let Desmond interject. He wants to have a conversation. I thought you are friends. You are friends now. You're not friends anymore.
We are friends on a different level, not this kind of level. We can this no, I don't want him to.
It's really annoying, honestly.
The problem is that
He's trolling you now. You're making it easy for him. He will have the fun if you let him have the fun. Go on and have your fun there.
When I'm talking law, I don't think he's there. So he should just stay where he is now.
You're not talking law. You're just basically calling every obedient rats and.
Okay, did I call your name?
But
I
that's
need
not
you to
what
answer
he
me.
said.
Why are you concerned?
You're calling a lot of obedience that we don't have brain. But anyway.
Did I hold on, Des? Did you hear my name? Did you hear your name? Did you hear Des? Did you hear Des?
Calm down now.
No, I'm asking you because when you guys want to come up with this cheap, cheap kindergarten, talks. Did you hear Des? Did you hear Jewel? Did you hear Man of Prestige? The only person you will hear probably here tonight is going to be Peter Obi, and if you are Peter Obi, you can come and challenge me. But I'll mention Peter Obi regardless because he's a candidate. I don't have issue with any of you, but I have issues with any of the candidates.
About hypocrisy, yeah.
Because they want to be the president of Nigeria. So I'm not talking about hypocrisy. When I land, I will give you the whole of the night to say whatever I want to say. But let me say what I want to say. I don't want to have this conversation. I have
all right. Des, he doesn't want to be pushed, so let him have the floor and give us his delivery. Back to you, Enigmatic.
Yes. So in a country that is a president on the day of his inauguration of being sworn into office, he swore by the Holy Quran that I believe in so much. The doctrine and the tenets of Holy Quran tells you what you say, you stand by it. What you practice, what you preach. You say you belong to nobody, you belong to everybody. Now you belong to a certain people who are feeding you up and down, and then you have the audacity and you have the guts to suspend the constitution of the country, even when the Supreme Court of the land has given, a ruling. What could be so draconian than that?
My brother, can I lend a voice? My brother.
Go ahead, my bro.
I just want to say one sentence. He came in as a soldier. He's leaving as a soldier. Don't let the door hit you on the butt.
Well, very, very, very right. But as when you, regardless of how you deodorize a pig, right? A pig will always go back to the gutters. That is probably the way we've seen Buhari now.
Enigmatis.
Yeah.
Let me say something before I go to bed.
Yes.
People believe that Buhari can deal with Tinubu. The same Tinubu that maneuvered him during the primaries. Now he can deal with him. They believe it. I want to say something in Igbo. Onye na mahonye kaya wozu. Let me translate.
Buhari is indefinite in Ike.
If you don't know who is bigger than you, you will one day turn to a corpse. You get killed. That's just what I just said. People are jubilating. If Buhari has such power, why didn't he have the effrontery to announce who his candidate is? The skies wouldn't have fallen. But he didn't have the balls to do that in the primaries. Now everybody believes so much in him that he was going to. But if there is a queue, it's going to affect all the candidates.
All right.
Madam
Well,
Z, Madam Z, the problem is you can't say that Buhari cannot deal with Tinubu. It's not. There's no way in hell if Buhari wants to deal with Tinubu,
He will kill him. He can
it's
kill
so
him and
easy.
arrest him.
It's very easy. He has
Listen,
the power. Madam Z,
hold on. Power to deal with him. I have said this before here on this platform. Call INEC chairman, take him to scuffle the election, kill Tinubu. But if it is playing politics, he can't.
but is
You
it
get
not
the point? The
politics?
power of let me finish because a lot of people are listening to me. The power of the president, he has it. Scuffle the election, give it to who he wants to give it, because even at that, Tinubu had used forensics before. He can still do that. Do a coup d'etat. After 6 months, you want to do election. If Tinubu is still alive, he's going to come out again because he's a bona fide citizen of Nigeria. Power of the president, get him arrested, lock him up for what? He didn't commit any crime. So when I say he couldn't do it in the primaries, I'm talking about politics. I'm not talking about the power of the president. Get me right. I'm talking about in politics.
In politics, that's what I'm trying
And I have told you the only way remaining for him to deal with him, lock him up, get him shot, call INEC chairman, rumble the election to whosoever he wants to do. That's it.
Madam Z,
But
the
if they
problem
hit
is
the pool,
politics.
let me finish so that when
Yeah.
you start asking me questions, I can say I don't want to. If he allows the election to go on Friday, on Saturday, and the result will be published, Tinubu might take the day. So I have told you the remaining option for them. That's the remaining option. I'm not saying he doesn't have power to do certain things. Of course, he's the president of Nigeria. But I'm talking about politically. That's what I said, politically.
All right. So, so as I was saying, what I'm saying, and I'm gonna stay on that. This is why I love Omoyele Sowore, and we can see those who we can call, candidates that that have the love of Nigeria in their heart, not those ones who are basically temporarily Nigerians when it is convenient to the narratives of their mindset, of their politics, of what they want. Those who actually they are accommodated the renegades of the society into their political firmament just for some political gains. Those who actually they stand on the rostrum, on the podium, every platform in the world, to pronounce Nigeria a country of persona non grata, to pronounce Nigeria as a zoo. And then after 8 months, when they found a figure that they can use to prepare that, a pretentious, a fake one, a fraud of a presidential personality. Now they all coalesce behind that one, and that one is sitting on the fence, and then they are pushing that one to say they want to make him a president of the country they called a zoo at the time. What a joke. What a joke of people, what a joke of a movement, what a joke of individuals, cacophony of individuals pretending to be Nigerians when they were never Nigerians, and they never had the interest of Nigeria at heart. Because I will never see anyone who calls Nigeria a zoo and I'll be a Nigerian with that person. I'll see you differently. And that is why they are so happy that Nigeria burns down. They care less a whit about that, because they were never Nigerians and they will not be Nigerians. After the election on the 25th, 26th, 27th, they will stop being Nigerians. Again, they will go back to their cocoon and go back to where they come from. They said they want to take Nigeria back. Where they took Nigeria to? Where did you take Nigeria to? You took Nigeria to where? Where you want to take it back from now? Have you guys forgotten? You think the whole Nigerians are suffering a selective amnesia? We know what is happening. It was IPOB or Biafra at the time, or none or nothing. So all of a sudden, every Nigerian can go to blazing hell because after the 8 days, they say the suffering, if it continues, and they are quote and unquote, their savior and messiah does not win the election, then they will now start feeling the pulse and the sufferings of Nigerians, because at that point they will be feeling the blood and the water in their bloodstream. What about people that are already suffering now? They don't care. So, and you want me to sit and see those people as Nigerians? They are not Nigerians. They've never been patriotic. They are not patriotic, and they will never be patriotic. They have an agenda, and Nigeria is bigger than that agenda. And that's why you see Nigeria can see through the game, through the shenanigan. When Buhari became president 8 years ago, almost 8 years ago, the whole of the north, any northerner was seen as their. Tell me one derogatory language that hasn't been used to decorate and to demonstrate the idea of a northerner. Tell me. Now it's basically shifting ground because of a narrative. Nigeria is not like that. Patriotism is not like that. I cannot subscribe to of course, you can't say because it works like this and then it should be like this. If you are a patriotic person, you stand patriotic at all time. So Omoyele Sowore, I give it to him. Kudos any day, anytime. Of course, he's not going to win the election, but he's not going to be pretending to be who he is not. He's not a criminal. He's not part of the oligarchs. He's not part of the old gods. We know the old gods. We know the criminals, and they are acting in a very criminal way now. You sit on the fence. Nigerians should endure. Nigeria should be angered. Nigeria should do this and that. Should endure the suffering until after the election. Can you imagine a billionaire for that matter that is flying private jet here and there with his wife? The campaign, he has not suspended his campaign. He has not suspended his rally. It's all over the place. But Nigerians should keep suffering because we want to be a president of a zoo. What a joke. What a joke.
All right, brilliant. And to the space, the invitation to at least query El Rufai on reasons of treason. I keep referencing the Labour Party VP as an Arab, which is somewhat of a joke and a jibe, but the substance of what he says, some people will say there's some validity to it, that steps have been overstepped. So is what Rufai is saying, is it not really on the cusp of a treasonable, is it not essentially creating a state within a state, essentially creating his own currency?
That is not right, one man. Because, I'm not going to take too much time on this because I've actually addressed it one time. But what Rufai is doing, regardless of the politics between the governors, and then trying to take back their quote unquote their party from the guy who has already had his own bite of the cake and doesn't he want to burn down the house on his way out, right? And they are trying to tell him, you can burn yourself out of the way out, but you will not burn our house. You can burn yourself, you can go, but this house will not let it burn. So that is what they are doing now. So El-Rufai, Ganduje, Ogun State Governor too, what's his name, Dapo Abiodun, and a couple of governors, they've been making similar similar statements from their states. But El-Rufai actually came out to make a broadcast about it. So I will stay with the law here. Buhari clearly is in violation of the law. Buhari clearly has flouted the law. Buhari clearly, his action is ultra virus, to the provisions and the constitutionality of Supreme Court. Buhari has stabbed the law in the head. Buhari has actually done anything that could be considered illegal under the constitution, under the law. So there is no respect for him. There is no reason why anybody at all who has adorned, or who has sworn by the constitution to protect the constitution, and then a minister of the law should give him any courtesy at all, any respect. You could see the body language of so many, of even Keyamo. And when you, of course, legal analysis, I mean, law is, it has multifarious, opinions and perspective. But at the end of the day, we circle around, we go back to the constitution, which is the ground norm. So, but some legal analysis, basically, you can't really equate them to the to the facts and specifics of the law. Most of the time, people can dance around it, but when, of course, we have to go back to the ground norm, which is the constitution itself. So there is an injunction from the Supreme Court. They've made a certain pronouncement about the status quo of the case, which basically, has provided a clarity of the proceeding and how things should be. There should be a stay of execution. I mean, there should be a stay of action on all parties, no exception. Not even Buhari. Buhari is not above the law, right? It says the law, the provision is so clear. Federation by all authorities and persons. So authorities, when we consider the definition of authority, we are talking about the federal government, the authorities as a whole. Buhari is an authority, being the president. So it means Buhari is under the dictates and definition of this provision. And then the persons itself. Buhari as a person, as an individual, and all other persons at all, and even any court with subordinate jurisdiction to the whims, I mean, to the dictates, whims, and expectations of the Supreme Court. But you have a man who has never hidden his loathful manners against the constitution, against law. And you have a willful nuisance of an attorney general who is always probing him on. But of course, people want to give they want to compare it to what is happening to their kinsmen, Nnamdi Kanu, stuff like that. But they've forgotten Nnamdi Kanu's case has not gone to Supreme Court, because I may be wrong, or my memory is not serving me right, and I want to be corrected on this platform. Has there been any situation in Nigeria that a Supreme Court ruling or injunction or whatever has been flouted or disobeyed by any sitting president in Nigeria? I don't know. If anybody knows, I stand to be corrected. But Buhari has done that. But we have, again, some people who are not Nigerians, who are fake Nigerians, who are temporary Nigerians, jumping up for that. And then you see a sitting governor covered by the immunity, telling the people that, look, we have a president who is reckless and who is unpatriotic, and then who we've known to be a draconian tyrant, right? Flouting the law, but I will stay by the law. So when you look at this hypocrisy again, Buhari breaks the law. Buhari is their hero now. Buhari that they derisively hated for almost 8 years. They hate this man, even when he helped them to bring their man, Nnamdi Kanu, back to the country. They almost told him they could have told him when if they catch him one-on-one. But they so much love him now. He broke the law. He's the hero. Then El-Rufai, that is upholding the law, is tracing us. Can you see that? Can you see that double standard? Can you see that double standard? So, and then what is this guy? The El-Rufai? Okay, the El-Rufai that is crying, that is not whatever you are saying. In Peter Obitu, under his watch, people went on strike for 13 months. It was Soludo that actually had to go to court to get everything sorted out. So if you want to talk about El-Rufai, we can talk about Obitu, who failed to pay. I know there was a strike action within the water board or whatever, and they went to court I think up to the appeal court, until Soludo came to do that, came to take care of it. Obi for 8 years, he did not conduct local government election for one time. It was 2 months out before he was leaving office, but that he conducted local government election. If you want
That's
to
the
talk
person
about,
who wants to be president.
yeah, no, I'm actually referring to somebody who is talking about legality. What is more than illegality in that? So when you guys want to talk, know that we're all Nigerians and we have history and we know all the things we are talking about. So once again, people should understand that after this election, one man will come back over here to this platform when Obi has come a very distant third, almost a miserable fourth, right? And then want to see what they will say then. Anybody after 8 days that is talking about Nigerians are suffering from this Naira stuff, then we will understand where they belong. And after this election, if you all go back to that IPOB or nothing, or Biafra or nothing, or you call Nigeria zoo again, then we'll know what to then we'll test you guys patriotism then, because we're not blind. We're here 8 months ago, 6 months ago, 7 months ago. So when we are talking about hypocrisy, you put these things side by side. One man, people are not stupid. They are talking about everything that happens in Lagos is a national, global annihilation to them. But are you aware of the fact that in Anambra State, was it in Anambra State or Enugu State, Okowa, the current incumbent governor, sitting governor of Delta State, a presidential running mate in 2023 presidential election, was attacked.
Yeah,
Three of his orderlies were killed.
Yeah.
These people are not talking about it, but Lagos is their problem every time. They are not talking about it, but Lagos is always their problem. And we have a governor in Abia State who has made Abia a fiefdom. One man in between 1999 to 2007, Orji Uzor was governor, right? Theodore Orji was chief of staff. The current governor, Ikpeazu, was a commissioner then. Now, 2023, Orji Uzor is in the Senate. Ikpeazu is the current governor, right? Theodore Orji is in the Senate. Theodore Orji's son is the Speaker of the House of Assembly in Abia State. Theodore Orji is being charged for 550 billion naira. Abia State is an urban slum. They will never talk about that, but they will come to Lagos State and be talking about Lagos. I can tell you every state in that place. So when they open their big mouth and be talking nonsense, they should first of all point those fingers back home before they come outside. Remove the pecks in your eyes before you remove other people's pecks in their eyes. So if what is good is everything, Obidients, they were attacked. You are going to Lagos State to campaign, to do a rally. You have a very tribalistic, a bigoted presidential candidate who basically selected Igbo locations where he has his kinsmen, Alaba and Ladipo, to go and campaign. That's what he does in every state that he goes. He goes to where ethnic and religious sentiments are. When he went to Kaduna State, he went to Southern Kaduna. He went to Lagos State. Show us the video. This is a modern technological advancement period. You said they attacked you. Show us the video, because they will show the video. Why are you going to Lagos to say where's MC Olomo? Are you going to Lagos State to say where's MC Olomo? And then when MC Olomo showed himself to you, you started crying babies and TD babies. If you are not ready for modern politics, you keep short. What is happening in Southeast, you guys should cry about that and leave the rest of the country.
Yeah.
A president, a running mate to a president got attacked. 3 of his orderlies were killed. Nobody spoke about that. They will keep that. But anything that happened in the Southwest, they're already passing it through their WhatsApp group. They have so many WhatsApp groups. Their echo chamber. You guys should be ashamed. We have so many unpatriotic Nigerians. And after this election, if you all go back to those echo chamber of Biafra or nothing, Zoo again, then we'll know where to place you guys. Because this election will hold, and a president will emerge, and it's not going to be Peter Obi. Peter Obi is an IPOB apologist that is sitting on the fence, and there will never be president in Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Enigmatic Hondi. So The enigmatic is a sharpshooter. Yeah, if I put on my helmet anytime enigmatic starts to speak. I put on my helmet.
Excuse me, one man. The guy you dropped, he was talking about empathy, right? When I said Tinubu, his supporters will take him as somebody who is empathetic. Somebody too, the other side, the opposition, they claim their candidate is empathic. What about the Okuzo killing? He killed people, young people, and threw them in the Okuzu River.
Yes, it was shoot on sight policy was the instruction that
and today
extrajudicial killing.
Said, he's so kind, he speaks so well. I don't want to go to Obi's case.
Are you talking about the NSA stuff in
No. Yeah, that's what the guy was asking me. He was asking me about
But do you know, even this Peter Obi, he did everything. He moved mountain in the legal courts to stop himself. He had so many injunctions.
Yeah,
so that he wouldn't appear before the panel, and that James Nwafor, who was the CSO, wouldn't appear before NSAS. And these people want to use NSAS to campaign for an election. Very silly.
Okay,
people.
What about a governor that sat on emergency for 13 months? What do you say about him? He's kind too, right? A governor sat on emergency in his state for 13 months. And today, that person wants to be the president of Nigeria. And people are jumping up how he's going to make Nigeria great. 13 months, doctors were on strike. He wasn't moved. 13 whole months. And people come to this platform to say how he's kind, he's nice, he has a very kind, he's an amiable person. Even one man says he's affable. What? Anyway, I rest my case, so it's just on Saturday. Saturday is round the corner.
All right, brilliant. Give us a very brief commentary on the 400 billion naira monthly fuel subsidy, and then we go on from you to Adewale.
They are thieves. They are having their last. 400, where is the fuel? I mean, what is going on? Where is the fuel? 400 billion naira for a month. For the past, since November, people have been struggling for fuel in Nigeria, and they've been buying it very expensive. So where is the subsidy? I don't know. I need to go to bed.
All right. Thank you. Join us again tomorrow. We'll come to you quicker and spend more time with you tomorrow.
Today I spent the whole time with you people, and you got me talking being the last person to speak.
Sorry, it goes like that sometimes. People say I should be more structured, but maybe I should be. Maybe I should be more structured. But thank you, Zita. So that's Zita. One of now.
One man.
Yeah.
Sorry, just 1 second. Madam, thank you for your brain.
I appreciate.
A few times I have listened. I have appreciation for your brain.
Thank you. I feel good.
I've never heard anybody say that before. I've never heard that in all of my life. I've never heard anybody say thank you for your brain. Unbelievable. It's only Patai from Paru Pasu to thank you for your brain. This is this guy. This is sort of but I join Katai, of course, in that. Like I always say, you illuminate up the space. So keep doing that.
One man.
Yeah.
If the governor of Lagos State, if he's not aware of those tanks will not be there. If they are there, he's going to let out a cry. So let's forget that one. He knows.
All right.
He's aware.
All right. So they also start releasing their bullets on Yoruba people in Lagos.
No. There's nothing like that. Good night.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Zita. And to you, Enigmatic, give us your feel as well. Just a summary on that 400. It's just so alarming when you hear some of these figures, and you cannot see progress for that country when you do hear that 400 billion naira monthly on fuel subsidy. unbelievable, ungodly even.
Yes, if you listen to, El Rufai's TV presentation, it was it a week or 2 weeks ago when he said the governors, they all had a meeting with Buhari, they agreed, and then it was a very good meeting, and they agreed that subsidy, they made a decision on subsidy that it has to be scrapped. At that time, it was 2 million, 2 trillion or whatever. Very good, robust understanding. And by the time they went and they were expecting an implementation of that, nothing happened. So basically, the people who were benefiting from that, they changed Buhari's mind behind the scene, and that couldn't be implemented. So, and this is one of the good things now that we're in the presidential race, election now, and then I believe we've had uh, at least all the leading candidates, they've said something about scrapping this subsidy, and then making gains from the making some improvements, developmental improvements to the economy or to the nation structurally or whatever, from whatever comes out of it. I think Atiku said something like that. I know Amoyele Sowore has been frontal with that too. Tinubu actually came out to say either you like it or not, that he was gonna remove it, and I think probably that's one of the reasons that the cabal to that is one of the making funnel for the cabal. But this is quite unfortunate in a nation that is struggling, with its economy, and it speaks volume again as more or less an evidence to one of Buhari's, you know, uh, handling of Nigeria. There is so much of humongous, humongous, more or less like an institutionalized malfeasance that is going on in this administration now. This administration is probably going to be one of the most corrupt in the history of Nigeria. But unfortunately, when you compare the corruption that pervaded the Goodluck Jonathan's regime, it was more or less like an quote and unquote an umbrella corruption. Everybody feels it, shop by shop kind of corruption. But in Buhari's regime, it's just a certain folks that are basically hitting the car financially in the administration. No nation will survive with this kind of mismanagement, and no nation will actually, even for Nigeria to still be standing and still be, doing little things and not even having a total breakdown of law and order, and even the not having an almost irrefutable recession back to back in Nigeria is God's doing. When you say God did it, so Nigeria is a country that God really loves, but people, the leaders we've had have been very, very shambolic leaders. We've had the fortune of having very leaders that do not does they never care about Nigeria. They don't love Nigeria, and I keep talking about this patriotism. We have a lot of unpatriotic Nigerians pretending to be Nigerians. All they want is just to be that convenience of event, that whatever it is for them, that's what they care about. I don't regard those people. You know, Unfortunately, people don't see it. Buhari is out of the way now. He's a lame duck president. 3 4 months to go. We have a new administration coming up by the grace of God. Um, it can't be as bad as what we have. And then we hope they will do the right thing. If any one of them, between Atiku and Tinubu, whoever becomes the president, we hope they will stick to the understanding and then the proclamation of the ideas of scrapping this fuel subsidy. It will be a very good game for Nigeria, and then let's see how it goes. But of course, it just basically they have to stop it. It's a wastage of on it just it makes it's just a way to for those Nigerians who shouldn't be close to anything at all power subsidize their lifestyle, like you already usually say. They are basically using that subsidy to funnel and then to finance, their luxurious lifestyle, and their wanting destruction of the country is is absolutely inexplicable. Nigeria cannot continue like this. We should not continue like this. I wish Shore has the gravitas, I mean, the numbers and everything to become Nigeria's next president. Nigeria would have been uh, lucky to have him, but in the midst of not having that paradigm shift now in this electoral cycle, well, we are we are saddled with just to the responsibility of choosing between an Atiku and an Ashwaju, and then whoever becomes the president between the two of them, I believe, will not be worse as what we have at the moment. So we just be getting hopeful about the possibility of those either of those two becoming our next president. So I hope they will scrap it. Probably one she should be on the priority list within even not even within the first 100 days. It should be on their priority list within the first 3 days, first 5 days in office, max. You have to go. It's a wasted.
All right, brilliant, brilliant. Well put by Enigmatic Honda. So thank you, Enigmatic Honda. So let's go on from Enigmatic to Adewale, who has been patiently waiting his turn. So Adewale, you're up next. So do you share the thoughts expressed by Enigmatic? For all of the problems that we're having in Nigeria, a lot of it wraps around this sort of thing, 400 billion naira. I don't know what the dollar conversion is. It's certainly a princely sum. And they're telling us that they're subsidizing oil, but then there's oil scarcity. And even when it's available, it's out of the pricing of most people. So 400 billion naira just been looted, disappeared from the Nigerian state. Thoughts on that, Dewale?
Thank you, woman. I've been on the platform for a long time, and when everybody has gone to sleep, that's when I'm now making comment. I wonder who is listening to me now. Maybe probably 1% or 0%.
Don't worry. There's still plenty enough people on. Yeah, carry on.
First and foremost, I want to have a rejoinder to what Enigmatic said. There's some things he said that I disagree with. There's some things he said that I totally agree with. Now, one thing that I want him to understand is that we shouldn't allow. Sometimes we spoke passionately about what we believe in, and this is democracy. The fact that not everyone that support Peter Obi are uh, mainly Igbos. There are a lot of Yorubas and other tribes that support Peter Obi. He may categorize Peter Obi's campaign as being, you know, cacophony and all that, but at the same time, some people still believe in his ideology. So we shouldn't categorize. I understand sometimes we get so passionate and we spoke, a lot about what we believe in, but we should have a distinction where we're trying to make a comment regarding the candidacy of political parties and all that. That being said, you're talking about the Naira current denomination, I mean, redesigning and all that, and how it's going to affect the economy. Is that what your question?
No. The first question was actually the NNPC have just come out today to tell us that they spend 400 billion naira on fuel subsidy every month, and I thought that just the volume of money is eye popping, and the impact on the society is not anything that anybody can see. So where is that 400 billion naira monthly going to? Is just and that is half the problem that we have. These unaccounted for fantastical figures that they just rattle off.
I'm glad that or should I say, every one of the contestants already said they were going to remove subsidy when elected, but they've always saying that. Was Buhari said that before he got elected, and this is 8 years, almost 8 years in office, and he was never get removed. Now that tells you the explanation given about the subsidy is the fact that if Nigeria were to start buying uh, the petrol at the pump price, the original price, that Nigeria will not be able to afford it, and that is shameful because this resources is what we have in abundance, and yet we cannot produce a refined product, but for us to import it. And the cost of importation, the cost of importation and all that being factored in is the reason why Nigeria is now paying for what they are not supposed to be paying for. Uh, to me, that price is not even the issue, but the fact that Nigeria is subsidizing what they should have been able to produce, at the at the cheaper cost and sell to what Nigeria is supposed to benefit. I see no reason why Nigeria cannot, license Nigeria's indigenous uh, company to refine the product, I mean the crude, and for us to be able to. Well, when I spoke to one of an expert, someone who had worked in NNPC before, and the person told me that actually, if we consider what goes into it, I understand that the corruptions take the major aspect of it. That yes, prices are inflated, and sometimes those fuel are not even bring. They don't even touch this shore of Nigeria. Sometimes they take it to another country. So yes, if you look at that amount of money alone, that would have gone into either education or science and research and all that, and that would have make a huge difference. But I believe the money is going into the pocket of just ordinary individuals, not necessarily. And if you look at it deeply, it's just that ordinarily we may not know all this, but it's a possibility that the money is going into the pocket of some, powerful people in the country. That if it happens that there are questions or the source of that money stops, there might be a lot of chaos in the land. So it's just that you and I probably would never know who these individuals are. But then if it stops and Nigerians are paying the price and buying the product at a higher rate, at least Nigeria will understand that this is what it is, you know. But then I don't see them. They are saying it, but I don't see that happening because if they withdraw it, Nigeria probably will not be able to afford to put a fuel in their car, and that will affect the economic uh, aspect of will affect the economy in general. So I don't see that happening because sometimes they want to come in to do some, make some changes, but sometimes we're side by side. We're still like a socialist society where we want to cushion every time the pain is, we feel the pain and all that. So that being said, the amount is not the issue, but the subsidy where it goes, what it does, is what I have a question mark on.
All right, brilliant, brilliant, Dewale. So Dewale, the language coming out of the pushback against the El Rufai public broadcast, the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, he's inviting the thought that what El Rufai said in that broadcast was treasonous. That inviting the indigents of Kaduna State to continue to spend as though legal tender monies that the federal government has declared no longer are tenable. That is a somewhat of a treasonous broadcast. Do you align with the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party that it is indeed somewhat treasonous, a Rufai's broadcast?
No, I don't. I
Mr.
do not.
Duale, can you just hold on a sec? Oh man, I just want to say good night and thanks for the opportunity for tonight. Mr. Duale, thanks for the heads up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Enigmatic. And maybe from tomorrow, I'll try and condense a bit more because I feel people find it quite grueling just hanging around just so that they can make their commentaries. But thank you, Enigmatic. Back to you, Dewale. I think that was one of the things Dewale was saying as well. That's the weight. Yeah.
All right.
Carry on. Yeah.
I do not subscribe to the submission of the Obidati. I mean, Mr. Dati Babamed, I do not. And that act alone is not treason. It's not a treason, I mean, treasonable, enough to arrest the governor of Kaduna State. In a state, in a sane country where a true federalism is practiced, you know, a state on its own, they have law that is different from other states. But because what we have is just a unitary system being put together by the military. Now, we have a certain precedent of a country disobeying the ruling of another arm of the arms of the government. That alone, it's enough ground for any governor or any person in power, with any power, to challenge the authority of Mr. President. As of now, I think Supreme Court intend to pass judgment or to sit on the 22nd of this month and said and make a declaration that Nigeria, I mean, the country should revert back to old currency. But then the federal government took it upon themselves. More man, as you were discussing the issue about the redesigning, the currency redesigning, I went online, pull up the CBN Act 2007, and I was trying to look at the power arrogated to this agency and to see the CBN actually acted according to the law. They did. One of the sections says a reasonable amount of time will be given when these things will be carried out. But 3 months isn't enough. And we look at the circumstances that surround this. The federal government said the nation should start spending 200 naira notes again to cushion the effect of the scarcity, right? But then the Supreme Court already declared that they should all parties should go back to the status quo. That means let the old currency continue until they make the pronounced judgment on the issue. See, we've taken our democracy for granted. Democracy is what we practice in Nigeria is just a shambolic, it's just a shadow democracy. You saw what happens in the United States 2 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, right? During the handing over of power. It almost caused constitutional crisis. And these are the challenges that we see. Unfortunately, President Buhari is not a Democrat. He has never been a Democrat. He doesn't really know his limitation and what he can do and what he cannot do. And Nigerians see presidency as a monarchy that have the ultimate power to do and not to do. Now, what you are saying now is you're seeing arms of government coming into their function, performing the function that they're supposed to have performed in the first place. The National Assembly have always been a rubber stamp to the president, starting from Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, and they continue to toe their line because majority belongs to the same ruling party. We've never had a situation where we have majority that are opponent party in the National Assembly. So the speaker and then the senator.
Dewale, does a part of you want on the 22nd of this month, which is just in the next 4 days, does a part of you want that the Supreme Court, they go contrary to what Buhari has just said and pronounce that the 500 and 1,000 naira notes will remain legal tender pari passu concurrently in an orderly phase out? Do you want them to contradict Buhari sharply in order to put the pressure on him?
Like I said some times ago, I don't think they're going to make such pronouncement. I don't think the judgment is going to come down that way. Because when you see in a country where the president cannot even obey the court ruling, simple as when Nnamdi Kanu was asked to be released by the Supreme Court, And the federal government said no, the DSS continued to hold on to this man. So there's a pattern. It's not just, I mean, someone sometimes ago, I'm not sure who said it earlier. Olusegun Obasanjo disobeyed high court ruling when he was a certain president. He disobeyed. The same thing with the what do you call it? Monthly allocation that he refused Lagos State. He disobeyed the court. He didn't. Nothing happened because we have the security apparatus that is under the executive that only listen to the presidency. But if we are to be a true federalism where you have uh, state police and have state security agencies, they will be able to carry out arrests if possible. But Supreme Court is going to try to manage because what they are trying to do now is to manage. Actually, I sharply uh, disagreed with what Sita said earlier about dividing it and making it look like the house is divided and to consolidate. I don't think so. What I see happening is a power play at the highest level, and the citizen of the country are the one, you know, bearing the pain. It's a power play, and these people know how to, practice what do you call it, passive aggression. They appear to be mushy mushy on the media, but behind closed doors, they are showing each other's up. And what is happening is, I see a plan, a master plan to deny Tinubu the presidency by the power, quote unquote. But I think Supreme Court is going to come down and support federal government position. That's what I'm expecting them because to them, the federal government has provided another opportunity to by making a pronouncement that 200 naira should go back to circulation. That enough, that pronouncement it should be enough to alleviate all this scarcity that we now have that is prevalent now. So I believe the defendant is going to say, well, we've provided another opportunity for Nigerians to be able to have cash in hand, if that is the case. And that's the reason why we say 200 naira. But then the plaintiff can say, well, 200 naira, how many people can carry so much money? You the one that said we shouldn't carry this so much money around. But if I need it, because cash is still the king. And Madam Sita make another submission earlier too that maybe there's this no, it was Babajale Koko when he said that it's possible that Nigeria is broke, but they do not want to come out categorically to say Nigeria is broke. However, we should find a way to manage the crisis we have because there's likelihood that the recession is coming our way. What we have now is a hyperinflation and all that, but then we are going to have a huge recession. So what would that be? Let's take money out of the circulation so that we'll be able to manage it. So that when people don't have purchasing power, then we'll be able to know, control how money is being spent and all that. So, well, I want to buy into that conspiracy that economy is failing, completely failing. So, if the Supreme Court comes down and say old notes should go back into circulation, that is going to create a lot. One man
My
repeat,
brother, can I interject 1 second?
a lot of people. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah, look, I didn't want to interject with you, but just this, I just wanted to say one sentence. I think trying to explain the way that they are trying to do this because of recession is like it's attributing brain to all these people. They don't. Then what they are doing is not even that complex. It's like trying to explain it that they are some kind of doing some creepy brainy stuff behind the scene. Whatever they are doing is so stupid. It doesn't even rise to that level of explanation, that level of a little bit of advancement. No, they don't have a brain. We listen to them every time. Emefiele Buhari. We have listened to them many times.
No,
It doesn't even
Buhari already said that he was the one that instructed. But Buhari doesn't have that authority to instruct CBN. CBN is the one that will make a submission to the presidency under its authority to approve. And I was reading that act says CBN at the time will give will at the approval of the Mr. Presidency will change currency, but will give a reasonable timeline for the exercise. Now, the presidency can't dictate. Executive can't dictate to the CBN, this is how I want you to do. You just advise the federal government. And I mean, so the federal government will say, okay, this is not the right time, this is the right time. Even I was reading earlier, my brother, president cannot remove CBN governor with a fiat. It's still subject to a two-third majority in the Senate. So it's a lot of, you know, it's complicated somehow. And that was the reason I guess the Buhari retained the Mayfield because that position is. And at the time, there's a particular section in that act that says the CBN governor will not get involved in some other, maybe a job or some other activities. That office alone shouldn't be partisan. I mean, politically inclined. It should be non-partisan. And if he has to, then he has to resign. It never did. So for doing that, he has compromised that office. And the federal government was, to me, I think, well, Buhari might be up to something. Because, you know, like I said a week ago or a few days ago, I wonder what Buhari and Tinubu will be discussing when they sit side by side.
You know, I would like to be a party to that conversation. It'd be, you know, unbelievable. I wonder if it will be confrontational or convivial, their conversation.
And Kulata said something earlier that it will be politically naive for people to say that the politician don't have. Some may not. Don't get me wrong, but not at the level of contesting for presidency that a candidate won't have enough money to prosecute campaign. It's never going to be because some of them own bank. They own the bank. So at the end of the day, even what I'm even saying, if I go to Nigeria today and I needed that cash, that new Nigerian money, I'll get it. I'll get it. That is me, little me. Oh. I want to talk about someone in the level of Tinubu or Atiku. These people have the money. They know where they start. That's why the bankers are acting on behalf of the politicians. So they went and stockpiled the money, kept it. So, and at the end of the day, people don't have. You see, CBN would have done this seamlessly if they had, you know, put more effort. A project manager will know all this before it happens because all these contingency issues will have been taken care of at the beginning. What if someone is going to sabotage? What if this is going to happen? Logistic here and there. Then probably you will release it here from the south. You go to the north and release it to the next 1 month. You go to the south and do that. Maybe all those things will have been done. Maybe this wouldn't happen. But you just came up with one date, and that date is not going back. It has to be that date. So they shot themselves. And guess what? The politicians too, they know they are going to, fight them because you know how long they've been trying to hound Emefiele down to arrest him because they knew the plan. They knew what was going to come. They knew from day one. That's why they were trying to arrest Oshiomhole. I mean, I kept saying Oshiomhole. Emefiele. You know, Oshiomhole's benefactor was saying that he should be arrested, which is very funny as well. So what El Rufai did is bold because he knew that he has nothing to lose. It's not seeking for office anymore. The same thing with Buhari. So they are all on their way out. If after the election, DSS is arresting El Rufai and trying to question it just like they did to for Nicaragua, at least the election is behind them, so they can forge and move forward, right? So, if this is the second time for El Rufai, he will never come out like this full force. It's not going to be because he has a lot to lose. But because this time around, there's nothing to lose, so he has to come out. Don't get it twisted. He's saying this, yes, for his people, but at the same time, for his own sake, for his party's sake too, because they needed the money. Without that money, not every politician has access to money, but him as an executive governor, of course. But ordinary party member in National Assembly who is seeking for the second time, and if money doesn't come out, I can assure you they will devise a way for people to vote for them so that they will be able to compensate them after the election, after the vote. If it is meant to write their name down, they will. And see what they did in Ondo Ekiti State. At the point where you had all the EFCC and all the security, financial security agencies everywhere in the around the polling booth, they weren't giving them money, Woma. They were not giving them money. They vote, they put their name down. There's a particular agent station at every polling unit. And then after the voting, you come to a place, you get your money. But vote has already been casted. Are you following me, Woma?
I'm with you. I'm with
Vote
you.
has already been casted. So money was not given at the polling vote. No. What happened in Ekiti and Osho, money was not given out at the polling vote. It was after the election, the vote was casted, and they will come because somebody is there to write their names, and they know them. We all know each other at the world level. Somebody from another world can come and vote, apart from places like Lagos. But we're talking about all this rural area. They know who is who in the local government. So it's easier to buy vote in such a way. It's after election I start paying them when all the camera crews and everything is already gone. Then I can start paying people. I mean, so with that being said, the money trying to curb and it's hypocrisy on the side of Buhari after the same money was used to prosecute your own election twice. You now have a change of
I mean,
heart.
we saw it play in open glare. You know that bullion van that people keep talking about?
It's for him. It was for him.
It was from him. This is the thing.
It was
Tinubu
for
is
him.
not going to go and cash his own money
No, no, no,
to
no, no.
elect. They sent it to him from CBN
Yeah,
Lagos
yeah.
branch.
They brought it
That's
to
what we
him so that I
saw.
can start,
Yeah.
disbursing it out.
And
So,
Buhari, that was how Buhari won an election.
I mean,
And now he's suddenly this latter
that is
day saint. It's
hypocritical of him.
unbelievable.
It's hypocritical. I mean, it is right though. If you want to claim things sometimes, but after you've done with your term, you now want to say, let's scatter this thing and let's go home because you're not coming to contest election anymore. So what I need to do? I mean, you are 80 years old. You can take within 10, 20 years, you are gone. You are gone, right? I just gave him that 20 years max. So, what is it? Even Tinubu himself. And for those who think that because the other political party are going to benefit from it, don't ever for 1 second think even the Labour Party, they all have their way of settling things, of giving money to people. I'll talk about PDP. PTP the grandmaster when it comes to bribing and all that. So, I mean, we're just deceiving ourselves. We know the culture of our land, and we desire something that, what we see overseas, the democracy abroad is not like the one we practice. You know what? Every country have their peculiarity. We can't bring the what is being practiced here in America to Nigeria. It won't fit in because we have a different culture. And guess what? Like we will fire always say on our rice news, culture will heat up. We consume reasoning any day, anytime because we are trying to do the right thing. But we have a culture that is inimical to our growth. So to me, I don't even care if politicians lose out. I don't care if politicians does, they're cash strapped. That's their wala. But ordinary person like you and I should not be the one to pay the price for horribly put together project that that is going to set Nigeria backward. I mean, cash is for one thing and one thing only, for cash, for exchange goods and services. There's no country in the world that is cashless. It's no. There's no country, Mama, that is cashless. That is just cashless society. Even in America, you can withdraw money. You have daily withdrawal limit, but I can assure you, you can make the first time I will do 20,000 in America cash from bank, and I needed it in cash form because at that moment, if I had to do cash transfer or should I say money order and everything, it will take a while to clear. And this, so I needed to take it to my bank so that I can wire it straight up at that particular time. I don't have to wait for a day or two, right? I, they gave me the cash, $25,000 cash. I, I wasn't comfortable, woman. I could withdraw 25,000 US dollar. But then that is a society that's supposed to be cashless, right? And the reason why I couldn't do that was because I was using different banks. So I needed money to take, but the interface was removed at the time because I used to do that, but I guess being a community bank, they just decided to, take themselves off the platform. So I had no choice than to make that withdrawal. But despite that, it's supposed to be a cashless economy or cashless society. But I still have to do with cash. So to me, federal government could say, you know what, we're going to do a limitation of withdrawal. So instead of ATM, pay out on the counter. But they decided to do this. Anyway, to me, El Rufai is not wrong. It's just that on a good day, challenging the authority or the audacity of the federal government. Sometimes we need to step up. Somebody needs to stand up and tell our leaders or the government to their face what they've done wrong. If you can disobey Supreme Court order, the same thing state government can also disobey federal government. It's as simple as that. But I can assure you that Rufai will pay for this if the APC doesn't win this election. It will. Except if all the progressive governors come together and come out with one voice regarding this. That's the only reason why individually they will not be prosecuted. If not, security services will hunt them when they leave office. They will.
All right, brilliant. And Dewale, the military personnel being deployed in Lagos, we saw it, sense of foreboding somewhat. But when I saw that clip, I immediately had a thought that it's still wrapped around this Tinubu's battle with the cabal and Buhari. But some people are suggesting that it's more for the security of the elections. But I cannot escape that sense because there's a sense of foreboding when you see troops rolling out on the streets of Nigeria. It usually ends in people in body bags. So is this now the militarization of the electoral process, or is security cover just being provided?
Your question is valid. And I wouldn't want to take it as just providing security cover alone. Military is not to police. They are not meant for internal policing. Military is just to defend the country against external aggression. And that is the reason why military are not trained. The officers are not trained, to babysit people, to control riots. They are trained to eliminate threat. So having military in the night, to be honest with you, Lagos State needed not less than 200 or 150, let me say 200 police security men for this election. The reason why I said that is because of the division we've seen what happened within these few days. Labour Party, APC, and even the APDP clashing at every slightest provocation. So sending military to Lagos means one thing, and people should listen and listen very well. And for every parent that have young children out there, please, it's just a vote. Once they vote, tell them to come home. I don't want to preempt by saying that they are there because they want to provide cover for APC to succeed, or they are there because of they could be both. And I don't want to attach it to one particular mission only because you can never tell. Maybe they are there to make sure that everything goes smoothly, or they are there to just make sure that Tinubu minions doesn't come out to foment trouble. But when that happens, likelihood that people will end up in body bag. That's a valid statement, woman. A valid statement. But it's a shame that we are now militarizing our electoral process, where military had to be dragged out to help out. We don't really have police officer, woman. I think we had last time was like I think 250,000 personnel for entire 200 million uh, population. And we have how many registered voters? 90,000? I mean, 90 million. So, to me, we needed it, but I don't think bringing military is the right answer. We have other security agencies, civil defense is there, right? We can even use our local police. Amotekun is there, but of course, they will be partisan one way or the other. But that is where we found ourselves. We need security, but what can we drive? If we are to be in America, I mean, the last time, what do you call state guard were called to to the, what do you call it, state assembly, national assembly in the capital. It was unheard of that you will have a presence of military, you know, at the Senate, and you know, the sight that was strange to everyone. Why should we, our case be different, inviting the military to provide security for us? And Enigmati said something that earlier that they're just starting, that they will bring them, they will bring them to the southwestern state. So I kind of wonder and ask the question: why didn't they bring police and take the military to the north? Why? Why must they bring military? Are they going to provide military presence in the southeast as well, or south south? Because we need a military, security presence in the southeast, or else election will not be held in some places. I was watching a video where you have all these, what do you call them, IPOP militants shooting, disrupting the gathering. I guess it was political gathering. So in that situation, you don't want.
I don't think that was actually a political gathering. That looked like an
It was.
INEX. Was it a political gathering?
Yeah, a lot of cheers, a lot of people fled. It wasn't just INEC. It was a political gathering, and there was.
Is it this clip? Is it this one on the screen? Is it this?
I sent you one.
Yes,
Yeah,
this is it, isn't it?
yeah. It was a political gathering.
All right.
So these are the places that we need heavily security personnel, not necessarily army, because as you can see, there are a lot of ammunition, weapons involved. But then, if that bringing them to the southwest is what they because apart from Lagos, I do not see any other state where there will be issue. As far as this election is concerned, the only place that I think that will be a lot of issue is Lagos State. It's the only place. So, having said that, I wouldn't bringing military to the southwest is to me is not the best side we want to see. But hey, there's power in the hands of the president now. Buhari can do and undo. Someone must have ordered those military personnel to come down to the southwest. Earlier, I heard that there's a possibility that the state government or the state governor will know about it. What can he do, my brother? What can he do? Even if he's aware that they're going to come, is he going to say we don't need them? He can't say that because the commander in chief can order military personnel to go to any state at any time to provide security. So someone cannot say anything. But then, the last time I checked, you have the presence of military occupying a state like that. It doesn't end up well. So I just hope parents and children will listen to their parents. Vote, regardless of who you are voting for. Your life is not worth it. Just vote and go home. Simple as that. You don't have to hang around. You don't have to agitate. Nigeria will remain. Nigeria will continue. That's what I would advise people in Lagos State and every other state that have the presence of military. Even the police. It's not worth it. It's not.
All right, brilliant. Was there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle today?
I read that the CBN now directs bank to uh, receive all the denominations from people. That was what I read. If that is the case, the CBN Act also empower the agency to designate banks to act on their behalf. So if that news is true, then that means CBN is coming to their senses. That is what when I read it, I haven't confirmed it per se, but I was reading it from, you know, online, social media, kind of, not necessarily uh, from major newspaper per se. But if that news is true, I don't know how long they will ask them to do that. How long, And at the same time, I saw some clips on the social media where some people were taking money to CBN. I think like a 50 million or something like that, and people were crying on online, talking about, where did they get the money from? How come they have such million? Look, years back, over a decade ago, there was this woman that buy from what did you call this company? This uh it used to be Unilever keep coming to my mind, but they're not Unilever. They are United something like they have affiliation with the United Kingdom one way or the other, sure. And then they're the sole distributor of this cigarette in Nigeria. Was it Benson and Edges, something like that? And we have this, market woman. The only thing they are involved in was selling cigarette. Woman, towards the closing of business every day, this woman will be bringing millions, thousands, hundreds of thousands of naira to banking. I mean, to inside the bank. We just put it in the vault. The following day, we'll start counting all over again. So these people get involved in a huge, large transaction. I mean, amount of money. The bureau de change. These folks, some are illiterate. They're not educated the way we think everybody is in the urban area. So people keep money in their home. My parents were illiterate. I don't remember my mom having a bank account. I think my dad did, but my mom never did. Never had a bank account. So what do you tell such people in the rural area? Where do you want them to keep their money? In the bank? The bank they don't trust? So CBN did not do enough campaign, reorientation, make people understand the importance of keeping money in the bank. They never did. They just came out and shoved it down everybody's throat. You must take it or leave it. That's your problem. You are going to participate in it. People that they don't even know how to operate a smartphone. Woman. and they said the POS. POS at this time around, somebody is still sitting down in one corner as if they are selling a research card. I don't think that is normal. So yeah,
You know,
CBN.
there are so many professions that technology will still make redundant. Like that POS space, as the country continues to go cashless, that business model is going to collapse. And you're talking about recharge cards. People are now just sending text to their providers to top up. So a lot of these businesses, technology will phase them out.
It's gonna take a while, but probably it will be popular in the rural area. Rural areas where there's no presence of ATM or banks. Okay, and that is even if you have network in those areas. Look, we have deficit of infrastructure here in America. When you go to buy something in the retail store, they don't really charge you for the transaction because the volume of transaction being conducted every day on their platform, the gain that they got from it is enough for them. So they don't have to charge you. I see the pattern where you go to some African store here, they will charge you for buying below $10 or something like that. I think $10, I'm not so sure.
Yeah,
But
they charge you for paying with your card, Abby.
yeah, because they don't
They
really
do
have
that here as well.
the volume that is needed to cover those losses or those charges. But when you go to places like big stores and all that, yeah, they won't charge you. That's why you can get the cash back. You can make withdrawal from your own account when you buy things from the retail store. We don't have such platform in Nigeria. We don't. And we still have a prevalence of illiterates, people that doesn't know how to even operate a smartphone. How would these people fare in a situation of cashless situation in Nigeria? They should have put those things into account before rolling out, a project that is going to set us back years. And it was politically motivated, because if not, you wouldn't bring it out towards the election. Even if you give it 60, 100 days, it will still not be enough. A competent government will roll out. As a matter of fact, this project shouldn't have everyone, get this number of, in the media. People talk about it. CBN will pass. Who knows what CBN does before? It's just a banker of the banks. That's simple as ABC. So, but what we have now is that they are the one making the news. I mean, at the end of the day, if they are to do this, you do this when it's not an election. You do it quietly, so that at the end of the day, people will not even notice. People will notice. There are so many ways to mop up money from circulation. So many, thousands of ways. But no, you want people to deposit their hard-earned money, and then you won't give them anything. Of course, anything that has to do with human connection, people are involved, human beings are involved, there's going to be some, problems, because human beings can change their position. They're not dealing with machines here. So they never for once foresee that the bank will become the obstacle in carrying this project out. Of course, it's human being. In your lower deal, the banks are in the pocket of the politician as well, because if politicians scream and try to take their money out of the bank will collapse, because some of the monies in the banks, it belongs to the government in the first place. So what are we talking about? Buhari has no political currency. He's living, and he has nobody's going to listen to Buhari now, especially all those psychophants that always lobby around the corridor of power. They're not going to, I mean, what is he going to say? What are they going to benefit from him? Nothing. Just like the way they deserve Jonathan is the way they're going to do to Buhari. And they will start going towards any prospective candidate. And that is what the bankers are doing. Let me hold down this amount of money. Yeah, Your Excellency, we will do it, sir. It's right there. They already was spending the money even before now. They were, I mean, Shetima was already was a banker. Peter Obi was a chairman of a bank, my brother. So, and I still believe that he has shares in some banks. So, if he tells the executive of that bank, look, I want this amount of money. I mean, I work in the bank. I see these big men does. They don't come to the banking hall. They send their people. They need to go to a party tomorrow. New note must be available, whether they like it or not. There must be new note because they are going to a party tomorrow. That's how it works in Nigeria. Anyway, um, they've shot themselves in the foot, but Nigerians still don't understand that. Even though you want it to favor you or favor your candidate or favor your party, yeah, the pain you are going through is not supposed to. You are not supposed to be going through this hardship. You are not. You are not. That's what I want Nigerians to know. You are not supposed to. Whether it's to target any candidate, whether somebody will benefit, you're not supposed to be the one to pay the price. They themselves should be the one to be paying the price, not you. And that is why they need to take the fight to the presidency. Because it
Oh,
seems that he's dancing around it. He came out categorically as the one that instructed CBN, which was against, it was completely illegal in the first place. So that's my submission. Anyway,
all right.
I was mad earlier because I just kept, nobody calls me and everybody
Eh,
was just they were just doing their own thing. But
you know, Dewale, I have to correct that because and you know I'm aware of it, and every day I think I have to correct it. You know, I know people come in to share their thoughts and to have the conversation and to hang out with friends and all of that. But sometimes you just feel as though you are just waiting around and you're saying, "Oh, okay. So when do I get to share my own thoughts?" So I am aware, but it's something I have to correct. But there are certain like for instance, if I'd come to you earlier, we'd have probably spoken for about, you know, there are certain characters like yourself being one of them that are so engaging in conversation that when you get into that conversation with them, then you don't know that, you know, it's just expanding and expanding. But
I'm
yeah,
not as eloquent as
look
Firebrand
at it.
and Enigmatic.
Look,
Enigmatic was just downloading that.
machine
Oh
gun.
my goodness,
You
really?
know you know how I think of Enigmatic in my head. There's an American rapper called Machine Gun Kelly.
I
That's how
know.
I say. Yeah, that's how I say Enigmatic. It's the Machine Gun Kelly of the.
I think also we are, you know, after this election we will come back, and I don't know how people are going to relate with each other. I've tried to, and I've done that successfully one month.
Do you think there's an undertone of ethnicity to some of the conversations that we do have?
Yes, to some extent, yes,
Mm.
yes. People try to suppress it, but it does come out from time to time. And I think, and not that they have intention of doing that, but sometimes it comes out subconsciously. When people like to interject.
Do you think it is our conversation that has the ethnic undertone, or do you think the landscape, the politics itself, has that ethnic undertone which then comes through, or are we just tribal?
Not necessarily full blown tribal. It's just that we have politics that is a divided politics, and no matter how we look at it, a tribe discussion always comes into it, and we are unable to manage the way because so many times we try to like the current political situation that we have has a lot of what do you call has a political, tribal track because if you look at it, we have major candidates that comes from different regions that are actually contesting. So there's a chances of tribal affiliation, religion affiliation comes into the way people choose who they support. But neither of these people actually related to this candidate or even live with them. So here we have vying for somebody's character, vying for somebody's capabilities and all that. And yet we never for once run, administration with them. We don't know what goes on behind it. Or we don't what happens in the public is what we base our submissions and all that. And so many times we get so passionate that we begins to dig deep into that ethnic
You know, because I've also been thinking of the healing after the election, how to bring us back together. Because certainly, even somebody as chilled as Desmond, he was saying that it's getting heavyweight.
I
The so yeah.
mean, you get to some point, you begins to you, you 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 begins to a little bit withdrawing because you don't want to say things that you will regret after, or say things that you don't really necessarily meant to say. People say things just to win or score a point or something like that, and but sometimes it's not that. Sometimes you have to also look back and argue in such a way that consider other people's feelings and all that. There's a particular individual. Pansat is we don't. This
Oh no,
ideology
he's
and I do not
my
even
goodness
on
me.
the Dr. Damages is I'm always completely against him. But it's not because he's Igbo, but it's just that sometimes it goes into that extreme that I don't want that. I can understand.
You know, if you are talking about free speech, the test of a free speech, so he's not here to defend himself, but the test of a free speech for me is somebody like Pansart, because he has just this way that he presents that it just rankles people, But the
One
one
man.
thing, it doesn't cross the line of, because I have the rule of say, if you don't use foul language, then you can say whatever you like. So it doesn't necessarily use foul language.
For
So
somebody who
I
has
have
a
to
way with
I
word,
have to allow him to speak.
for
Yeah,
someone who has a way with word, it's not necessarily have to use foul language, to convey their message.
to be
Sometimes,
offensive.
yeah,
Yes.
but some people are good with word, like enigmatic is very good with word and trying to use all those big grammar. But at the same time, there's a way you convey it that the other person will be offended, kind of, because you are trying to make a point, but at the same time, you are kind of conscious of what you say. Uh, you're arguing,
Imagine having somebody like that in your personal life amongst your circle of somebody like Pansat. Imagine him being like a family member. Imagine him as a family member. It's unbelievable.
I don't.
You would have thrown hands. Yes,
No,
last.
no, no. I'm not a confrontational person. I'm very, very logical person. I think through. I mean, I'm
No,
not
but
just
logic
anything.
doesn't apply with him. It's
Yeah,
more the instance.
yeah. The least I'll do is just to avoid that individual completely because I wouldn't want to get personal with that person. Number one, I don't necessarily have to subscribe to your ideology, to your opinion. Your opinion is your opinion. You are entitled to it. But when you're trying to shove it down my throat is what I will resist. And if I know that I'm not buying into it, it's not always hard for me to back up because of what purpose, of what use. One thing, one man, you'll be surprised how many people watch your show. They watch your show, but they do not subscribe to your show. A friend of mine called me from Germany yesterday and said he saw me on your show and Dr. Damage's show. And it kind of wonder when I became an armchair analyst. And I was like, wait a minute.
You're the global superstar now. Did you not know? They are
Woman,
they are watching you in Dubai. They are
I
watching you in
was shocked.
China. They are watching you all over the world as we
They
are
do not
speaking now.
subscribe to your
Yeah.
channel, but they watch your show. They watch Dr. Damage's show. And that is a good example of you portraying, not necessarily faking it, but a good character, because you never can tell who is watching. And you are shaping opinion. And people watch you. Even though I don't live in Nigeria, we are still, we have people that give us, feedback and our informations and all that. But at the same time, I shouldn't be feeding the public, you know, things we don't even want our own children to listen to. Because whether we like it or not, kids also watch this, maybe in Nigeria and anywhere. So, to me, we should be conscious of what we say to each other. We should be mindful of how we portray our points across, because election will be over with, and then we'll be left with ourselves to nurse our wounds, and politicians will take their winning trophy and they will go and embezzle money the way they always do. But it's we that will be nursing our wound. So we should be mindful the way we treat ourselves. We are all Nigerian, whether we like it or not. We are doing this because of the passion that we have for Nigeria. Hey, nobody's gonna go to work every day, come back, dedicate 6 to 8 hours of this. I'm supposed to be on the bed right now, but it's not because I want to show off to people. I mean, people not even seeing my face, but at the same time, because of the love and the passion that we have for our country, that's why we're doing this. And we can never tell somebody, maybe only one person that will be listening and say, you know what, I think I've heard something I never heard before. Maybe this will make me change my mind and vote for this candidate, be your candidate. See, that is what the show is all about. Not just about, want to win scores and win a point and going at each other's throat. I don't subscribe to that.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you, Dewale. So thank you, Dewale. So Dewale, I'm going to round off here. Hopefully,
All right.
we'll see you in the later session.
Sure.
Dewale, of course, one of the leading voices on the platform. So thank you, Dewale, of course. Thank you, Kulata, as well, who I suspect is already asleep even. Thank you, Zita, who I think she said she was going to bed as well. So thank you, Zita. So I am really excited by the prospects of Zita, because she has such a powerful voice. So thank you to Zita. Thank you to everyone. And thank you to the people who have stayed the duration. If you are still with us now, I'm expecting everybody still with the session now to have clicked on the like button, but clearly you have not, because we still have about 123 people, 124 even watching us. And you can see the like button, not anything like. I think some of the conversation seems to have jarred some senses. So if you're still watching, then you should really be clicking on the like button. So take the like button to the numbers of people that you're seeing on your screen watching. Because most of the people watching, they would have been watching us all the way through a long 8-hour session. So I think that in itself are deserving of a like button. Not only is that deserving of a like button, it's also deserving of a subscription. So make sure you like and subscribe. That is the least you can do. Because some people actually did more than like and subscribe. Passat, that we were just giving a flunking just now, he kicked the session off with a super chat, quickly, of course, matched by the chairman of the platform, Alexander Gomez, who does that as well. Ayo, who usually buys the coffee just as soon as the session starts, he comes in with a super sticker. Desmond comes in, Mine of Prestige there as well. Desmond, who was always very liberal with the platform, he continues with the super chat. Jaja, he joins the party, does it twice. Kulata joins in, and then Alexander Gomez carries on. Kulata again still insisting. Desmond asserting. Ayo continues really. Ayo really, just because of his love for the platform, that's why he does it. It's not as though it's not money misfraud or whatever it is that it's just the love he has for the platform that makes him do that. And then of course Desmond, same reasons. He can equally say what he wants to say on the platform, but he chooses to say it via super chat, just really to encourage the space. Desmond continues with the encouragement, and it still carries on. Desmond, the chillest person, what did they call him yesterday? The coolest person on the platform. Nigerian Prince, he joins in, only really to poke fun at two Niger. So there it is. Buchi or Kafo only ever super chats to slam somebody down, and it does again. Consider this super chats to slam me down, but you are welcome to do that if you're paying for it. Desmond continues still with the super chat, and still he continues with the super chat, prodding at Enigmatic, and he finally lands off with the super chat to complain about the tonality. So thank you for all that. So thank you for all that. And of course, we must always acknowledge the one person that owns the buy the coffee space, which is Ayo, of course. So let's acknowledge that Ayo did as Ayo always does. So there is Ayo, keeping it 100 in the buy the coffee space. So there it is right there, and there it has been. So there it is right there, and there it has been. So to the super chatters, the coffee buyer, the happy clappers, and the in-betweeners, We love you all the same. So join us again. We're doing it, of course, again. You know where we are. So you be here, diarize. That is to say, notate in your diary, to use enigmatic sort of language. Diarize your mental faculties to 7:40, to not 7:45, or to 9:45 p.m. We may do something in between, we may not. It depends on what the news cycle are. But the one thing that is setting gold, as certain as night follows day, the 9:45 p.m. or thereabout session will carry on. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here I say, peace.